Blood Magic. Atlantis Outcasts, Book 5. Written by G.K. Lund. Chapter 1. I can't believe the groom was having an affair with his mother-in-law, I said, still laughing at the scene that had unfolded in the restaurant. Corey and I walked along a quieter street in Trenton Place, heading home after an entertaining dinner at a restaurant we'd already visited a couple of times. It was late, but a few children still played in the gardens, the odd carriage rolling past us in the dark of Atlantis. Well, at least he had a better relationship with his own mother than the bride, Corey said. I know, right? How cliched can a groom's mom get? He can do no wrong? Wow. We turned a corner and the Morgan mansion, my home, came into view a few buildings down. We were in a good mood despite the chaos that had erupted when the bride had finally had enough and unloaded what she'd found out, airing their dirty laundry in public. There would definitely be no wedding tomorrow, that was for sure. At least she's rid of that toxic mother-in-law, Corey went on, a beautiful smile on his face as he shook his head. How is it possible to baby a grown man? And I thought my family was messed up, I said, laughing at the absurdity. Makes me feel all normal. Poor Alterion, though, Corey mused. Alterion, the owner, and several waiters had to stop the ensuing fight before it got completely out of hand, family members choosing sides then and there. All that food and porcelain must have cost a bit. Well, he should, I began, but Corey stopped and stared. I followed his line of sight and saw something move near the corner of my house. We looked at each other, all thoughts of the ridiculous family drama forgotten. With an unspoken agreement, we quickened our steps, passed through the gate, headed for the corner, and walked around it, seeing nothing. Maybe it was just Walworth, Corey asked, walking by my side. I shook my head. It's well past Worthy's bedtime. If he's up this late, he's out with Carleen, not gardening. We walked on into the large back garden, which sloped gently down to a thick cluster of trees, marking the boundary with the neighboring house. To our left, a tall, dense hedge separated us from my other neighbor Amarilia's property. The garden was picked out by the lights on the patio behind the house, and a few spilling from Amarilia's upper floors. The air was thick with the heady scent of blooming hibiscus and gardenias. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves. It was quiet, though, and dark. Maybe it was just a cat, I said, as I walked over to the patio, trying to see the entire garden from there. Has to be a big cat, Corey said. He was right. The movement, more shadow than anything, had been bigger than a house pet. A rustle of leaves reached my ears, and his too, judging by the way his head turned. It sounded like it came from the hedge, and if his half-elven ears judged that to be the direction too, then that was likely it. Damn, Amarilia, I said, my voice low. Your neighbor? I nodded. Amarilia had mostly been off my back since I'd, in a heated moment, told her exactly what I thought of her. Since then, she'd kept her nasty mouth shut and let me be, though sometimes, when she thought I wasn't looking, I'd catch her sending venomous stares my way. I guess she has nothing more to do than stick her curious nose through the hedge, I said. I'd told Corey about her, so he only shrugged, an amused smile on his lips. You know, it's usually people like that you have to watch out for on a job. I raised an eyebrow at that. I wasn't exactly on board with Corey's choice of career. He was a thief. Really? Nosy neighbors are the real challenge? He shrugged. People who spend their time sticking their noses in other people's business, doing nothing but watching? Yup. Arlen says they'd make excellent lookouts if trained properly. I chuckled. Of course she'd take such a practical view. Corey's boss or teacher, or however their work relationship functioned, was nothing if not pragmatic. So, how do you deal with them? Preferably by circumventing them, he said, stepping closer to me, and suddenly Amaryllia seemed the most unimportant person in the realms. "And if that can't be done?" I asked, turning toward him. I could feel the pressure in my chest at his close proximity, which was why his job felt so inconsequential at times. "According to Arlen, you stroke their fragile egos so you can get the job done," he said, and shrugged, his eyes on me. "But something tells me you don't want to do that with this nosy neighbor." "Not in the least," I murmured, as he put his arms around me, pulling me close. "What she says about me is one thing, but she treated Walworth like dirt under her shoe. That's just awful." I trailed off, forgetting both neighbors and people yelling in restaurants as I responded to his kiss instead. It did nothing to quell the excited pressure in my chest. Chapter 2. I awoke in a quiet room with an uneasy feeling. A tapping noise retreated from my memory quickly. A dream, then? The room around me was nice and warm, the only light the one by the door, the only one we'd had time to turn on. Turning my head to the left, I saw Corey, relaxed and asleep next to me, his arm around my waist, and I lay still for a beat, just watching him. I'd never seen him like this before. I'd been taking things slow, not convinced this was a smart thing considering his occupation, if one could call being a thief that. But who was I kidding? I not only enjoyed his company, I always seemed to be looking forward to it. He was funny, handsome, and too clever by half. He had to be to keep up with Arlen. I glanced over Corey at the window. It was still dark out. That didn't mean much in a city with only about 8 hours of daylight, though. I looked at the clock on the nightstand and saw it was the middle of the night, and despite that, I was wide awake. I slipped out of Corey's embrace and sat up. His breathing changed. "Something wrong?" he mumbled, his voice thick with sleep. His fingertips skimmed gently down my back. I looked back at him and smiled. "No, just thirsty. Shall I get you something?" He shook his head. "I'll be right back," I said, though his eyes were already closed, so I didn't know if he heard me. I got out of bed and put on a pair of leggings and a t-shirt before tiptoeing between our clothes on the floor and out. The rest of the house was quiet, too. Walworth was likely in bed, and Loki? Who knew? He could be sound asleep or out drinking the night away. I walked barefoot through the empty, dark house, heading for the kitchen at the opposite end from the bedrooms. Before I reached it, I halted in the parlor, my gaze snagging on the large glass windows and door. The room had been built to allow enjoyment of the garden from inside. The trees out there loomed like giant shadows, barely darker than the sky behind them and the weak lights from the neighbor down there. Had I seen something? The light out there made it difficult to discern much beyond the patio. I considered for a moment. My daggers lay upstairs on my bedroom floor among my clothes. I could sense them even now, despite being a floor below. Surely if someone was out to harm me, they wouldn't spend so much time luring me outside. I huffed. Maybe it was just Amaryllia being too curious for her own good, now that Corey had been here more often lately. I wouldn't put it past her. Still, even if my nosy neighbor was out in my garden, I shouldn't let her roam free in there. Instead of going to the kitchen, I changed direction and headed for the large glass door. I found the dimmer for the patio lights and switched them off. Being blinded while someone unknown out there watched me was the last thing I needed. I hoped I was wrong, but after the figure both Corey and I had seen earlier, as well as this sense of being watched now, I had to check. The door slid open with hardly any noise, and I stepped out onto the patio. Beneath my bare feet, the wood felt room temperature despite it being nighttime. In Atlantis, the sun was hot, and had it shone more than its approximate 8 hours a day, most things would have wilted. I stepped down from the patio onto soft grass, cooler than the wood behind me. It was such a soothing feeling, walking barefoot like that. I wasn't there to enjoy a walk in the garden, though. I took my time, letting my eyes adjust to the dark while I listened intently for any noise beyond the far-off sounds of the city. All the while, I kept a close eye on the hedge separating Amarilia's garden from mine, but there was nothing to hear nor see, even when my eyes adjusted better to my surroundings. Why was I even out here? I had a perfectly nice situation waiting for me back inside, and here I was, not able to let go of an uneasy feeling. And yet I walked down into the garden, the scents of flowers and plants surrounding me with every step. The heady aroma of night-blooming jasmine mingled with the delicate sweetness of climbing roses. Their perfume carried on the warm breeze, the earthy scent of damp soil and the fresh, green smell of the lush foliage added to the symphony of fragrances, creating a sensory experience that was uniquely that of Lantean gardens. I stopped a few feet from the large trees at the bottom edge of the garden. They loomed over me like ominous shadows, darker than the sky behind them. The faintest snap reached my ears, and I scanned the ground for something, anything, to use as a weapon. I found only a half-rotten branch, but grabbed it nonetheless. It would likely break at the first impact, and was only slightly better than nothing. I hefted the thing and looked around. I would not give away my position by shouting, "Hello," to draw someone's attention. People who lurked and spied were usually up to no good. The person in the garden made it easy on me, though. "Emery?" I turned toward the sound, and then my brain caught up and I froze. I recognized that voice. "Emery? It's me." I squinted as I stared into the darkness surrounding the trees. A figure emerged, trudging toward me. "Mom?" I asked, incredulous. I gaped as the figure came closer, and I could discern a few features. It was her, all right. She was tall and slender, dressed in a long, flowing dress with a coat draped over her shoulders. Her hair, a deep shade of red that was hard to see in the darkness, was pulled back into a loose bun. Her face had aged since I last saw her, with more wrinkles around her eyes, but her features were still unmistakable. She came closer, with an uncertain smile on her lips. She looked like she was about to hug me, which made me take an involuntary step back. We didn't do that sort of thing. "You're supposed to be in prison," I blurted. She shook her head sadly. "Maybe. That depends on who you ask, Em." I stared and then dropped the branch. "How long have you been out here?" I asked. At first, I'd thought I'd dreamed it, but she must have thrown something at the bedroom window. That tapping sound hadn't been a dream, I realized. "I'm sorry, Em. I need to talk to you, and the house now." "Well," she said, and shrugged. Obviously, the house wasn't her home anymore, and if she couldn't enter out of fear of the people in there, then she was indeed supposed to be in prison. "Have you escaped? Is that the reason for this sneaking around?" "Emery, listen to me. We have a lot to talk about, but there's no time." "Then we should talk about your sneaking in here. I think that's important." Mom held her hands up in front of her in a calming gesture. "There's more going on here than you know." "Clearly. They didn't even tell me where you and Dad are being held. Were being held in your case." "I'm sorry about that." She genuinely looked it. "But you need to listen to me. I need your help." "My help?" I really wish I could say I laughed at her. She was the reason I'd been a member of the Redkin in the first place. She and my father had dragged me into that cult at a young age, and it still affected my life every day. I didn't laugh, though. "I know I'm asking a lot." "I'll say, we haven't spoken in over 2 years. I didn't know what happened to you. I still don't." She nodded. "They took us away, those of us who were closest to Kerwin." I couldn't help the twitch in my eye at that. I'd never heard her use Kerwin Bowden's name before. For as long as I could remember, he was illustrious guide. "Took you away?" "It's not important right now. I'll explain everything, I promise." That's exactly what people say before they do. In fact, not keep that promise. Kerwin's missing, Em. He's what? Missing. We think he's somewhere in the city, but something's wrong. We haven't heard from him. Somewhere in the city? What does that even mean? Isn't he in some dank cell under the pyramid? And why aren't you there yourself? My mother shook her head. We were taken from the city. All of us. All being? The fire circle and the armed kin. And everyone else. I considered this. Those two groups within the kin were the most notorious. The fire circle consisted of the leaders right under Kerwin, while the armed kin were exactly that, armed members of the cult, the ones who had caused the most atrocities outside the pyramid during the kin's reign. Okay, so why come to me with this? I know the state roped you into working for them. Something is about to happen, and you need to stop it. Kerwin has... And I never thought I'd say this. He's not himself anymore. I fear something worse than his reign will happen next. Where were they keeping you? I asked, instead of acknowledging everything she'd told me. By the sound of it, Kerwin had struck out with a new plan, something worse than last time. This wasn't something I could fix, and it wasn't something I wanted any part of. I don't know, my mother said in answer to my question. But it was not in this realm. A figure to my far left caught my attention, and I turned my head. It was Loki. I had no problem recognizing his lean form even in the dark. He stopped at a non-threatening distance and remained there, quiet and with his arms crossed, the hilt of his sword sticking up above his right shoulder. He must have just returned home. My mother faltered, and I could see her whole demeanor change at the intrusion. Please just find him, Em, she said, her attention divided between us now. If Loki had come closer, I was sure she would have bolted already. Why would I find him? To stop him, she sighed. I think of you often. I'm glad you have some freedom after all this. Alan as well. Huh, was all I could utter to that. My mother had seldom thought or said much good about my uncle, her brother. It's not my job to look for Kerwin Bowden, I told her instead. Why should I? For your father's sake, Em. That stopped me short. What about Dad? I asked her. Is something wrong? She paused and then nodded slowly. The last time I saw him, he was very sick. I was hoping that if it doesn't look like a new revolt will be happening, perhaps he could be allowed to spend the rest of his days at home. I glanced back at the house, which loomed behind me, with only a few lights on inside. Sick? I felt fear at the thought. Prison is not a healthy place to be. I looked over at Loki, who didn't move a muscle, only watched. Not us, but my mother, like a hawk. I have to go, Em, she said then, and as I turned back, she was already backing up among the trees. No, Mom, I need to know about Dad. Is he going to be okay? I'm sorry, Em, but I have to go. I'll try to reach you again. A quick glance at Loki showed him merely shaking his head. There was no point in stopping her and trying to detain her. She turned and ran, and soon the sound of her steps died down, and she likely climbed the fence in there to leave the property. Your esteemed mother, I assume, Loki said as I turned and walked toward him. I nodded. How much did you hear? Most of it. I noticed the patio lights being shut off as I returned. Strange time to do that. I nodded again. He would notice such things. She said that Kerwin Bau, I began, but was interrupted by the patio door being opened. Out came Walworth, wearing a bathrobe over his pajamas, the plaid pattern sticking out over his ankles and wrists. Miss, there you are. A visitor. He hurried back inside, not seeming to find it strange to locate us in the garden at this hour. I glanced at Loki, who only shrugged, and we hurried to catch up and get inside. In the foyer, Walworth said as he closed the patio door behind us. It is that hunter fellow. Raldo Hunter, then. I groaned on the inside, not wanting the man to hear it as we approached. Sure enough, as we entered the foyer, there the man stood, waiting, his back to us, so only the ankle-length gray cloak showed. He turned and gave us a hard stare as our steps sounded on the polished floor. He was a tall man with blonde hair and mustache, as well as leather armor that protected a muscled body underneath. "There's a new job," he said, by way of greeting us. "When isn't there?" Loki drawled behind me. "It's the middle of the night," I chimed in. "Can't it wait until morning?" While I usually went along on these jobs without question, I had a goal of proving my loyalty to the state. There was now a bed upstairs with a gorgeous man in it, just waiting for me. There was no doubt in my mind where I'd rather be. "The clocks struck the first morning hour a few minutes ago," Raldo said in answer to that. "And the state doesn't wait until daylight to operate efficiently." Chapter 3. The seat behind the desk was empty. That was new. Loki and I had never been allowed to enter any of our handlers' offices without them being there. Then again, as we sat in the chairs placed in front of the desk, Raldo stood behind us, leaning against the wall, watching, ready to listen should we say something. There were so many things I wanted to talk to Loki about, but I hadn't had a chance since our brooding guard had shown up and escorted us to the pyramid. I'd barely been given a couple of minutes to get dressed properly, and was thankful as the cold of the enormous stone building seeped into everything, including my body. The short jacket I wore over a simple shirt was sorely needed. With the black and gray added to the blue of my jeans, I at least had the sense not to wear anything red this time. I glanced at Antigone's desk and noted the 2 files placed neatly on the surface, away from the stacks of other files. Mine and Loki's. "Why's yours bigger than mine anyway?" I asked him, and nodded at the files, feeling the tension of the quiet around us. Loki snorted. "Oh, Chastity, do I really need to explain?" "Never mind," I said. "I just mean, what could you possibly have done that warrants so much space when you were never even in the kin?" "The realms are older than the kin, Red." "Fine, don't say anything," I muttered, but couldn't really blame him. Raldo's presence was like a roar of suppressed annoyance behind us. And speaking of the kin, my mother showing up after clearly sneaking around in the garden a while was not something to talk openly about in front of anyone, let alone a hunter. While they mainly preoccupied themselves with rogue, supernatural creatures, the red kin was a special case for them, as in the hunters hated the kin for hunting them during the 6-year reign. I couldn't really blame them for that, but it was annoying right now. She must have been lurking and then hiding when I showed up with Corey. Someone she didn't know. And how was it that she could even show up? She was supposed to be in prison. Was that why we'd been called here today? Because my mother was a fugitive? I really wished for anything but that. My relationship with my parents was both simple and complicated all at once. "Ah, you're here already," a voice sounded as the door behind us opened. I turned to see Antigone Theano walk inside in a flurry of billowing clothes. She wore a loose-fitting brown skirt that reached her mid-calf, with lace-up boots that were to die for. Above that was a white blouse under a long denim coat, which showed she also was under the denim spell of Atlantis. As always, her gray hair was in a loose updo above her neck. She stopped to shrug off her coat and hang it on a coat stand before she slipped behind her desk. Clearly, Raldo had been instructed to bring us here first thing, since she was obviously just arriving. He was nothing if not a follower of orders. "Right then," Antigone said, and rubbed her palms together a moment for warmth. Then she opened another file that lay beneath ours. "We have a new job for you. I trust you are sufficiently healed from your last ordeal." She looked up and squinted at us before seeming satisfied and focusing on the file again. "Your last job was to subdue a suspected kin member." "Or kill him," I cut in. Or did you do that for us? With Lucius Nicolaus no longer being cursed as a worm, he was no match for the state. He had tortured me and tried to kill us all, so I had little sympathy for him. Mr. Nicolaus resides in our dungeons as we speak, Miss Morgan, Antigone said with a cool stare my way. We are not here to talk about this prisoner, but another. I felt my heart rate speed up at that. I'd already talked to someone who was supposed to be a prisoner that night. We have reports of a high-ranking kin member on the loose in the city, Antigone went on. We are not certain of much, but rest assured that measures are being taken to ascertain where this person is now. I blinked. You mean you don't know? I glanced at Loki, who sat relaxed on his chair, before turning my eyes on Antigone again. I mean, we are looking into it, she said. Loki apparently couldn't help a chuckle at that. Antigone's stare didn't faze him at all, and she had no choice but to go on since staring him down wasn't an option. You mean you don't have control of your prisoners? I asked. I thought the dungeons were heavily guarded. They certainly had been during my time in them. But then, my mother had said she hadn't been imprisoned there. We have control, Antigone said. Naturally, Loki responded in a tone that really could mean anything. The red kin are, however, ever more in our midst. Like vermin, it's nigh on impossible to kill, Raldo volunteered. What we have is chatter, our handler went on. And it pays to listen to some forms of chatter. A high-ranking member of the original kin is on the move in the city, and we want them stopped. We already had an uprising by the new kin, though luckily quickly subdued. Do we need another? I shook my head. I meant that. Having learned what the kin had done to the city and the people in it during those 6 years, I had no reason to want any of them back. What intel do you have? Loki asked, likely to get this whole thing over with. Not much, but chatter, I'm afraid. Scared sources, vague descriptions, but we're not taking any chances. You have a past with these people, Ms. Morgan, and you have a past, Mr. Loft. I want you to either find this kin member or confirm it's only meritless chatter. Understood? When you say high-ranking member, I began. How high? Someone so high as to have serious clout with misguided and disgruntled members who got away last time. Do not think they can't come back just because most of them were sentenced. And we have taken precautions, Ms. Morgan. No matter how much one learns, so does the enemy. Any leads for us? Loki asked. No. Didn't really think so. Then how do we even begin? I asked. I'm sure you have sources, Ms. Morgan. Not unless Walworth was a secret kin member. Your work for us is also not common knowledge. That might work in your favor. Considering an ex-god lived in my house, my best friend was a bog witch, and I was dating a half-elf, I somehow didn't think I'd pass much scrutiny among kin members of the anti-magic cult these days. Also, my mother had mentioned she knew about my working for the state, so there was that. You also have Raldo here at your disposal. I turned my head and looked at the hunter. Do you have any leads? No. Great, I said, and nodded at Antigone. What else was there to do? Chapter 4. What were you doing out all night anyway? I asked. Gallivanting? I do not gallivant. I was having sex with my wife. Dude, you don't have to be so detailed about it. Certainly not so loud. I glanced around us, but the people bustling about on the street weren't close enough to hear. We were seated in the outside section of a small cafe about half an hour's walk from the pyramid. We'd chosen to sit outside since the sun had finally risen, and most people preferred to be inside, away from the heat. How was that detailed? Loki asked. I was merely stating facts. Why are you so bothered anyway? If the 2 men's shirt buttons strewn in the foyer this morning are anything to go by, I'd say you yourself were gallivanting last night, because we both know Walworth wouldn't have left them there had he seen them, and he would have seen them before going to bed. I could feel my cheeks blush at this. That, of course, made the bastard laugh. "Are you already betrothed to this cub as well, Chastity? Or was your friend's boyfriend a special case?" "You're an idiot, Loki. And don't call me that. I am merely hitting the proverbial nail on the head. Besides, you're the one who says I should live a little." "True. This isn't going to be a problem, is it? Like, with Arlen?" Loki was always oddly supportive in these matters, but I had no idea if Arlen was the same. Corey and I had been seeing each other for a while, and she hadn't said anything. Not that it was anyone's business. "I'm sure she worries about the boy's morals being corrupted." "Corrupted? As in, improving?" "Yes." "You guys are so weird," I said, and shook my head as Loki merely laughed. "Here are your coffees." A chipper voice broke in as the waitress arrived with our orders. A black coffee for me, and the same with added chili for Loki. He flashed her a dashing grin in thanks, and she went away smiling. "Seriously? You're going to end up getting that for free, aren't you?" Loki shrugged. "I can't help it if—" "You wouldn't be able to if I threw this in your face," I said, and indicated my own coffee. Well, I'd just heal incredibly fast and then be back to my most handsome self before— "Never mind." I cut him off and was met with laughter again. "Now," he said a moment later, his face shifting back to serious, "about this high-ranking kin member on the loose in the city." I didn't have to turn around to know the waitress had gone inside again. There was a reason we'd chosen to sit outside in the hot sun, drinking coffee. No one else was here to listen, and now that our order had been served, no one was set to interrupt us. "You think it's my mother?" I asked. "It's a possibility." I nodded solemnly. "I guess, but she said Kerwin Bowden is in the city." "She did," Loki acknowledged, taking a long drag of his scalding hot chili coffee. Did he have a death wish? "And what does that tell you?" I thought about it for a moment. "That they're not aligned in whatever they're up to." "Sounds like it." I eyed him. He sounded too nonchalant. "What?" He tilted his head sideways for a moment. "Does that sound plausible to you, or—" "What are you fishing for, Loki?" "Actually, I'm not. You speak little of your parents beyond the most obvious, that they were misguided in their belief in the Red Kin and its leader. Besides that, I have no notion of who they were or are." I considered this. Well, my dad, Morgan Ellis, ran a trading company from Earthside, after his dad. Canned goods. The Morgan mansion was my grandfather's originally, but the family didn't stay there much. As far as I know, my Aunt Evadne runs the business now, from the Earthside realm. My parents met because of this. I don't really know the details, but they ended up married. My mom is Morgan Sieran. I think she may have introduced my dad to the teachings of the Red Kin around that time, but I'm not sure about that. I suspect Uncle Alan believes it's the other way around. Anyway, I remember my dad liking to read a lot. He loved the library in his office. And the garden. I think it offered something that was kind of exotic to him, given a lot of things grow together in this realm, but not Earthside. "And your mother?" I blinked. "I told you about her." Loki smiled and drank some more of his fiery coffee. "You didn't, really. Well, I don't know. My earliest memories are of her teaching me in the ways of the kin." "No extracurricular hobbies?" I perked up. "She liked to sing. We would do that when I was little." "Sing what?" I shrugged. "Songs for children." "Kin songs?" I thought about it. "Yeah, I think so." Loki didn't press the matter. But I did remember that. I had loved it. It was a distinct memory of my mother and me doing something fun together when I was a little girl. "Anyway," I went on, "I was raised Earthside until about 14. They took me here then. I remember hating it at first. I missed my friends Earthside. School. Stuff we did after. Normal things, I guess. When I came here, the only schooling I received was the teachings of the kin. In earnest now. It was around this time we started seeing less of Uncle Alan. He didn't condone their choices. I get it now. Then, after the coup, we moved into the pyramid and I didn't see them that often. They were high up, members of the fire circle, Kerwin's most trusted people. That came with a lot of responsibilities. They indoctrinated you from a young age, Loki commented. Yes, for as long as I can remember. So, what does all this tell you about Kerwin Bowden potentially running around free in the city? Not much. Oh, gee, thank you for having me spill my guts then, Loki smiled. I mean that it tells me little of Kerwin Bowden and a lot about your parents. Your mother's visit last night was indeed the most illuminating. Okay? How so? He eyed me a moment, like he was considering if I could handle it. I have come to the conclusion that the way they raised me wasn't a good one, you know. I can handle plain speak about them. Loki gazed lazily at the people walking on the street next to us a moment. Then he drained his cup and seemed to smile at the sting of the chili. We have two separate, yet likely relatable, occurrences within hours of each other. Your mother, a red kin member, and a high-ranking one at that, shows up in your garden in the middle of the night. She talks of her illustrious guide being in the city, though not in the dungeon. Yeah, I agreed. So it's totally plausible that he's the kin member the Office of Domestic Affairs has caught chatter on. Loki responded to that. What does that mean? What? It could also be your mother. Yeah, I guess. I sighed and picked up the coffee cup simply to hold the warm container in my hands. Did you notice that we, for once, did not receive a redacted file on this job? I did. Seems chatter really is all they have. But chatter can be informative. Now you sound just like them. Loki made a grimace. Don't insult me this early in the day, Red. Well, what do you think we should do about this? Where do we even start looking? How are your Redkin connections? Bad? I broke off contact when I was exiled. Admirable when leaving a cult, I suppose. Less convenient when trying to find said cult members. The way I see it, we have two paths to tread here. Yeah, I agreed. Finding the high-ranking kin member on the loose? Yes, but also why there is indeed at least one, if not two on the loose. Yeah, that is weird. Escaping the dungeons? I don't think that's ever been done. Loki merely smiled. Not officially, no, but it strikes me as odd, especially if two of them did. It would be all over the papers. Not necessarily. Think of the embarrassment for the state. Think of the fear in the Lantians. Good point. So you think we should figure out where the higher-ups in the kin are being imprisoned? Because it's likely not in the dungeon? Oh, wow. I blurted. What? I was never allowed to see my parents after the fall. It's because they're not in Atlantis, isn't it? At least not in the dungeons. Loki pressed his lips together and tilted his head a moment. Yes, I am starting to believe so. So, how do we figure out where? I suppose we need someone working for the state to tell us. You think our handler and her guard dog will do that? I could imagine the laughter inside Raldo at such a question. There was a reason Antigone had told us as little as she had. And, Loki continued, we need to find loyal kin members to begin sussing out which high-ranking kin member is roaming the city. Oh well, great. All of that sounds easy. I let the sarcasm bleed from my voice. Loki ignored that and stood. I alerted the waitress inside that we were done here and saw her through the windows, moving toward the door. I say we start with the state. We don't know anyone working for them, I pointed out, as the waitress left the bill on our table, fluttering her eyelashes at Loki. We do indeed. Your mother mentioned him herself. Who? I said as I took the bill. Oh, Uncle Alan? Yes, none other. Yeah, 'cause he won't kill us the moment he sees us. Arrest, more like, Loki said with no concern, and began leaving the seating area. I glanced at the bill, ready to pay, and saw it was for one single black coffee. Chapter 5. It's sad that I don't even know where my uncle lives, I commented much later that day. The sun had set again, and the temperature was somewhat cooler. We were standing across the street from my uncle's home, an apartment building in the Asteria Isle district. It seemed a fairly nice and safe neighborhood. The street was lined with well-maintained buildings, their facades a mix of warm, earthy tones. A few people strolled along the sidewalks, some walking their dogs, others carrying groceries. The occasional carriage drove by, gas headlights briefly illuminating the tranquil scene. The overall atmosphere was one of a close-knit community where residents felt secure and at ease. "Look at the bright side, Red," Loki said from where he leaned against a wall, eyes on the building. "At least you know it now." "Yeah, but after we spent the day staking out his place of work, a constabulary office, I might add, and then followed him here. Somehow I think family usually don't do such things to each other." "Well, families aren't perfect, are they? Sometimes you have to go to extremes to get answers," Loki replied with a shrug. "Now come on. His apartment is the third door on the left, on the third floor." "Fine," I said, and followed Loki across the street. 2 minutes later, we stood by what was, by all accounts, Uncle Alan's door. We'd seen him a few times through the windows. I knocked and heard steps approaching from within. When the door opened, I was taken by surprise, though not as much as he was. I didn't think I'd ever seen him out of his work uniform before. Even on the occasions before the coup when he'd visited my parents, he'd come in uniform, likely to make it clear he was not to be corrupted into the kin. Now he wore a deep blue shirt and light jeans, which told me even he had succumbed to the denim craze of Atlantis, and normal socks instead of the standard-issue boots of the constabulary. He looked so normal. "Hi, Uncle Alan," I greeted him with a smile. His blue eyes bulged a second. They were usually so like my mother's. His hair was different, though, darker in tone. "Care for a chat?" I followed up. He looked like he was about to have a stroke or yell at the top of his lungs, or both, but the sound of a door opening across the hall stopped that. He glanced over there and then stepped aside so Loki and I could enter before the neighbor got a good look. "What in the realms are you doing here?" he snarled the moment he closed the door. He managed to keep his voice level, likely to prevent the neighbor from noticing anything. "Gosh, Uncle, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you're embarrassed to be seen with me." "I don't want to see you at all," he said. "Not your boyfriend here either." "No need for insults," Loki said to that. I drew breath to answer Uncle, but looked at Loki. "Really? That is an insult to you?" Loki shrugged and simply threw himself into a nearby soft chair, uninvited. "In this case, the shoe does not fit." "Huh. I got that one. Why are you here?" Uncle Alan repeated through hard-pressed teeth. "Family matters," I said, and moved away from the door a bit. The apartment was tidy and warm, with a cozy, lived-in feel. The walls were painted in soothing, neutral tones, and the furniture was comfortable and inviting. A few potted plants added a touch of greenery, while framed photographs and personal mementos adorned the shelves and tables, giving the space a sense of character and history. I even recognized a few of the people in those photos, relatives of ours, a few generations back. It gave me pause. While the Morgan mansion was a nice place, it was furnished and decorated to impress. Uncle's home was the way he liked it. A true home. "Family, huh?" he scoffed. I turned back to Uncle and shrugged. "Whether you like it or not." "How's your sister?" Loki asked nonchalantly, while seemingly interested in some knickknacks on a nearby side table. Uncle Alan's gaze snapped to him and then back to me. "What do you want?" I shrugged again. "What he said." I nodded sideways in Loki's direction. How's my mom? Been to visit her lately? Uncle canted his head. Why would I? Visit your dear sister who is serving her time, Loki drawled rhetorically. You throw the word family around like it has meaning to you, Uncle Alan said to me. No, I have not, nor will I ever visit my traitor sister in prison. Understandable, I said, because it actually was. I understood now, after a few years away from the kin, what damage we had truly done, both to the city and the Lantians, but also to my uncle who'd worked hard to have a career in the constabulary. But the thing is, I need to talk to her and I don't know where she is. In the dungeons, Uncle snapped and eyed Loki, who was examining some glass figurine with interest. I've never been able to see her, I said. In fact, I have the distinct impression she's not there. Uncle Alan scoffed at that, clearly not believing me. I shrugged. I guess you were right, Loki, I said, and nodded sideways at the door. He knows nothing. Loki stood and put the figurine down. You're actually trying to tell me my sister isn't in prison? We're not saying anything, Loki drawled. We're just trying to find her. Why? Do I need a reason besides missing my dear mother? I said. Uncle Alan snorted. You honestly think the state would have invested what they did, risked what they did to bring the kin down, only to not punish the criminals that ran that cult? You must be more delusional than I thought. I was delusional, I'll admit that, I conceded. Now I just want some answers. I sighed and nodded at Loki. Oh well, too bad you don't have any, I added, and with that we left his place. No neighbor waited to see who we were, so my uncle was safe there as we made our way out of the apartment building. You think it worked? I asked Loki when we were at a safe distance and certain my uncle wasn't following us. Loki shrugged and sidestepped a small statue of a dog placed on the sidewalk. It's in the constable's nature to be curious, and this one worked twice as hard as the rest to become an inspector. I say we give him some time. We walked on in silence for a few steps, some people on the other side of the street preoccupied with their own conversation. One thing he said reminded me of something, though, Loki went on. And that is? He mentioned the resources put in to stop the Red Kin the first time around. Yeah, so? One of those resources was my wife, remember? Arlen? Yeah, that's true, I said. She and Corey had, after all, brought down the magical shield that protected the kin in those last days in the pyramid. Arlen is not cheap, certainly not when the state is paying. That was not a simple operation. You get my drift? I stopped mid-track, which made him do the same and face me. You mean she had sources in the kin? Loki nodded. There was no way Corey could have gotten inside without inside help. I groaned. Corey's sting inside the pyramid had landed me in the dungeons. Deservedly so, but still. This means they have more contacts in the kin than I do, doesn't it? Yes, Loki said with a bright smile likely meant to annoy me. It worked like a charm. Let's go rehash that day with your new paramour, shall we? Chapter 6. I'd seen Arlen's villa before, been inside it too, but not in daylight. It was much as I remembered it, only more inviting. The grand estate was even more impressive in the light of day. At its heart, the sprawling main house stood proudly amidst carefully manicured gardens, its elegant facade gleaming in the sunlight. Around it, lawns lay lush and green, dotted with colorful flower beds and neatly trimmed hedges. A fountain gurgled cheerfully in the center of the front garden, its sparkling water catching the light and creating a soothing ambiance. The overall effect was one of opulence and refinement, a testament to the wealth and status of its occupants. Wow, it's kind of nice, I said, and looked at Loki when he didn't make a comment. He was squinting a bit at the place. Something wrong? She changed the locks. The locks, I repeated. Loki indicated the massive front door with an upward nod. New metal fittings. I'll have to take your word for it. Isn't that a bit simple, though? Are locks really a challenge for either of you? She changed the wards, too, he said, and I thought I saw a hint of a smile, like this was an inviting challenge. Of course she did. You know, sleeping with you must be very disappointing if this is what it leads to. That made him laugh outright. Come now, Red. If that were true, she wouldn't keep coming back for more. She changed the locks to give the neighbors a chance to rest. Walls are thin, you know. I glanced over at the thick stone walls, and before I could respond, he was on the move. Let's go, he added over his shoulder, and crossed to the property, walking toward the front door. From there, he took a left and headed for the garden. A large, wrought iron fence was no challenge for him, and I followed, climbing over and avoiding getting poked by the pointy bits on top. So, we're breaking in now? I asked as I hurried after him, the floral sense of the garden surrounding me properly here. The carefully tended gardens were a sensory delight. I sliced through the invisible threads of wards as we encountered them, Loki pointing them out faster than I could have detected them, rendering the alarms useless. Maybe a servant can let us in, I asked, hopeful. They're not here, Loki said, eyeing the wall ahead. How do you even know? Never mind, I said and shook my head. Whatever signs he saw, I didn't. Isn't this your house too? Shouldn't you be able to walk right in? It is, and no. Well, that's comforting, I muttered and looked around. I wasn't surprised to see there were no obvious places for neighbors to stare into the garden. Most of the surrounding buildings had few windows facing this way, and large trees in the garden blocked the view of certain parts of Arlen's villa, and Loki's. I had no doubt it was both their house. So she's still mad about you not telling her you were back, huh? Things are not as simple as you make them out to be, Red. Loki stepped over to the wall and put his hand on it. It is new, all right, he murmured at whatever he felt there. Okay, so let's wait, or come back later then. Loki scoffed at me. I will not stand around my own home like some beggar. Of course. I sighed and glanced up the wall myself. I knew where this was going. See that gabled dormer with the small window up there? I nodded. Rather obvious weakness, isn't it? We're going in that general direction, not through it. We don't advertise where people can enter. He sounded almost insulted at the thought. And you, of course, he added, turning his unnatural green eyes on me, will not speak of this entryway to my dearest wife. I huffed. Do I want to end up in a fight between you two? No, thank you. I like my sanity. Contrary to what your cult upbringing would have you believe, disagreeing on something is not the same as fighting. I stopped myself and eyed him. How am I supposed to argue with that, huh? Loki shrugged and smiled. I know. It's hard to argue with someone of such erudition as myself. Shut up, I muttered. Are we doing this or what? Up toward that dormer, he reiterated, and gave me an encouraging nod. You first. Oh, come on, I argued, but went to work anyway. Me first meant having to speed up to avoid him catching up, and then complaining about my weak pipe-stalk arms. Needless to say, the next few minutes were spent in high concentration, focused on nothing but my next hand and footholds. I didn't know if the house had been built like this or modified later, but the rock wall was smooth, clearly meant to make climbing difficult. All I had to use were the window frames and, in one place, a flimsy-looking drain pipe that hid a nifty handhold, camouflaged as a pipe bracket. I had to ask Loki for directions a couple of times, but at least he wasn't annoying about it as we scaled the wall and, after a couple of minutes, reached the roof. The tiles up there were, of course, annoyingly slippery. Seriously, did you guys coat these with slime or something? I wheezed back at him as he was still on the wall below me, smiling his annoying, smug smile. Not slime. But yes, we don't want unwanted visitors up here, do we? Who in their right minds would climb up here? I said dryly. Some people fly, you know. Of course, I said, and drew breath steadily to focus. I was precariously perched over the edge of the roof, my left foot standing on nothing but a sturdy nail in the wall. It had been almost impossible to see, placed as it was in the shadow under the roof's edge. I was simply grateful I wore ankle boots with thick soles. A bee came flying next to my head, buzzing and curious. I am not a flower, I told it, not daring to move should it become angered. Thankfully, it found me unappealing and flew away. I looked down at Loki again. Would you mind telling me what to look for so I don't fall to an untimely death? Loki, the bastard, chuckled below me. This would have been easier had he gone first. Look closely, Red. I sighed heavily and did. Then I angled my head and saw how a few tiles had a slightly different color than the rest, a darker red, but it was hard to detect even in sunlight. I also noticed a slight protrusion behind a few of them. Carefully, keeping an extra hard grip on the edge with my left hand, I reached out and touched the little protrusion. It was like a mirage of sorts. When I touched it, I felt the warmth from the sun much more than in the tiles, which were also warm. It was metal. A proper handhold, small and hard to hold onto, but a handhold nonetheless. The tile beneath it was not slippery like the rest. You built this way into your own home? I asked as I dragged myself over the edge and was finally properly on the roof. Of course. It surprises me you haven't done the same to your own. Oh, I don't know. Because I'm not constantly bickering with a spouse? I angled my head again, saw the trail of safe tiles, and crawled upward, the dormer suddenly reachable. And what if your house was to be overtaken by someone with ill intent? I, never thought about it. I think most people don't. Which is why most people are easy to rob and subdue. I'm pretty sure Amaryllia isn't out to rob me, nor able to climb a ladder, let alone a wall. Hurting you is a more likely option, my climbing companion offered. I reached the dormer and waited for him to catch up, which annoyingly took only a few seconds before he was lying flat against the roof on my right side, hanging on by the dormer windowsill, just like me. Now what? You said it wasn't this window. That would be too easy. Naturally. There's a difficult ward on it. Loki looked over his shoulder, farther to the right. The next part requires some determination, and then some magic. He pushed off and rolled twice to his right, where he reached out and grabbed another hidden handhold, right before he would have slid off the wall and over the edge to sudden death. Seriously? I blurted. There was nothing but the slippery tiles between us, and only that little handhold. Come on, Red, before we're spotted. I glanced back and saw that the large tree was no longer hiding him. Eyeing the tiny handhold, half of which was occupied by Loki's strained fingers, I did as he said. I pushed over and rolled twice, feeling the slick tiles under me, as I reached out and slammed my fingers down next to his. My body finally gave in to gravity and slid down until I hung by only 3 fingers clinging to the handhold. Didn't think I was gonna make it, huh? I noticed his hand on my back, clutching my jacket hard. Just a precaution, he said. You good? I nodded and focused on hanging on as he let go. He then moved his free hand over a small part of the roof between us. Golden magic flowed from his fingers, and a few seconds later, an opening appeared. You did this? I asked. I didn't think he could perform such magic. The opening was perfectly cut into the tiles. There were no jagged or broken edges. A stone witch did. Now climb in. It won't stay open long. That's the point. Doing as he said, I grabbed hold of the edge, solid and a relief at that point, and hauled myself inside, head first. I landed awkwardly on the floor, bruising my shoulder in the process, but had the wherewithal to roll out of the way so Loki could follow without landing on me, and I barely registered his perfect landing, palms flat on the floor before he flipped over into a perfectly balanced crouch. He really was like a damn cat sometimes. That was when the light from above vanished as the opening closed. That was a short window. Funny. And again, that's the point, Loki said and stood. Then he eyed me on the floor. We need to work on your landings, Red. You're like an old cat flopping around. That was not really the type of feline grace I was hoping for, but I got up without a word. So the magic part. That's why you showed me that way inside? Because I can't make it till the end on my own? Loki shrugged and smiled. Despite the light from above vanishing, we could see each other and the space we were in. It was an attic, long and with a low ceiling on each side. We were directly under the top of the roof. We could stand up fully in the middle of the space, though. It was filled with crates, chests, and other containers full of artifacts, weapons, and textiles. It all looked like it had been stuffed up there without much of a plan. Is this Arlen's treasury or something? I asked as I followed him when he walked past me in the direction of what I hoped was a way out of there. Ha! He uttered and picked up a random dagger covered with jewels. No, don't you know every home has a messy attic? He said, and tossed the dagger, which was likely worth half a year's salary in Atlantis, to the side like it was nothing. It landed on a pile of textiles. Silk? On the other side of the aisle we were walking on. Yeah, but usually old, discarded, useless things. Not this, I added, indicating glittering things that looked incredibly valuable. Loki merely shrugged and walked on, and I noticed a door down there, our way out. Or down into the large house, as it were. Hey! I blurted when something else caught my eye. I actually ran forward and pushed a surprised Loki to the side on my way to a half-open wooden chest. This is it, I said as I grabbed the thing and held it up for him to see. It was a black crystal, oblong and faceted along the sides. A crystal? Loki said, hardly impressed. I'll grant you the color is unusual, but that's about it. No, this is what Corey stole from the pyramid the day the kin fell. It's what kept the magic shield up. When he did that, the soldiers stormed the pyramid, and we were all arrested. Ah, yes. That was quite a feat of magic from an anti-magic cult. Which makes it all the more likely that we are on the right track. Someone must have helped him get inside. Someone must have provided this magical shield for the kin as well. I nodded, a little distracted, as I looked down at the chest. It was filled with knickknacks. Maybe magical things, maybe not. A weird place to put it, I mumbled. That was the catalyst for the fall of the kin. Loki shrugged, like it wasn't a surprise to him to see it so unceremoniously discarded in an attic. Other than learning from them, it doesn't do to dwell on old jobs. I guess, I said, and put the crystal back. Anyway, he went on, let's go to the kitchen while we wait and find some food. That chili coffee really woke the system up. Yeah, I said, and followed. It certainly wasn't the arduous climb up a wall and a slippery roof. Chapter 7. I don't even know what this is, I said, talking around my chewing, but it's delicious. Loki shrugged. Some elfine dish, I think. I looked down at my plate, the colorful and tasty food, savory and slightly spicy, full of vegetables I couldn't identify, but that tasted great even after being heated in the microwave. Does that mean I'm stuck here forever? Isn't that what happens when people eat fae food? I wouldn't put it past her, Loki said, and continued eating the same thing from his own plate. I'm just going to take your actions here as meaning there's no threat, I mumbled and kept eating. It really was good. We sat in the main kitchen of the villa on the ground floor. The large, high-ceilinged room exuded rustic charm, A mix of worn wood, brass fittings, and soft, muted colors created a space that felt both lived in and carefully curated. Warm, terracotta tiles in a herringbone pattern added texture, while the large island was decorated with custom tiles featuring floral illustrations. Copper pots gleamed from open racks, hinting at serious culinary activity, while eclectic chairs and vintage light fixtures lent a playful, collected-over-time aesthetic. The overall impression was that of a working kitchen that was inviting and oddly characterful, considering the couple who owned the place. I didn't really see either of them cooking much. Right now, it smelled of our food, but when we'd first entered to forage the large fridge, the dominant scents had been various spices. "Is this where you guys eat normally?" I asked as I looked around. "Not when the staff are here." "Staff?" I repeated. That explained who did the cooking. I'd seen some of them at a distance the last time I was here, and they'd struck me as not being the normal kind. But of course Arlen and Loki would hire certain types of people who didn't ask questions and weren't present at all times. It had to be a good job if you weren't skittish and too curious. "Why in the realms do you even live at my place?" I blurted. Walworth was all I had, and while excellent at his job and a general treasure, he barely tolerated Loki and the chaos he sometimes left behind. "I'm forced to, remember?" Swallowing a mouthful, I nodded thoughtfully. "Yeah, but do you really think they pay that much attention as long as we do our jobs?" "I do," he said, and forked in some food. "Care to expound?" I asked when he just chewed on happily. "Aside from the lapdog hunter on our tail, your neighbor, not Amaryllia, but the one right across the street, I forget his name." I huffed. "No, you don't. You just want to test if I know it." Loki smiled. "Well, Gregor. I may not know my neighbors, since they don't want to know me, but I know who he is. Did you know he spies for the Office of Domestic Affairs?" I pursed my lips. "No," I conceded. I hadn't noticed anything unusual. But then, Gregor didn't really have to make an effort to see who came and went through my front door, did he? Our houses faced each other with the street in the middle. "Well," Loki said and got up, looking around. "It's rather obvious. As long as we're both seen at your house often enough, our handlers believe they have us under control." Talk about nosy neighbors, I thought. Corey was right. The best spies were the ones who were already too curious, and when given a purpose, to call it that, they were good informants. Gregor likely thought he was working for the state on important matters. "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked, as Loki began looking through some bottles on a silver tray on one of the counters. "You should see these things yourself by now, Red." I huffed again, but he was right. Amaryllia might have been the loudest and most obnoxious of my neighbors, but that didn't mean she was the only one with bad feelings toward my past. "Ah, finally," Loki said. "Something proper." He grabbed one of the bottles and then found a couple of glasses in a cupboard. His every action spoke of knowing this place like the back of his hand. "What's that?" I asked as he sat again and opened the bottle. It was made of dark green glass and had a label in a language I couldn't read. "Elfine wine, golden dew, one of the few good things to come from that realm," he said, and poured us some. "Except your wife?" I asked. Loki chuckled. "If you call her good, she will likely hiss at you." "Well, pardon me," I said, and took a sip. I couldn't help my eyes widening at the taste. The wine was a pale golden color, shimmering like liquid sunshine in the glass. The aroma was heady and intoxicating, with notes of ripe, honeyed fruit and delicate floral undertones. As I took a sip, the flavor burst on my tongue, a perfect balance of sweetness and acidity. "This is seriously good," I said. I'd never tasted anything like it before. I was so preoccupied I didn't hear anyone approach outside the kitchen before the door opened and a familiar voice interrupted. "Stealing my wine?" I didn't need to turn to know it was Arlen. As if there aren't 20 cases of this in the cellar, Loki said and raised his glass to her in a mock salute. I turned and saw her entering fully, closely followed by Corey. I couldn't help raising my eyebrows. They were both dressed in the light gray uniforms of the Atlantis constabulary. Arlen wore the women's uniform with a skirt. As far as I knew, they could choose between pants and skirts, but Arlen seemed to favor dresses and skirts. Corey wore the regular men's uniform. "What the?" I began, but Loki stopped me from asking anything. "Unless you really want to know, Red, it's best not to ask too many questions." As the two came farther into the kitchen and closer, I also noticed Arlen wore the insignia of a sergeant while Corey was a corporal. I had so many questions. But Arlen was stuck on her husband's presence. "I changed the locks," she said, her dark eyes on him, but despite her imposing figure, I couldn't detect anything but some amusement there. She was a striking figure, too, with her pitch-black hair in a tight bun at the neck, fitting for a constable in uniform. Her hair was brushed back, covering the peaked tips of her ears, her most revealing feature, something someone could easily notice and remember, but not now. "You did," Loki said to her comment. "I changed the wards too, darling. And yet, here you are." Loki shrugged. "We were hungry, and you know how good cook's food is." "I see that. We are here now too because I changed the wards," she said, and looked at me. "Someone rendered parts of them useless." "Don't know what you're talking about," I said automatically. Arlen gave my sheathed daggers a pointed stare, but didn't comment. "So, you set up a warning system?" Loki said. "Excellent." It really was, since we needed to talk to them and not wait all day. It didn't surprise me Arlen had done this. She'd been curious the night I broke in about how I could pass through her wards and not be detected. Seemed she'd learned. "When you call something excellent, darling, all kinds of alarm bells go off," she said, and turned her attention on him again. "What way did you come inside, by the way?" "I found your route through the third-floor window on the west side, you know. Very sloppy." She actually tutted. "It took you 30 years, though," he said. He didn't seem the least bit offended. He sat leaning back on the chair, an easy smile on his face, his unnaturally green eyes conveying nothing but amusement. This was actually part of our plan, as far as we had one. As the two of them bickered about break-ins and expensive wine, I glanced over at Corey with a plea for help, which was actually genuine. He smiled at me, and I felt something go topsy-turvy in my stomach as I got up and followed him when he nodded toward the door. "Thanks," I said as we stepped into the hallway outside the kitchen. It was, like the kitchen, high under the ceiling, and while mostly spacious, still decorated with mirrors on the walls and pedestals with large green potted plants. The floor was covered by a long, deep green carpet, not a spot on it despite being so close to the kitchen. "How do you survive when they're in the same place even for a short while?" I added as he stepped closer. "By running to the other side of the villa," he said and smiled warmly at me. The muffled voices from the kitchen became background noise as he leaned in and kissed me. That was not part of the plan, but who cared? I certainly didn't. Instead, I went with it, feeling his warm lips against mine as we slid our arms around each other. "That wine does taste sweet," he murmured after a while, and made me laugh. We didn't break apart, though. While this was all so new, especially since I'd never dated anyone outside the kin, it felt oddly familiar. Maybe that was when normal people knew it was right? I had no idea. All I could do was go along and see where it went. "You look so strange in these clothes," I said, and brushed my hand from his chest up to his shoulder, the fabric soft to the touch. The entire outfit looked authentic. Had they sewn them themselves, or stolen them? "Strange, not handsome and dashing," I smiled and nodded, because he did look like that. but still, it was like seeing a wolf wear sheep's wool. Like some laws of nature have been broken, I quipped. That happens all the time in this city of magic. True. And I'm sorry for leaving in such a hurry the other night, by the way. I'd only had time to run upstairs and throw some clothes on in a hurry, as Raldo waited downstairs. Corey smiled. It's not every day a thief is told to make themselves at home in someone's house. I shrugged, enjoying our closeness, his arms around me. The only thing I have that I value at all is Walworth, and he was still there when I got back, so it's safe to say I trust you now. Corey chuckled. Well, I had to do the walk of shame past him, and he proceeded to hand me 2 of my shirt buttons that had fallen off somewhere. Oh, God. Really? I had a hard time not laughing at that. Yep. I don't think I've blushed like that since I was a boy, and my granny caught me stealing sweets. I bent my head forward and rested my forehead against his chest. You really started your career young, huh? I sure learned not to steal from grandmas. They can be vicious. That made me laugh, but even out there in the hallway it was muffled by Arlen's voice from inside the kitchen. I straightened again. Are they always like this? Corey gave a quick shrug. Pretty much these days. I think they are both opposites and more alike than you'd think. But they didn't always. Really? I didn't bother hiding my curiosity. Well, I came here a short time before he was exiled, so I don't know for sure. Know what, for sure? Corey opened his mouth to say something, then closed it and eyed me. Oh, come on. It's not like I'm asking about your boss's secrets. You live with her and I live with him. Which, when you think about it, is a really weird situation. Consider it survival information. Corey both eyed me through narrowed eyes and couldn't help a smile, so I knew I had him. I think they always bicker, but not quite like this, he finally began. I think those 2 challenge each other and appreciate that, but when he got exiled, something changed. And that was? I was so curious now I was holding my breath. I had no idea why Loki had been exiled, but I knew it had something to do with the kin, which made little sense, because he could never have been a member. His eyes were a dead giveaway of a magically inclined person. Then there was his personality. Even if he'd agreed with the kin in some bizarro world, his chaotic personality would never have conformed. No, he didn't fit the mold of the kin at all. I have no idea, Corey said, to my disappointment. But I get the impression that they blame each other for something related to that whole ordeal. Huh, I uttered, letting out a breath. Corey brushed my hair behind my ear and smiled. Unless you can get one of them to tell you, I don't think you'll find out. Secrets are kind of their business, right? And yours, I added, though with no judgment which, judging by his smile, he seemed to pick up on. Sometimes, but not their secrets. He leaned in and kissed me again, his lips soft and warm against mine, his hand gently cupping my cheek. It almost made me forget everything else. Almost. Speaking of secrets, I gasped when we broke for air, our foreheads together. Yes? I decided to jump in. Remember the day when you broke into the pyramid and I ended up arrested and exiled? Corey winced and then shook his head, straightening up a bit before he chuckled. I thought we'd moved past that. Oh, we have. I'm still a bit miffed, mind you, but I get it. I waved it off with a hand between us. But I am curious about how, exactly, you got inside a place with a magical barrier that prevented people from doing exactly that. And why, all of a sudden, are you so curious? I recognized the look in his eyes now. I'd seen that mere minutes ago in the kitchen in Loki's eyes. He was amused, which meant he was onto me. Not like I was a master at subterfuge, though. Always have been, I said as nonchalantly as I could. I can't tell you that. This time I eyed him. Standing pressed together, holding each other, it wasn't like either of us could escape scrutiny, but his face showed no hint of lying. Then again, he worked for Arlen, who was married to Loki. These people had skills I could only dream of when it came to keeping secrets. Why not? What does it matter now? I don't know why it suddenly matters now, Em. You tell me. But Arlen did the groundwork. I only did the break-in. For a moment, I just stared at him. I can't tell whether or not you're telling the truth, he shrugged. I am telling the truth. We met under some strange circumstances, you and I. This time around, we have some choices. I still stared at him, but tried seeing past the handsome features, past my own growing feelings. I had to trust that he was telling the truth. That was hard, though. I was not the best at reading people, certainly not like Loki was, and I had been lied to for most of my life. Trusting Corey meant taking a chance that could end up hurting me, or it could turn into the best thing there was. I noticed the quiet around us then. That's odd, I said, as Corey turned his face toward the kitchen door like he heard something. Oh no, you don't think they're doing it on the kitchen table, I blurted, remembering the last time I'd walked in on them. Despite their bickering, they didn't seem able to keep their hands off each other. They truly were the strangest pairing I knew of. No, was all Corey could utter before he let go of me. He didn't step away, though, and when the door opened, we still stood conspiratorially close. So this was your plan, husband? Arlen said over her shoulder without letting us go with her eyes. Plan? Me? Loki shouted from the kitchen table, sounding so over-the-top innocent it was ridiculous. Arlen shook her head. I am sure you are not telling trade secrets to your new bedfellow. You know better than to fall for honeypots. I'm not a honeypot, I said, crossing my arms over my chest at the suggestion before Corey could say anything. I know you are not, my dear, Arlen said and patted my arm, making me drop the stance at once. But men do become foolish when first smitten. And why would he not be smitten by you? She added, and took a tress of my hair between her fingers before dropping it. Her smile seemed genuinely nice. What's happening? I hissed at Corey, because I truly was so bad at reading people. She's being nice to you and insulting me, he said. That's what I thought, I said, and managed a nervous smile Arlen's way. Well, you have been with me for nigh on 3 years now, Corey, and I would be utterly disappointed if you fell for this. She eyed me and then looked back over her shoulder at her husband, before watching both Corey and me again. Whatever this is. I looked to Corey, who only shrugged. If he was telling the truth, he didn't have the information we needed, but Arlen did. She had no reason to tell me, though. I'm sorry about the plan, I told him, and he chuckled at that. Apparently, he found my attempt at getting the information from him amusing. We need some information about the night the pyramid fell. Interesting topic, Arlen commented. Yeah, well, we need to find a kin member, and to do that we need to find any kin member who knows anything. And there's something strange going on. We don't think all the convicted kin are in the dungeons, but why risk so much on stopping them and then not keep them locked up under the pyramid? That was quite jumbled, dearie, Arlen said. But from what I gathered, you want to talk to whoever helped us break in there? I nodded vigorously. Yes, because whoever did that got a deal from the state, right? So they likely know all kinds of things about that night and what happened afterward. And you, a convicted kinswoman, do not know anyone yourself? I shook my head. I broke off contact. Besides, I hang out with people like all of you. I don't think I'd be welcomed back, do you? Yes, you have changed your ways in admirable ways, Arlen said. She looked at Corey and then at me again. I did have a contact within the kin, a spy, whose side he spied for is unclear to this day. I sighed in relief. And he was magically inclined? Oh no. Then how did you get inside the shield? I asked Corey, though he only shrugged. I used a witch for that, Arlen clarified. A witch? An insider. The spy facilitated that. Okay, can you contact them? We need to talk to them. Arlen considered this. Perhaps. The spy, at least. The witch. Not so much. She was elusive then and remains so to this day. That didn't sound all that uplifting, but I knew a witch who might help. They had their guilds, and maybe they had their own chatter when it came to the Red Kin. So the spy, then? I said to Arlen. Can you put us in touch with him? Arlen pursed her red lips sideways as she thought about it. Then she looked at me and smiled again. For you, dearie. Yes. Okay, I nodded again, in relief this time. Thanks. You are most welcome. She glanced over her shoulder again and cut herself off. Then she entered the kitchen, and Corey and I followed before the door swung shut. Arlen walked over to Loki, who hadn't moved an inch. He'd also taken to drinking straight from the bottle at this point. Oh, give me that, darling, Arlen said as she reached him and took the bottle from him. The subtleties of this particular wine are wasted on your gullet. Loki shrugged as she took a deep swig of it herself. And yet, as he winked at me, not caring that Corey saw this sign of a plan well carried out, I noticed Arlen's free hand resting on her husband's shoulder in a familiar and caring way. I'm so confused, I whispered to Corey. I don't know who tricked who. He smiled at me then. Get used to it. Chapter 8. Darkness had fallen again by the time Corey and I left Arlen and Loki's villa. How long do you think it'll take? I asked him as we entered Pingbrook Square, the little fountain hard at work in the middle of it. As usual, the place was teeming with people bustling about on their various errands. A couple of days or so, Corey said, unless this Frederick left the city at some point. We hadn't learned much about Arlen's contact other than his name, Frederick. Not even a last name. But if he'd been, or still was, some sort of spy, then he wasn't running around announcing that, was he? Who do you think he spied for? I asked as we navigated past the fountain, in between all the people, and toward Dell's potion shop. Hard to say. Arlen was the one who was in contact with him, remember? But alternatives are the kin, the state, both, or an unknown third party. Yeah, I suppose all of those are plausible options. She got a new door, I see, Corey noted when we got through the throng and stood outside Dell's. He hadn't been there since the night a giant, wingless dragon shifter had tried killing us in there. Corey had boarded up the broken-down door after that. Yeah, I stopped and looked at the window on the same wall. The closed sign was hanging there. That's strange. Why? Isn't her boyfriend sick? I nodded. Yeah, he is, but she tried opening the shop a few days ago. It's not good for her to sit at his bedside all the time. He drifts in and out of sleep and... Fishing a key from my pocket, I unlocked the front door. The only reason I even had it was that I'd hired some workers to fix her house, since it was our fault Lucius Nicolaus had nearly broken it in a form far too large for the building. I didn't have all that much money to my name, just a couple of accounts that kept the household running, Walworth included. But I did have Loki, and so I'd gotten him to point out some stuff in the mansion that was actually worth something. I'd sold that and paid to have the shop fixed. It didn't look like something horrendous had happened in there anymore, but something had. Yar was not getting better. If she closed the shop, then maybe we shouldn't ask her for help, Corey said before I opened the door. We were there for two things: to check up on Dell and Yar, and to ask if Dell could perhaps shed some light on a witch in the kin's midst back in the day. The witches had their guilds and likely secrets spread among them. It was worth a try. Or had been. You're right, I said, and opened the door. I didn't get a step ahead as a small girl blocked my way, staring up at me. "You a redhead who lives in Trenton Place?" she demanded with her light 10-year-old voice. She wore worn but whole clothes, and her hair looked like it needed a round with a hairbrush. Baffled, I could only reply that, yes, I was. The kid held up a note in her hands but pulled it back when I reached out to take it. I rolled my eyes and handed her a coin from my wallet. The kid eyed it while pursing her lips. Then she considered it good enough and we made the exchange. "Nice meetin' ya," she said, and then pushed past Corey and me before she headed out. "Easy job," Corey commented and closed the door behind her. I noticed the bell above it had been moved so it wouldn't chime when someone entered or left. Something was indeed off. I glanced down at the note and then handed it to Corey. "Please come as fast as you can. Dell." That was all it said. At least I could oblige on that part. I walked through the empty storefront, which as always smelled wonderful from the mix of herbs hanging from the ceiling. Out back, before we could ascend the stairs, we had to wait as a group of people came down the other way. I'd never seen them before but assumed them to be friends of hers. Probably a few of them were witches as well. The looks on their faces, though, made me itch to run up those stairs. What was wrong? Something had to be, and it had to be more wrong than usual. I knew Yar was in a terrible state, but clearly something was different now. A few polite and agonizingly short greetings later, the last one passed by, and I ran up the stairs and down the hallway to the room I knew they were in. The bedroom was large, with a double bed facing the wall next to the door, and the two other walls forming the corner of the house. More chairs were in there than usual. Dell had had a lot of visitors lately, me included, as she got support as well as sought help for Yar's case. "Dell?" I blurted, before drawing a breath which forced the volume of my voice down. That was for the best, as the room I entered seemed overwhelmingly quiet, despite there being 3 people in it. I heard Corey's steps behind me as he caught up. "That was fast," Dell said as she turned to face me. She sat on the side of the bed, tending to Yar, who, like he'd been for the last few weeks, lay motionless beside her. He was paler than I'd seen him before, though. "I got your note downstairs," I said. "I'm sorry I didn't come the last 2 days. We were called in and—" Dell had her hair gathered in a loose bun at the neck and she wore pink leggings and a big light gray sweater. She shook her head and gave a weak smile before I could finish my sentence. It seemed to cost most of her energy. Something was obviously wrong. Yar had to be getting worse. I'd been here every day to check on them both since it happened, and she'd been certain he could be healed with time. Now she seemed to barely be keeping it together, her lips pressed tightly together when she didn't say anything. "This is my Nana, Thalia," she told me and indicated the third person in the room. I turned to find a woman, tall and blonde like Dell, but looking about 40 or so with only a few lines by her eyes to indicate much of age. She wore beige pants, ankle-high boots, and a white oversized shirt. Her light hair was wavy and hung loose above her shoulders. She barely looked old enough to be Dell's mom, let alone her grandmother. But witches were prone to living longer lives than regular humans, so you couldn't always tell. She greeted us with a polite smile and a nod. "Is Yar all right?" I asked both of them, hoping they knew what I meant. He was clearly not all right. I could see his chest lowering and rising, so he was alive, but... "Yar has become increasingly ill over the last few days," Thalia explained, her voice reminiscent of Dell's, just slightly more husky. "I thought you could heal him," I said to Dell. "That it would just take some time." Dell shook her head and looked down at Yar again. "This is a blood curse," Thalia said. I knew that. Yar had gotten infected with it when he and I together had broken the blood curse that had enslaved Lucius Nicolaus for so long. But it hadn't affected me, while it had sunk its teeth into poor Yar. He was the most kind and honest person I knew. What had he ever done to deserve this fate? Isn't there a blood witch in the entire city who can help him? Not one that's strong enough. They're not known for advertising their services, Thalia said. I saw Dell listening and nodding. It was likely easier for her to keep in control as long as her Nana did the talking. So there's only one choice to keep him alive, really. Okay, I said, relieved to hear it. Anything I can do to help? Whatever you need. Dell shook her head. I'm taking him to the bog, Em. Great, I said with no clue what that meant. If that can heal him, then do it. Dell looked to her Nana for help. When a bog witch goes to the bog, child, it means she stays there for years. What? The fact that Corey at that point laid a comforting hand on my shoulder should have told me everything about the severity of the news. Not that I suspected he knew much more about this. He just picked up on the vibe in the room a lot quicker. Yar has only hours left, Em, Dell said, her voice almost breaking. Half a day at most. But you said he could heal, I pointed out helplessly. She had said that, but now she only shook her head. He can, Thalia broke in, but it will take time. Time his physical body doesn't have. He's lost much weight already. He had. Yar was a big guy and still was, but even I could see it, especially in his face. His long chestnut hair lay around his head, with no luster of life to it. He likely couldn't eat at all now. Dell had gotten some food into him now and then when he'd been half awake, and nothing the doctors did worked. This was a magical illness, and Dell, as a bog witch, was a magical healer. And now there was nothing she could do? It was hard to comprehend. I'd always thought she could do anything when it came to magical healing. Hell, she'd even helped me when I was a believing member of an anti-magic cult. So, I said, and swallowed hard, this wasn't about me. It wasn't even about Dell. This was about doing what was best for Yar. He deserved to be saved after all he'd been put through from my crossing his path. So, what does going to the bog entail? The bog will put him in a stasis. It will allow his body the time it needs to heal. For how long? Months. Likely years, Thalia said. That is natural. It's how bog witches gain our knowledge, Em, Dell chimed in. We go to the bog, hence our name. That surprised me. I'd always thought they had the name because they were some of the most connected to nature witches there were. Even after leaving that damn cult, there was so much I still didn't know. So, you've done this before? I asked her. She nodded, and her attention was drawn to Yar, whose brows knitted suddenly. I'll go with you to the gate then. They probably won't let me pass through without papers, but we're not using the gate, Thalia said. You're not? But surely there aren't any bogs in Atlantis. It was a desert realm, after all. Nana will take care of the gateway, Dell said as she bent over Yar, scrutinizing his face but seeing no more movement. That's why she's here. You can open a gateway? Corey suddenly said. That's incredibly rare. It is, Thalia said, and got up from her chair before she began rummaging under it. And I can't open any gate, just one going home, if I have the right materials. She withdrew a large glass jar from under there. It seemed to contain dirt and leaves. A little something from home, she explained, before she unscrewed the lid and then dumped the contents on the floor. Ready, love? She said to her granddaughter. Dell nodded and wiped a tear from her eye. I've been saying goodbye to everyone, she told me as she got up from beside Yar and walked over to me. It's sudden, I know. Didn't even realize until last night. I was lucky to get a message through to Nana because I don't think Yar will survive the trip to the gates. I'm so sorry, Dell. This is all my fault if I hadn't— No, she interrupted and shook her head. If you hadn't brought him here, I would never have met him. This is hard on all of us. But for Yar to have a chance, I need to go now. Okay? I nodded. Let me go with you. At least to the bog. I clearly couldn't follow farther than that. Dell turned to her Nana, who nodded. But when I tell you to return, you must listen. I can't hold it open for too long. Of course, I said, as the older woman knelt down in front of the pile of dirt and leaves and dug her hands into it. She didn't say a word, but a golden light suddenly flowed around her hands, blending into the soil. It grew, up and up, swirling, and then flared out into an uneven oval rift in the air, shimmering with silvery green light mixed with the dark color of the dirt below. Thaleia withdrew her hands, which were now clean, and stood back a little. For a moment I could do nothing but stare in awe. This was not something anyone saw any day. It distracted me so much that I didn't even see Thaleia call forth her innate magic. But she must have, because Yar now floated above the bed. He didn't seem to notice the shift in movement. He lay as lifeless in the air as he did in bed. The magical gateway in front of us changed, and I was shocked to see the other side. What I saw was both eerie and beautiful. It had to be the enchanted forest realm. I knew about half of Dell's relatives came from there. It looked a beautiful, ancient place, heavy with still, dark waters in the distance and veiled in hanging mist. The forest beyond the portal felt deeply unsettling, as though it remembered things no living being should. The bog stretched wide and dark, a vast expanse of spongy moss interspersed with silent, black pools that never rippled. Around the edges, the trees bore faintly glowing markings, bioluminescent patterns etched into bark and branch, as if the forest itself was alive with quiet breath and ancient power. The air shimmered with old magic, thick and electric, though Corey and I could neither hear nor smell a single thing. "That's incredible," Corey whispered. It truly was. Thalia's powers had to be immense for her to do this. But as I stepped closer to see better, the entire portal flickered and the realm on the other side became difficult to see. Thaleia turned her eyes on me and then stepped closer. "There's something," she began and looked to her granddaughter, who could only shrug. "Take a step closer again," she told me as she herself did the same, and put her hand into the shimmer. The same flickering happened again, as I did. "You can't go through," she told me. "What, but there's something non-magical, no, nullifying. That's it. Oh, my daggers. I can leave them behind," I said, and unsheathed one of them. Thaleia shook her head. "It's not your weapons, though I can feel their connection to you. It's you, child. If you go through, the gateway will collapse. I don't even know if it will allow you all the way through." "But I can go through the shimmer," I argued. "The shimmer is not magic as we know it. This gateway is infused with my magic, merely tapping into the veil." I began, and looked at Dell for help. She only smiled. "It's okay, Em." "But it's not. I know I'm being selfish, but what in the realms am I going to do without you? You will be fine. And you talk about years? Will I be an old crone when I see you next?" "Old crones are actually kind of badass," Dell said with a smile toward her Nana. "You'll be fine," she repeated. "Think of what you survived so far. You left the kin behind and started a new life. Because you were there." Dell gave me a hug then and put her hands on my shoulders as she released me and looked right at me. "You have people around you now," she said with a smile directed at Corey. "Even that obnoxious ex-god. But don't tell him I said that." "Of course not," I said, mustering a smile I was sure was nothing but sad. "That's the nicest thing you ever said about him. We don't want him getting full of himself, do we?" "That's the spirit, Em. You'll be fine. I promise." I nodded and stepped back as I noticed the worry on Thalia's face. They needed to step through before she couldn't hold the gateway open any longer. Corey put his arm around my shoulders and held me close as we watched them all pass through into the enchanted forest realm on the other side, Yar hovering above ground, carried by the strangely gray magic Thalia safely cradled him with. Del got to work right as they passed through, the ground there being wetter than it had looked from this side. But her Nana had opened a gateway for her to go exactly where she needed to. A bog. Both bog witches used their innate magic to open up a large hole in the ground. Moss, soil, and water moved to the side into one large pile. Then we watched as Thalia sent Yar forward and placed him down into that opening. I felt tears in my eyes at the sight of Del hugging her grandmother before she too went into the hole. Her clothes, light-colored, were instantly stained by the mud and water around her, but she persisted. Finally, we could see hardly more of Del and Yar than their heads, the hole being deep and right in front of the temporary gateway. A light appeared, and we craned our necks to see. If I stepped closer, I was afraid I'd close the gate without meaning to. But yes, there was a faint shimmer of light there, silvery and close around their heads as Yar lay on his back, Del on her side, facing him. Then, the masses of mud, water, and dirt slid in without anyone pushing. It all just tumbled back down to where it had come from and settled. The last thing I saw before the gateway flickered and vanished was the bog looking untouched and Thalia standing next to it. I drew a hitched breath then and walked over to the window. On the floor was not one piece of dirt left. It was like the conjured gateway had fed on it all to be able to connect to the realm. I glanced out the window. 15 minutes, I said as I caught sight of one of the city's watchtowers in the distance. What? Corey came over. 15 minutes. That's how long it took to lose her. I didn't even know walking in here, and now she's just gone. I looked around in utter confusion. Should I sit, stand, lie down, scream, run away? I was so confused and... Corey closed the short distance between us and drew me into a tight embrace, grounding me. I don't know what to do, I confessed into his chest. I don't know either, he admitted, all humor in his voice gone now. He didn't know everything, but he knew Del was important to me. But I know she was right. You will be okay. You don't understand. When you broke into the pyramid, claiming the angered mob out there wouldn't kill us, that not everyone out there was as evil as Kerwin Bowden always told us. The only reason even a minuscule part of me doubted Kerwin and wondered if you might be right, that was because of her. Because I knew there was at least one good person out there who wasn't a kin member. She even used magic, but she was a good person. She never pressured me, never tried talking me out of anything. She was just there, and we kind of clicked and... I stopped myself. And now she's not here showing you that, he finished for me. I leaned back then and looked up at his face, not bothering to hide my tears. I know it's not the same, he said and smiled. And I know we are a bit crazy, all of us, but you're not alone. This isn't the kin. Losing someone doesn't mean losing everyone. I bent my head forward again, leaning into him. You're right about that. You're all insane, the three of you. But so am I. Now's your chance to run. My voice came out more morose than I meant at that last part, but it didn't scare him off. If I was that easily scared off, I should have taken a cue when you had your hands all over me that day in the pyramid. That made me laugh into his chest. That was a fight. Yeah, you keep saying that. We stood in silence for a few beats. So, you have some kind of nullifying magic? He finally asked. I nodded. I don't really know. We suspect there's something, but neither Del nor Loki could figure out what. Okay. You can still run, I said, only half joking. He put his fingers under my chin then and got me to lean my head back so we could see each other fully again. I know it's only been a few weeks, I said. He nodded. And I'd like there to be a few more. Even many more. He leaned in and kissed me to make his point. When we broke apart, He wiped away my tears before letting go of me, but he took my hand in his and nodded toward the door. "Let's close and lock up this place so it's safe and ready for her return one day, okay?" I swallowed hard and nodded as I couldn't speak for a moment. I simply followed him, utterly won over by his compassion, and at the same time crushed by her sudden absence. Chapter 9. The next couple of days went by in a haze. I didn't know how to react. How were you supposed to react when someone was gone but not dead? Was I supposed to grieve? See it as a pause in life? I had no idea. Dell was gone. Not irrevocably, not quite. She lay in the bog now, drawing upon the knowledge and powers her kind of witches got from that part of nature. I knew she was safe, she and Yar both, now that she could truly stave off the inevitable outcome of the blood curse he'd picked up. But it wasn't like Earthside, where you could call or chat with someone in another part of the world. I supposed it was a form of grief. Her presence, her calm, her oddly quirky humor were far away now. And so I'd spent the last couple of days on the couch in my room, watching old DVDs that my parents must have bought years ago. The movies played on a clunky TV that was likely older than me, but none of this equipment had been used much and had been treated well, so everything still worked. Corey had kept me company now and then, but otherwise let me be, and I appreciated that, noticing he was more than his charming and easy smile. My stint of doing nothing useful didn't last long, though. On the night of the second day, Loki entered my room without so much as a knock on the door. He wasn't dressed for being indoors. He had his jacket and weapons on. He stopped for a moment and looked at the TV. "This is one where the butler actually did it," he commented. "Oh, dude, come on. You've spoiled it now." Loki shrugged. "You're not missing out on anything." He walked over to where I was lying on the couch under a blanket and stopped right next to me. "The more you lie here eating that nonsense," he pointed at some half-eaten plates of toast and chocolate bars on the table next to the couch, "the worse your pipe stalks will be." "Ugh, I don't want to go climb any buildings now, or train." "Neither do I," he said. "Arlen finally found this Frederick, so we need to go." "Oh," I said, and sat up a little, movie forgotten. It suddenly dawned on me that Loki hadn't pestered me about anything these last couple of days as he usually did, if nothing was happening. He'd let me be, which was likely his way of respecting that I was not in the mood to live life like a normal person right now. "She found him?" "He runs a pawn shop over in Pingbrook." "He can't have gotten much of a sentence if he's out already," I commented. "I believe this man has never been sentenced for anything relating to the Red Kin." "Okay, fine," I said, and sat up properly, feeling the tug of my hair as the already too loose bun on the top of my head halfway slid down. "Give me 15 minutes. "You get 10, and only because I believe this is the first time in your culty life you have done absolutely nothing worthwhile for 2 days straight." "Oh, come on," I began, but was instantly interrupted. "Well done," he added with a smile, and went downstairs to wait. "Huh," I uttered as the door shut behind him. He was right. Spare time had meant time to do something productive for so many years. It had taken a severe loss for me even to stop doing anything. I shook my head and got up. I changed into jeans, a t-shirt, and a jacket, and wrestled my hair into a proper chignon before I grabbed my daggers from the nightstand and sheathed them. If nothing else, I figured working on the job Antigone had given us would distract me from my grief. Loki and I took a taxi for most of the way over to Pingbrook. The carriage rattled on for the entire trip, and it was a relief getting out at our destination. From there, we walked a few streets over to the address Arlen had given us. It was a pawn shop, all right, and it was fairly innocuous. It lay between other shops in a narrow street that was wide enough for people to walk through, but not for the horse carriages in the city. The pawn shop sported one door on the left and a large window to the door's right displaying a plethora of trinkets and a warm, golden light from above. There was so much there, it was hard to see what this Frederick actually wanted to advertise. "How do we handle this?" I asked Loki, having found out a long time ago that it was best to ask that beforehand, since he expected me to follow along if not. "I say the direct and no-nonsense approach." "Will that really work with a spy?" "From what Arlen says, I don't believe this is a professional spy," Loki said. "This is more the kind who figured he could benefit from siding with the ruling power and then inform on his neighbors." Ugh, what a douche. "Indeed. Traitor is another suitable word," Loki said, and then crossed the street, me on his heels to keep up. We entered what seemed like another world. The shop was bigger than it looked from the outside, stretching into a counter by a wall that likely partitioned off some back rooms. We passed shelves upon shelves of everything from antique clocks, ornate candlesticks, and vintage jewelry to old books, unusual figurines, and strange mechanical devices before we reached the counter and the man behind it. He was a thin man in his 50s, maybe. His hair was gray and cut evenly short overall. He had what looked like a friendly face to me, but Loki's words from outside made me wonder how many innocent people had trusted that face with its seemingly warm brown eyes. Looks could be so deceiving. "Welcome," he greeted us. "How can I be of assistance? Are you looking for something special?" "May you find inner strength and a free spirit of mind today," Loki suddenly said so loud and openly I couldn't help but look around. The old kin greeting was not the soothing murmur I was used to hearing anymore, and not something anyone sane sputtered loudly in the city these days. Thankfully, we were the only customers in the shop. Frederick uttered and stepped back into the display wall behind him. It rattled a few jewelry pieces on the wall. I could see that he kept the most expensive pieces in his shop there, away from the possibility of being stolen all that easily. "I'm sorry, sir. I don't think that greeting is very wise, nor was it ever," the pawnbroker said, licking his lips nervously. Loki didn't seem to care what Frederick had to say. "Recognize him, Red?" he asked me. I'd also learned by now to just go with it, especially when I knew more or less what Loki was up to. This time it seemed to be about confusing and unsettling the man as much as possible. It worked, of course, because the shopkeeper looked at me with alarm in his widened eyes now. In what capacity did he think I could reveal him? "No," I simply said, as it was the truth. Had Loki wanted me to say something else, he would have told me on the way over here. "I've never seen him, certainly not inside the pyramid." A kinswoman?" Frederick said, his eyes widening even more. "Shouldn't you—" He stopped himself and looked nervously at Loki again. "Be in prison?" I finished for him. "No, I have taken my punishment. Something tells me you haven't, Frederick. I think I must ask you to leave." Loki just chuckled at that. "You can try, but obviously you're smart enough to see that we will not go away that easily. I'll call the constabulary." Loki just shrugged. "Why don't you do that? I see you are one of the select few in this city with a phone." He nodded sideways at a rotary phone hanging on the wall among various mirrors in thick frames and a few landscape paintings. It didn't surprise me. Phone tech existed in Atlantis, but it hadn't really caught on among most Lanteans. Frederick having one, though, was actually prudent considering his business. He likely had to deal with all kinds of people coming in here, including Loki and me. Frederick, though, made no move toward the phone, which made Loki laugh outright. "Who are you?" the shopkeeper asked. "Is that really important?" I asked right back at him. If he had been involved with the kin, he had to see outright that Loki wasn't an old member because of his revealing eyes, while my past seemed to at least let me walk free. But that greeting, of course, was only said between kin members. "What is important," Loki said, is that you have information we need. I think... Frederick cleared his throat. I think you have mistaken me for some... Oh, don't waste our time, Loki interrupted him. This one has a load of old movies and nutritionally empty food to go through. He pointed at me, and I only shrugged. He was not wrong. What we want are some names and pertinent information, Loki went on, and he only smiled when Frederick began walking sideways a bit. I noticed the door to the right, which was, like the phone, surrounded by hanging wares, which didn't make it stand out much. You have the wrong person, Frederick said, and made a run for it. I reacted too, but Loki held up his hand, fingers splayed in a sign I shouldn't bother. The reason why became clear the moment the door opened before Frederick reached it, and Corey popped out with a big smile on his face. Well, hello, he said, with a friendly voice too chipper to fit the situation. Frederick stepped back only to glance over his shoulder and see Loki now walking after him. There was nowhere for him to run. I followed Loki slowly, watching this turn of events carefully. I had no clue what was going on. You won't believe what we found back here, Frederick, Corey said, and stepped aside a little to make room for the shopkeeper. Why don't you all come in and see? Realizing he had little choice but to go along, the man did just that and walked past Corey into the back room. Loki followed, and then I came, catching Corey's wink at me. I was about to ask, but thought better of it, when Frederick did it for me. You? He blurted, his voice loud with shock. I got inside and, stepping to the side of Loki, I saw the room in full. It was about the size of the shop front, and it housed all kinds of artifacts, from ancient weapons and ornate pottery to antique books and more strange mechanical devices. In the middle of the room, surrounded by the shelves and crowded walls, was a large workbench, kind of like a kitchen island with all kinds of drawers on the two sides I could see from my position. And on the opposite side of that island stood Arlen, bent over a part of the bench that was an opening in the surface. What are you doing here? Frederick added, looking straight at Arlen. I am here on business that does not concern you, Arlen said. Her black hair was pulled back into a tight braided ponytail, her sharp features striking. I noticed that both she and Corey wore gloves. They'd obviously broken in here while we were out front. I couldn't see a door anywhere, only two boarded-up windows and a flight of narrow stairs in the corner farthest from us. They must have come inside on the floor above. Doesn't concern me? Frederick sputtered, both scared and frustrated with confusion now. You've clearly broken into my shop. We made a deal. Yes, Arlen said, and actually waved that off. We did, over 2 years ago. That deal was for you to give me the information I needed, and for me not to turn you into the new government. Or old one, depending on how you see it. It's funny, you know, Corey added to that. How many people on this street alone ended up in trouble with the kin back when they ruled the city? Someone must have informed on them. Wonder who? Frederick glanced nervously between him and Arlen, and then at the opening in the work surface in front of her. Loki remained relaxed by the door, leaning against the frame. Did you find something interesting? I asked Arlen, and began walking over to her. My guess was she and Corey had. How they'd opened the hiding place, I had no idea. I couldn't even see the missing part of the work surface. Maybe it had slid under the rest of it? Oh, dearie, Arlen said and smiled at me. I knew she was a con woman, but I honestly didn't see any falseness in her, especially given what she said. I hear you are very sad these days. Come here. This will make you feel better. Okay, I said, and rounded the corner of the island. I could see she was dressed in dark clothes, just like Corey was. Likely a good precaution when you were breaking in somewhere. Arlen wore tight-fitting pants with a long, elegant coat that was to die for. I wished I could raid her closet, but I wouldn't know how to properly wear any of it. She had a certain confidence needed to be able to do what she did. I stepped over to her and glanced into the opening. I felt my own eyes widen, like Frederick's had. Why would a bunch of red kin memorabilia make me feel better? I asked her. The large opening in the work island was filled with pamphlets, posters, books, some knickknacks, all red, all with the propaganda words I'd never really noticed and had only taken for granted when a fully believing kinswoman myself. When outside the pyramid, I'd walked past these kinds of things hanging on walls and windows without giving them much thought. Because, dearie, Arlen said, turning her eyes on Frederick, they are highly illegal. Oh, damn, that's true, I blurted, and couldn't help but smile. So you see, Frederick, Arlen went on, our deal is long gone, over with and kept by all parties. Now we will make a new one. You have the wrong man, he insisted, tried walking farther inside the room, and thought better of it when he met Corey's eyes. He wisely stayed put. Oh, would you look at this? Arlen said as she now stared down into the opening again. I saw something dark under a red scarf as she reached for it, and then pulled out an old-looking gun. It was a revolver of sorts, with a polished, brownish-red handle. Oh, wow, I uttered. You are so screwed. Guns weren't only illegal in Atlantis, they were explicitly prohibited, and any violation was struck down upon hard, as in long prison sentences. The magically inclined ruling families of Atlantis had never wanted such a threat to themselves imported into the city. All right. What do you want? Frederick said, utterly deflated judging by his sunken shoulders and eyes looking to the floor. I understood Loki's plan fully then. The man was utterly confused, scared, and worried for his treasures. I didn't even see him as a convinced kinsman. I bet he only saw the value of all the kin paraphernalia in front of me. A man who could turn his neighbors in like that didn't care about much at all other than money and power. Frankly, I thought him disgusting in that moment. We need a name, Frederick, Arlen said. When last I met you, you helped bring down the red kin. Not because of some persuasion toward doing the right thing, I am sure. You saw that the tide was turning. Make no mistake, I dislike your kind. My kind? Informing on your neighbors to better your own position? I did not. He looked around at all four of us, and then decided it was not the best time to try to lie. What do you want? He finally conceded, hoping to make it out of this safely somehow. Finally he sees reason, Loki said. You put me in contact with a witch who had knowledge of the magical shield that kept the pyramid closed off to all but the red kin, Arlen said. A blood witch. Oh, Xanthi? He blurted. I couldn't help my sudden intake of breath at that name. No, Arlen said, giving me a curious look. There must have been more than one blood witch in the kin. I seem to recall that her name was Antonia something or other. Loki tutted at her. Can't even remember a name 2 years later? I meet many people, darling. I cannot remember them all. Be thankful I can remember all of yours. Oh, Antonia, yes, Frederick said, looking red in the face from the mistake and everything else. Antonia Tulia. She was the one who helped you. That is it, thank you. See? That was not so hard. Now tell me, where is she? I paid little attention after that as Frederick relayed what little he knew. Something about the witch being in the city now and then. It was the other name that had me rattled. Xanthi? There was something familiar about that name. It had to show on my face because Loki was giving me a curious stare across the room. Soon, though, Arlen seemed content, and the others began moving toward the door that Loki had blocked. Wait, we're just going to let him be? I blurted at the sight of Frederick's relieved face. We are not the constabulary, dearie, Arlen told me. This is our bargain. I gaped at the three of them. Oh well, Arlen said, and stepped back to the hiding place in the island. If it makes you feel better, we will take this. She picked the revolver up again and, after rummaging around a bit, also a case of bullets. "Does that make you feel better?" "Not really, but okay," I muttered and went with them outside, glad not to be breathing air with that piece of trash anymore. Chapter 10. Who's this Xanthi? I forced my gaze away from the pale yellow wall of the hotel lobby. Huh? You heard me, Red. Loki sat relaxed and comfortable, sunk low in the soft couch. I sat across from him, with a low coffee table between us, on a slightly harder upholstered chair. The lobby, or rather the lounge right next to it, was teeming with guests and employees. It was the middle of the day, right after check-in had started. While Loki carried his bone-handled dagger on his belt, he'd forgone his sword here. Except for the two of us, only a scant few others carried weapons in the hotel. It was a rather nice place, though not the largest in the city, and one of the three Frederick claimed this blood witch Antonia Tullia frequented when in Atlantis. That was also the reason none of us had slept last night. It had taken us that long to stake out the other two places and confirm Antonia wasn't in either, which made it sound like she didn't live here permanently. My eyelids rasped like sandpaper each time I blinked. Listen, Red, you need to have your head in the game if we're going to figure this out. I sat up a little and nodded. I know. And I don't know. The last one is about this Xanthi? I nodded. I sort of remember the name, but I can't quite place it. Loki eyed me for a moment. Not a kin member, then? I shook my head. I don't think so. But I never met Frederick either. He was a kinsman, but a hidden one. Yes, it seems you lived a rather sheltered life inside that cult. I shrugged at that. He was right, wasn't he? But not seeing everything that had gone on during the kin's reign was no excuse. It didn't make me any less guilty of being part of it. With that gloomy thought, I barely noticed the maid who passed by and half stumbled into the couch Loki sat on. He did something with his hand, and before the view she'd blocked was clear again, nothing seemed amiss. I glanced after the maid. She wore a knee-length, light blue smock, sensible shoes, and her pitch-dark hair hung in a loose braid that hid the tops of her ears. I looked back at a smiling Loki. I have no idea where you found her, but never do anything so stupid as to have her run back there. Loki smiled and got up. I believe some proverbial death realms would have to freeze over, or thaw before she does that. Wait, leave you or go back? Yes, now come on. We need to move. I blinked and then followed him. The key was to a room on the 4th floor. As we approached, we were met by Arlen and Corey down the hall from the correct door, both of them dressed like housekeeping staff, Corey in pants and a shirt the same color as Arlen's. He pushed a cleaning trolley ahead of them, walking toward us. The faint clang of metal cleaners in the trolley helped mask our footsteps over the plush carpet. Why do I keep being surprised? I muttered at the sight of them. Loki just gave a sideways nod at the door to our right. The other two nodded and stopped. Something unspoken passed between Arlen and Loki, because he stepped over to the door and hunkered down as she leaned her head to the door. There is no spell on the door. She is moving around a lot in there, Arlen whispered. Then she looked down at Loki, who nodded up at her. Housekeeping, Arlen chirped loudly as Loki unlocked the door. I don't need any, a voice shouted from inside, but Arlen pushed the door open anyway. Complimentary towels, she chirped in a sudden high-pitched and friendly tone, her accent gone. Hey! The voice inside protested, as both Loki and Corey pushed inside right behind Arlen. The door slammed shut, and I heard a shout, something hitting the wall, and then a sharp, flashing sound. Then a lot of shouting followed until they all went silent. I stood in the corridor, looking around. What had just happened? The sound of a door opening far behind me spurred me into motion. I grabbed the cleaning trolley and pulled it to the door, which I opened. There you are, dearie, Arlen said as she stood right inside the door, smiling at me. "Bring the trolley, will you?" "Oh, I see." She stepped aside to let me push the thing in so no one would spot it outside and start asking questions. I entered a hotel room much like any other. Bed, desk, some nondescript art on the white walls, a small ensuite just to the right by the door. A faint smell of citrus soap and ozone hung in the air. Other than that, the furious witch over by the window was a bit out of the ordinary. She was yelling something at the others, who had all moved away from the door, knives drawn, but when I entered with the ridiculous trolley, the witch at least quieted. I smiled nervously at her before turning to close the door. That made me jump back immediately as a large, semi-snuffed-out fire of bright red flames, now turning into normal yellow ones, crackled, kind of like Loki's green fire tended to do after a while. I looked to Loki, imploring silently for help, and he sighed heavily, as if this was a great indisposition, but came closer nonetheless and used his frost magic to snuff out the rest of the flames. "There," I announced happily, because I didn't know what mood fit this situation. "Now the fire alarm won't go off. We just want to chat," I added to the witch, who stood in a defensive position, ready to throw another fireball or whatever it had been. "Chat?" the witch repeated, while demonstratively looking at us all in turn. Her gaze landed on me last. "I know you," she said to me. Then her eyes drifted to an open suitcase next to her, before her stern gaze fell on me again. This had to be Antonia Tulia. She looked to be a 30-something woman, but with witches that could be hard to tell. She was tall and slim in a long, light blue dress, her hair dark brown with lighter stripes in it, and her face beautiful with shrewd brown eyes. "You know me?" I followed up. "From the kin then, I guess." Antonia nodded. "You wouldn't know me, though. I spent little time at the literal top of the pyramid." She relaxed her stance and looked at the others. "You're obviously not here in any official capacity," she concluded. "If you're here to arrest me, I'll kill you all before you get the chance, even with an ex-god among you." "Always so self-assured, you witches," he said, and leaned back against the door, to the side of the big ass scorch mark there. "Going anywhere?" he added, indicating her suitcase with a quick nod. Antonia looked at us all again and then seemed to think that we were, in fact, not going to kill her, so she went on stuffing her belongings into the suitcase. She made brusque movements, having no time to fold clothes neatly. "I am going far away from here," she said, "and there better not be anyone in front of that door by the time I'm ready to leave." "We just have some questions about the kin," I said. Antonia huffed. "Who doesn't these days?" "Why do you say that?" Loki asked her. She stopped then, a white blouse in her hand as she looked at us. "Old kinsfolk are being arrested." "They are?" I blurted. "There's been nothing in the papers." "Not everything of importance happening in this city is reported in the papers, and when old kinsfolk are arrested, that no one knew about, it's about time to get out of this realm as fast as possible." She stuffed the blouse into the suitcase and then stopped and stared. "Are we going to have a problem with my travel plans?" she added. "This arrest?" Arlen said. "Did it happen over in Pingbrook?" Antonia eyed her, not that it made any difference to Arlen, judging by her relaxed stance. "Yes," the witch said hesitantly. "And how is it you'd know that?" "You mean Frederick was arrested?" I blurted, which, judging by the looks Corey and Mr. and Mrs. Loft gave me, was not information to be shared. "Oh well." Antonia stopped her brusque packing for a moment. "I see." "See what?" I went on. "Why was he arrested?" "He was a spy, for many players," Antonia said. "Surely you know this," she added, with a look toward Arlen. I began. "Did you have him arrested?" The Fae's widened eyes of affront were really all the answer I needed. "Me? How can you think so ill of me, dearie? Helping the constabulary? For free?" The last word came with a grimace of disgust. I looked past her and saw the smirks on both Corey and Loki. Okay, I said, trying hard not to laugh. I'm really sorry I accused you of reporting a criminal to the constabulary. Thank you, she huffed. It wasn't the constabulary, Antonia said and shut her suitcase, clearly done packing. What? Arlen and I said together, and then focused on the witch again. It was the hunters. The constabulary I can handle. The hunters? She shook her head. I told you this. Atlantis isn't a safe place to be for former kin these days. Well, it hasn't been for a couple of years, Loki said. Why the hurry now? I do not trust Frederick to keep his mouth shut. Let's just say he informed on friends and foe alike. He's an opportunist. They'll be banging on my door soon enough. She grabbed her suitcase and walked toward us, though none of us moved. Really? Are you sure you want to test me? Wait, I said. We just have some questions. Can you help? Why should I? Good question. She didn't owe us anything. We likely weren't even on the same side, unless she'd come to her senses since the kin fell. You helped us break into the pyramid the day it fell, Arlen said as Corey walked past Antonia and over to the window. Instead of looking outside, he kept scanning the floor, halfway turned away from the window. I might not be a con woman, but even I knew he was not looking for something he'd dropped. Antonia looked over her shoulder but seemed satisfied he wasn't trying anything. I did help with that, Antonia told Arlen. So if anyone owes anyone anything, it's not me. Pah! You saw the way the wind was shifting, and you helped in exchange for being left alone. If you are still aiding the kin, whatever is left of it, that deal is long over. Please, just a few questions, I asked, figuring some politeness couldn't hurt. The other three were going the other way. I might as well be the good constable. Antonia eyed me for a moment. You're Morgan and Morgan's daughter, aren't you? Yes, I said, hoping that would help. And you spend your time with people who wield magic? You shouldn't point out someone else's blue mouth if you've been eating blueberries yourself. Huh? I gave Loki a confused look, then shook my head. It just made Antonia laugh. The supramundane may have lost their powers, but not their spark. She looked at the door again. I need to leave now. Before we could agree and move, or stand still, Corey broke in. There are hunters outside. Chapter 11. You brought them here, Antonia blurted, whirling around, glaring at Corey. Wouldn't have mentioned it if we did, would I? He said, sounding almost innocent. Out of my way, I need to get out of here, Antonia yelled, a ball of red flame in her free hand now. That explained the scorch marks on the door behind Arlen. I really wouldn't, Loki said, his green flames hovering around his left hand in an equally visual threat. This makes little sense, Arlen added as she looked at Loki, then Corey. She shook her head. They must have followed us, she concluded. Obviously, Antonia said. Now move. Wait, Arlen said, looking as if she didn't even notice the desperate and dangerous witch in front of her. I do not understand how they followed us. It should not have been possible. You took precautions, yes? She asked Loki and me. I nodded as he answered in the affirmative. Of course we had. We'd taken detours, backtracked, and kept an eye out, just like I assumed Arlen and Corey had done. But it wasn't the hunters we'd been worried about. It was potential kin members hanging around. Arlen shrugged and then stepped aside. What the? I blurted. We hadn't gotten any answers from Antonia at all. The witch headed for the door. I'm sure the hunters out there won't react to a woman fleeing this place in a hurry this long after final checkout at all, Loki drawled. He'd let his fire die down and was now leaning against the wall rather nonchalantly. Antonia put her hand on the handle and stopped. A larger group could of course split up while one half draws attention and the other gets away, as it were, Arlen added. Her voice was light, but her eyes tracked every twitch of Antonia's fingers. She was likely one wrong word away from calling forth her flame magic again. Turned out, Mr. and Mrs. Loft could work together when they wanted to. Antonia sighed, her shoulders visibly sinking. "So you're effectively offering to help me escape your own mistake?" It wasn't a question. "We are nothing if not generous," Arlen said and gave a dazzling smile. It really didn't help the witch's mood. "Get on with it then, and quick." "Well, dearie?" Arlen said, and gave me the go-ahead with an elegant flourish of her hands. I looked at all of them in confusion, but found no help. Corey just smiled with encouragement, while Loki simply shrugged. Okay," I began, feeling utterly at a disadvantage. This was the world of my companions, not me. Still. "We've heard rumors of a high-up in the kin being in Atlantis. We're trying to find them." Antonia looked at me for a beat too long. "Was that a question?" "We need to know who it is." "Do you?" I added, obstinacy creeping into my voice. Antonia smiled. "I don't associate with the red kin anymore." I shrugged. "Then you don't have to fear the hunters." Antonia pursed her lips sideways while she thought about it. Then she seemed to decide, because her lips curved back into a smile. "I think neither Morgan would appreciate your so-called wayward life post-kin." Considering where they ended up, maybe their say doesn't carry all that much weight anymore. Antonia smiled wider. "Very well. I don't know much except that I have heard the same thing lately. Only that it's not one high-ranking leader, but many." "Many?" Antonia nodded, and not at the same time. "Now, can we get a move on?" "Names?" Loki said. Antonia sighed. "I don't have any, but judging by descriptions, I'd say Morgan, your mother, Sierin, and—" She hedged. "Yes?" Arlen urged. "The kinsman. You mean—" I began. "Your illustrious guide?" Loki added, as neither I nor Antonia seemed able to say his old title. Even his actual name was always a stark reminder of his fall, of all our fall. "Yes," she finally confirmed, and took a step back, showing no discernible threat toward Arlen. "What about Xanthi?" I asked without thinking. It earned me 4 curious looks. "Xanthi?" Antonia made a grimace of confusion, which also told me some of her attitude toward this person. "She was not a leader. Hardly of consequence." "So, you know her," I countered. Antonia gave a smirk. She really had walked into that one. "I know of her, and I don't want to be associated with her." I hadn't known her, not in the kin, but I was starting to believe I had met her at home. "She is a blood witch, too," I added. Frederick had said as much. "Why is this important? She neither was nor is a leader of the kin." I could see the same question on Loki's face as Antonia had her back to him. Why was this important? It wasn't, not to our current job, but it was to me. "I need to talk to her. It's unrelated to the kin moving in the city again." Antonia studied me a second and then turned and looked at Loki, whose face was now a mask of neutrality. She found no answers there. "Fine. I have no love lost for that witch, but she seems important to you. I've already answered what you really came here for. Get me out of here and away from the hunters, and I'll give you the address." Both Arlen and Loki looked at me, eyebrows slightly lowered in unspoken questions. We could just let her go and leave her to herself, but this was important. I knew it. "Please, guys," I said. "Oh, very well," Arlen said, and nodded at Corey. "How many?" Corey did not look through the window. 2 on the roof across the street, 1 spotted down in the street. Hunters work alone or in pairs. Bigger operations are for larger groups. I'd seen that myself on a few occasions. "How did they track us, though?" Loki asked. "As far as I can tell, we were not followed. There was no barb from Arlen at this. It is the same with us. Seemed they really did trust each other when it mattered. So they're tracking some or all of us somehow, Corey said. Magic? Both Loki and Antonia called forth their innate magic. Loki's gold, Antonia's blood red. They let it swirl around the room, around us and themselves. It was amazing to see hers, red but with stronger, darker lines within the light, like pulsating veins. It didn't take them long, and soon the room was devoid of anything but the light from the small glass chandelier above. Nothing? Arlen asked. They both confirmed that by shaking their heads. Could be regular tech, Corey said. Yes, Arlen agreed. It must be. Tech? I asked. Tracking technology, Corey confirmed. What, like GPS? There are no satellites above Atlantis. A bit more old school than that for an Earthling, he said, adding, my guess would be a radio signal. What, really? Corey smiled at me, dazzling and slightly distracting for a moment. I'd venture on a passive beacon that emits a coded pulse, he began explaining. The radio towers triangulate the general location, then zero in when the hunters are close. Think of it like hot and cold. The closer they get, the louder the signal. And what gives off that signal, then? Wouldn't that be something we have? I'd seen enough movies in my childhood years and my 2-year exile Earthside to know a tracker of sorts was needed for something like this. If it wasn't magical, then it had to be physical. Everyone, check your clothing. Every seam, pocket, anywhere something small can be hidden. Everyone but Antonia did as he said, Arlen with a slight frown as she patted herself down. As if I would let a hunter close enough to plant something on me, she huffed at the thought. Anyone let any hunters get near lately? Corey added, while Antonia stood still, taking all this in with a resigned look in her eyes. No, I answered. Raldo never gets that close to us. Except, Loki said, he was alone in your foyer when Walworth came to get us the other night. He stopped mid-check near the buttons on his jacket, then nodded to himself and bent to take off his shoe. Check your shoes, Red. I gaped at him, then saw the others staring at me. Needless to say, a minute later I stood with a small tracker in my hand, which had been jammed between the sole of my ankle boot and the upper welt. Oh, great, that's it, Corey said and walked over. It is a tracker, all right. It was a wafer-thin copper disc barely the size of a thumbnail, its surface printed with a tight spiral antenna track and a pinhead blob of matte black epoxy in the center, just enough to hide the microchip that sent the pulse. Yes, I said, less cheery than him. What do we do with it? Corey looked to Arlen. I suggest we reverse our exit points. 5 minutes later, I was walking down the hotel corridor toward the elevator. Arlen, walking next to me, put an arm around my shoulder. It is rare that people use the word please when trying to force information out of someone. I guess I'm just that special, I said dryly. Do you think Frederick will be sent to the dungeons? I added. Does that thought bother you? No, I blurted. He informed on his neighbors. I just don't know if the state will want him for that. Well, Arlen said, and drew a deep breath of resignation. It was just theatrical enough for me to catch it. If nothing else, they likely found his gun when searching his shop. His gun? Yes, silly. Do you think I'd risk getting caught with that in this city? I left it in a ceramic jar. Really cheap piece, by the way. A customer was bound to find it while perusing and report him. I stopped and, since she still had her arm around me, forced her to as well. What, dearie? She asked, and smiled what seemed a genuine smile at me. I looked back at the other 3 who were following. Then I shook my head. Nothing. Everything is just normal here, isn't it? I said, and resumed walking. Oh, by the spirits, no! That would be utterly boring in the long run, no? Sure, I said, and pressed the button for the elevator. The bronze doors parted with a slight squeak. Loki and I stepped inside, the others hanging back. Before the doors closed, Arlen slipped a keycard between them and thrust it into Loki's hand. "Laundry level, back service alley," she said. Then the gap snapped shut, cutting her off. I blinked. "Laundry level?" "She and Corey mapped the place earlier," Loki said, flicking the card into the slot marked Staff Access. The lift shuddered a bit and began a slow descent, past 3 to 2 to 1 to an unlabeled subfloor. While we did this part, hopefully luring the hunters away, they'd wait until they spotted no lurking hunters, then walk Antonia out the front disguised as bell staff. The elevator juddered to a halt. The panel slid aside onto a dim corridor lined with wire carts of damp sheets. Thankfully, the staff was not there, likely upstairs finishing their work in unclaimed hotel rooms. We hurried through the heat-slick passage, the hum of hotel boilers throbbing overhead. At the end, a single steel door led to the rear alley. Loki cracked it an inch. 2 big men loitered at the mouth of the lane, looking at something one of them was holding. A scanner, most likely. "They're reading the signal," Loki whispered, having come to the same conclusion as me. He held the copper disc in his palm. The soundless signal it emitted likely picked up by the men out there. Loki tucked it inside his jacket pocket and pushed into the open, letting the door clang behind us. Both hunters snapped alert, murmuring between them. I gave an easy grin and walked with Loki, sauntering past crates of kitchen refuse as though we belonged here. Half a block on, footsteps echoed in pursuit. Good. They'd swallowed the bait. We cut through a tangle of streets, past a spice stall, the scent of coriander and sizzling lamb fat making my stomach growl, across a cobbled coach lane, under a sagging clothesline dripping hotel linens, and the footsteps never wavered. At the nearest open space, a small marketplace, Loki eyed a street urchin who was spying a woman's purse as she was haggling with the vendor of a silk stand. The girl hesitated a moment, but seemed to view the coins in Loki's hand as more of an easy job. She sauntered over, her clothes appearing worn and a bit small as she came into the streetlight near us. Loki showed her the tracker and told her what the job entailed, to take it to Trenton Place at my address. "The skinny, bald fellow who opens the door will double this amount if you deliver this to him. Tell him an emerald sent you, and that this emerald was home shortly before leaving again. If you don't, the hunters will catch up to you." The girl pursed her lips, and then, to her credit, took the job. We watched her disappear between the throng of people, her steps light and fast. Was that wise?" I asked as we walked over to a carriage to look around while behind it. "She'll be quick," Loki said. "And Walworth will know what to tell the hunters if they knock on the door. Besides, that's more money than she'll get by snatching wallets in a night." The coachman secured the horse's nosebag, but we talked in hushed voices so no one could hear. "Yeah, but what if the hunters actually catch her?" Loki shrugged. "Then she'll describe us, and Raldo Hunter will be in an even more cheery mood than usual. And why are we doing this again? Why not just hide the tracker on this carriage to lead them in the wrong direction? We might have use for the thing yet." The coachman sat in his seat and took the reins before the carriage rattled away, and we ducked into a recessed doorway in the nick of time as the hunters appeared in the marketplace. We saw them clearly now, in their tan uniforms. Among them, 5 in all as I counted, Raldo Hunter moved with a gaze that roamed over the crowd of people around them. Luckily, he didn't look our way. I didn't trust our hiding place to hold up against that man's eyes. The girl was well on her way, though, and they had little choice but to follow the signal and think us ignorant of the tracker as of yet. Only when their silhouettes vanished into the market haze did we step out again. I took a deep breath. Think it bought us enough time? If Arlen's clock is right, they're already far away from the hotel with Antonia, Loki said, voice low. She'll hand them Xanthi's address once they clear the area and make sure no other hunters stayed behind. I exhaled, half relief, half dread. I hope they slipped out unseen. For the moment, I let myself believe the others were safe and that the deal was sealed. Chapter 12. "She's so young," a voice protested. "She's just a child." Pain ripped through me. Magical lights danced around me. "Did it work?" a desperately hopeful voice asked. I woke up then, to the quiet sounds of early morning in Trenton Place. The birds had started their tweeting, and I could hear the faint tolls of the clock over in a nearby street. I blinked hard. This was not that day. Not the day that now suddenly intruded upon my dreams, like a disease. I turned over on my back and noticed the soft rustling of the sheets as Corey also turned in his sleep. The sight of his relaxed and beautiful face elicited a faint smile on my lips, but it faded fast as the dream drew my attention again. It had been unsettling, but not as much as when those happenings first occurred in real life. Old habits die hard, and my waking early and not being able to sleep was no exception. In my old life, I would have gotten out of bed to do work, to be preoccupied. Now I slid out from the covers and got dressed in green leggings and a black t-shirt. I turned around before leaving the room, but Corey still slept. For a cat burglar, he sure slept soundly. Maybe he trusted me that much. I smiled wistfully and left the room, hoping that was true. I headed downstairs into a quiet house. Walworth was likely not up yet, and he was usually out of bed quite early. I had no idea what to do, though. Work on our job? But do what? We needed information and knew no one who'd give it to us. There were several so-called kin scholars in the city, though. Books were already being written on the kin's reign. Maybe one of them could be helpful. Muted sounds from downstairs reached me before I could think more on the matter. It sounded like thuds. I headed for the door leading to the stairs and went down into the gym Loki and I had gotten made. He was the cause of the sound. I found him standing barefoot on the large gray rubber mat that covered almost the entire basement floor. He was dressed in a gray t-shirt and black pants, standing at the end of the room with the washing machines. From there, he was throwing knives at a target across the room, the silhouette of a human head and torso. "I trust you got the address from the elf pup?" Loki asked. He didn't turn his head, likely saw it was me out of the corner of his eye. "Don't call him that," I said, and sat cross-legged on the floor next to him as he continued throwing the slightly curved metal knives at the target. His aim was excellent as always, hitting the heart or chest repeatedly. "The way I see it," Loki said, "we have gotten as far as we can regarding the job from the Office of Domestic Affairs." "Yeah," I agreed. "And what we have is the same as them. Chatter." "Precisely. And fairly easily obtained, too." "Really? You think that was easy?" "Didn't you notice how easily the Blood Witch gave up her knowledge to us?" "Easily? She was outnumbered." Loki gave a smirk. "She is a somewhat powerful Blood Witch from what I could sense. She could have put up a most effective fight if she wanted to." "Somewhat powerful? Oh, Chastity, even you with your abysmal learning of the magical arts must know that magical strength is not uniform." He threw another knife that struck the target in what would be the left eye. "Whatever," I waved him off. "And don't call me that." I quieted a moment. "What's your point?" Loki shrugged nonchalantly. "Only that she seemed willing to give the information." "You mean she spent all that time pretending not to? Why?" "Of that I am not certain. To pretend the kin are once more in the city? To inform us of the truth in it? To trick us for some other reason?" I rubbed the spot between my eyebrows with my thumb and index finger. "You're really confusing this early in the morning." I let an upcoming yawn unfold and then blinked hard. "We know that at least one kin leader has been in the city, my mom." "Yes," he agreed. But we don't know if that is coincidental in relation to the chatter, or if she's who the chatter refers to. What we do know is that your mother's presence the other night indicates something hidden about the imprisonment of at least one high-ranking kinswoman. Yeah, I don't think they're in the dungeons either. Loki smiled as he took aim and sent the knife flying. It struck next to the cluster already in the target's chest. And what do you think Antigone will say to that? He asked over his shoulder as he walked over to the target. That we haven't done our job, I guess, I said, and yawned again as he began pulling the knives out. Right you are. I'm always right, I quipped, earning a snort from the other side of the room. Loki pulled the last knife out and came back to continue the knife throwing. So, I guess that our very shaky plan rests on my uncle, who hates me, by the way, to come through? Yes. And by the way, hate is an excellent motivator. It's indifference you should worry about. I looked at him a moment as he took aim again. I don't think either of those are good options in family relations. Trust me, Red, he said, and threw a knife that stuck in the target's forehead. Hate can motivate acts of great magnitude. Why does that sound like you're ominously familiar with the concept? You know me. I'm familiar with everything. Not the concept of humility. That just made him laugh before throwing another knife, his aim true despite his mirth. I guess we'll just have to wait then. Just so, he agreed. So, did you get the address or did you distract the cub so much he forgot to tell you? Ha ha, I huffed. No, I got it. And this Xanthi is? You know she's a blood witch. And what else? I sighed. The remnants of my dream floated at the forefront of my mind. But then Loki was, for all his wordy flourishes, good at getting to the core of things. I think she helped perform a magical ritual on me when I was 14. He'd been about to throw a knife again, but lowered it at this and looked down at me. Were you not in the cult at this time? Yeah, but it's not a surprise to either of us that the kin used magic on the down low, is it? No, he conceded, and there was something to his eyes now. Not the unnatural green, but a hardness. The mirth was gone. I exhaled and nodded to myself. He'd find out anyway if I was right about this. I don't know exactly what happened to me, only that I got my daggers that night. I indicated the floors above with my eyes. I could sense the daggers upstairs in my room where I'd left them. Ever since then, I've always been able to sense them. What happened? He asked. That was the question, wasn't it? It had been a harrowing experience. I could remember being so afraid. About 5 kin members had entered this very house that night, welcomed in by my parents. I remembered being leery of them for some reason, even before the ritual had begun. We'd all walked into the library where they'd continued to talk over my head, but about me. Not directly, but I'd understood that at least. Then an order had been barked out, and 4 red-clad people had lifted me onto the table and placed me there, face down. I'd begun fighting them immediately, but had one adult on each arm and leg, holding me down. She's so young, someone had protested. That voice rang clear now. It was my father's. Can't it wait at least a couple of years? That will be too late. She has too much spirit as it is, a harsh voice had barked back at him. She's just a child, Xanthi, my father had tried. Leave this room if your stomach can't handle it, the voice had snapped. If we are to obtain our goals, harsh means must be applied. But... Hush, Morgan, my mother said somewhere above me. Illustrious guide knows best. This must be done. A pause had followed, then a quiet, of course. Everything had happened fast after that. I still struggled against the kinsfolk holding me down, but when a red magical light began swirling around us all, everywhere in the room, I'd frozen, too shocked by the blatant appearance of magic in our home, too shocked by seeing it anywhere in our presence. Magic was forbidden. Then my 14-year-old mind got something else to be shocked by. "Hand me one of the daggers," the raspy voice demanded. I couldn't really see all that well, held face down on the table, but someone moved closer, following the order, and a second later my shirt was cut and then ripped open, exposing my back to everyone. "No! Stop! Mom!" "Lay still, Em. This is for the best, you'll see." "Mom, no! Please, Dad!" "Leave her be," the voice ordered, completely indifferent to my embarrassment and fear. "Please, stop!" I begged whoever would listen, utterly mortified at the adults standing around watching my exposed back. Young as I was, that was what troubled me most then, not the threat of magic. But that came moments later. "Everyone be quiet," the harsh voice had commanded. "This will be difficult. The daggers will fight me." Fight what? My fear-addled mind had the time to think before a searing pain ran down my back. It took a second to register, but I could feel the blade of a knife, one of the daggers as I now know, slicing into my skin and cutting a line down my back. I screamed then, in fear, confusion, and pain. The sweet, sickly scent of my own blood filled the air, amplified beyond what it should have been. Drops trickled down my sides and likely onto the table. I pleaded with them to stop, but my captors' grips were relentless, my parents' silence deafening. Then the magic lights had strengthened in power as I felt a sense of being drained of all energy within. "Now comes the tricky part," the voice went on. I have no recollection of how much time went past, but when the magical lights retracted from my sight, not a word was said. Then something was shoved against the fresh wound on my back. Not only did I scream at the pain, my whole body protested at the intrusion of magic in my blood. I bucked and fought, getting one arm free at one point, but to no avail as someone ran to help hold me down. The searing pain from the blood had nearly overpowered me, but then, just as quick as it had begun, it died down, like a battle was lost, and I felt a different kind of pain. Numb pain. I cried then, the tears forcing their way, and I didn't care who saw. "Did it work?" My mother's voice had a hint of hope somewhere near. I realized she was the one who'd helped restrain me. "Mom, make them stop!" I pleaded through my tears. "Not quite," the voice replied. "But that was on purpose. Give me the other dagger." "What?" I gasped. "Another?" I tried fighting the holds when I heard steps come closer. Everyone else was busy holding me down or performing magic of all things. It had to be my dad handing her another one. It didn't take long before I felt the burning pain of yet another cut, just like the first one. When it had been repeated once more, the grips loosened on my arms and legs and I moved off the table at once, holding the shirt tight to my body as I fled the room. "Did it work?" someone said. I didn't know who, and I didn't care about the answer. I ran upstairs, tears blinding me. No one made a move to stop me. It was only up in my bedroom, alone and frightened, when the worst of the shock had subsided, but the dull pain and tears still remained, that I felt an unfamiliar tug in my mind. I got this nagging sense that I had forgotten something downstairs, that in the library something there was mine. The daggers. Loki threw his second-to-last knife at the target, and then stood still instead of throwing the last one. He looked down at me. "Your connection to the daggers is through blood magic," he stated. He'd kept throwing his knives steadily while I told him the gist of what I remembered from that night. "Yeah, I suppose. I never gave much thought to what kind of magic they used. The fact that it was magic was bad enough back then." I got up and turned my back to him. Unlike 14-year-old me, I wasn't as shy. I pulled my t-shirt halfway up my back so he could see the scars. Xanthi had cut 2 straight lines down my back from my shoulder blades to my hips. The scars were straight and still had a slight pink color to them. She hadn't cut me open with them, but she'd gone deep enough to leave scars. "You remained with the cult and your parents after this happened," Loki said as I dropped the shirt and turned around. I did. Where was I supposed to go? I couldn't hide the affront in my voice.
I didn't mean you did anything wrong by staying. You were a child. I merely wonder how they justified this.
Oh, it was what illustrious guide thought best. What other reason was needed?
Usually a vague argument, but I agree. What other reason is needed for the follower indeed? I was told by my parents and illustrious guide himself some time later that the daggers were his gift to me, that I was chosen to safeguard them for him, that they were magical nullifiers. It made sense back then. But nothing specified? I shook my head. No. What? Magical nullifiers and magic as parts of the same ritual, he hedged. Yeah? I prompted. It's most rare. Okay? I've only seen it a handful of times. Well, thank you. That makes me much wiser. Care to share your wisdom? Well, it is a chore considering the amount I harbor. Shut up, Loki. You never cease your irreverence, Red, he replied, though with a smile. I believe I see your parents slightly clearer now. Oh yes, a picture is forming. They were as brainwashed as I was. Loki stared at me for a beat, then, a long one. What? I asked. Children should not pay for their parents' acts. I gaped a moment. He sounded dead serious. Long gone was the usual smile or spark of mirth in his eyes. He turned his head slightly and glanced over at the target before looking at me again, the smile back now. I'll admit, this tale has infected me with curiosity over this Xanthi too. I'd like to meet her, he said, and proffered me the last knife, metal handle first. I took it. I guess it's a good thing I have her address then, I said, and threw the knife straight into the target's right eye. Chapter 13. The address led us to a typical family area over in Solon Vale. The house in front of us was a terracotta house, much like every other one on that street. They lined the cobbled road in a uniform fashion, all with a neat garden out front, most of them with discarded toys in the grass. Few people were outside at this hour, though. When that was the case, it was best to be seen by as few people as possible. I gazed at the house as we neared it, unease stuck in my stiff shoulders. There were lights on inside, so someone was likely awake. I wasn't sure if I hoped Xanthi was here or not. I still had no idea what had been done to me all those years ago, but I still dreamed about it now and then. They'd been nightmares when I was a girl. Now they were mere bad dreams that still had me draw a sigh of relief when I woke up from one of them, realizing I was not in that situation anymore. Not a bad place to hide, actually, Loki commented as we stopped right in front of the house at the address Corey had given me. He and Arlen had not come along this time as they had a job. I could guess what kind of job, was sure I didn't like it, and considering what I'd seen from those two the last few days, was sure I'd be impressed at however they'd go about it. Besides, Loki and I were here to talk to Xanthi, nothing more. Why? I asked at Loki's comment. Wouldn't a kin member be seen by the neighbors quickly? This strikes me as the kind of neighborhood where people will absolutely stick their noses in other people's business, especially since many of them seem to have children. A good observation, Loki said. People with children would be preoccupied with their safety. Yet, if you manage to never be observed by anyone, then chances are the constabulary and the hunters won't look here. Because only upstanding people live in areas like this? Seemingly. People are people wherever you go, Red. Thank you for the bleak life lesson. Realistic, I'd say. Ready? He added and nodded toward the house. No, I told him, and began walking the gravel pathway toward the green front door. A few beats too many after I rang the doorbell, the door opened a fraction, and a man peered outside. Hello? Is this the residence of Xanthi? I asked. I had no idea what her last name was. Her first one had to do. It is very late, miss, the man said. That wasn't a no, was it? I countered. The man, from what little I could see of his face, looked worried. "There is no one living here by that name," he insisted. It was a little too late. When he began closing the door, Loki snapped his fingers, drawing both mine and the man's attention as green sparks flew from his fingers, a harmless gesture that nonetheless drew attention. "I think you'll find that it will cause much more trouble if we're not let in to see the witch." The man's eyes flicked between us before he stepped back and opened the door fully for us. I stepped inside, Loki behind me, and entered a normal-looking foyer. The walls were painted a soft cream color, with a few framed landscapes hanging on them. A wooden coat rack stood to the left with a couple of jackets hanging on it. The floor was covered in polished hardwood, with a patterned rug in the center. There was a woman standing next to the coat rack who'd not been visible to us when outside. She looked to be the man's age, around 30. Her blonde hair was gathered in a long braid and she wore practical pants and a shirt, much like the man did. "You live here with her?" I asked. For some reason, something about their worried looks told me they weren't servants. Everything in the foyer spoke of a man and a woman living here. The coats and shoes belonged to a man and a woman at least.
Yes,"
the man said.
"Something is already troublesome here," Loki commented and stepped forward, paying close attention to the two. "There's magic about." He switched between looking at them. "Blood magic," he added. "Feels like an entrapment spell. Blood witches are particularly good at those." There was an edge to his voice, like he had personal experience with this and wasn't bothering to hide it.
"Well," I said, "if nothing else, we know we're in the right place. Do you work for her?" I added to the quiet couple. They shared a look and then cast their eyes down. Something was very wrong here.
"Yes," the woman stuttered.
Loki uttered and then let them be.
"Care to announce our visit to your mistress?"
That last word elicited a stiffening of the man's jaw, which was quickly forced back before he nodded and indicated we should follow him to another door down a hallway where he opened a door into a living room.
"Madam, there are visitors for you."
"I'm not expecting anyone," a harsh voice barked back. I inhaled hard, the scent of incense scratching at my throat at the same time. "That's her," I whispered to Loki. "I recognize that voice."
"It certainly is distinct,"
Loki drawled, and then when the Blood Witch in the other room kept arguing with the man, he simply used the same tactic as in Frederick's shop.
"May the illustrious guide lead you, Xanthi,"
he shouted over the man's shoulder. There was silence for a moment. Even the man in the doorway froze. Then,
"Let them in, Gaius."
"Works every time," Loki said with a smile. I shook my head in resignation and followed him into the room as Gaius, as his name clearly was, stepped aside and indicated we should proceed. I tried catching his eyes, but he resolutely didn't meet my gaze. Something was so utterly wrong in this house. The living room was furnished with overstuffed couches and armchairs in muted shades of brown and green. A large fireplace dominated one wall, the mantel adorned with various knickknacks and framed photographs. Bookshelves lined another wall, crammed full of leather-bound tomes. A plush rug covered most of the hardwood floor. What stood out was the rocking chair in the middle of it, with a woman seated in it. I didn't really recognize her, though I must have seen her when she entered the Morgan mansion the night she performed her spell on me. It was her voice that had lodged itself in my brain. It was coarse and raspy. The woman, Xanthi, was old, and though I could see the fire in her eyes, her body held none of that spirit. She was frail, her legs and arms thin, the rest of her pudgy. Her hair was steel gray and long, and it hung in tatters like she couldn't be bothered to brush it. Her skin had a pale and sickly pallor to it, her lips barely any pink. At least I could determine, without being a doctor, that she was not in good health. She sat with a plaid, red, green, and black blanket over her lap. A small table stood beside the rocking chair, a cup and a stack of newspapers next to it on that table.
"May you find inner strength and—"
She began in returning the greeting,
a trace of hope in the short part she got out, before she saw Loki clearly, and her cold blue eyes widened. "You are not a kinsman!" "Obviously," Loki said with a smile as he unceremoniously and uninvited sat in a soft chair placed in front of her. "But it's not me you have business with today." "An ex-god? I should think not." The affront she felt at sensing the magic in him was almost palpable. "You should know better than to enter the house of a blood witch." She did a small flourish with her hand, and red, magical lights flickered around her hand, a clear threat. Loki merely laughed at the sight. "Are you certain you want to find out whether that will get you far with me?" She narrowed her eyes. As far as I knew, blood witches were among the strongest witches there were. But then, the gods, while remnants of what they had been, were not weak either. Thankfully, I didn't have to find out what could have happened had she pushed it, because she glanced over at me, back at Loki, and then back at me again. "You. I recognize you, girl." Yeah," I said, and stepped farther into the room. "At least one of you are a true kin." She trailed off and looked between Loki and me again. "Are we catching on?" he asked, and turned in the chair so his back leaned against the soft armrest before he slung one leg over the other. He was likely getting comfortable to annoy her. For a guy who could get on people's good side if he wanted to, he sure had a knack for getting on their bad side, too. "A traitor, then," Xanthi snarled at me. "Associating with magic-wielding scum." "A magic-wielding treasure, if you ask me, but I suppose we won't agree on this anyway. On with your business, Red," he added and smiled encouragingly at me. Unlike him, I couldn't muster a smile at that point. But he was right. We were here because I had business with this witch. Personal business. "I was a loyal kinswoman until the last day of the kin's reign," I told the witch. "Then I was sentenced and took my punishment, which is more than I can say for you." Glancing around, I added, "You've been here since the fall, haven't you?" "Loyal to the last day, you say? Clearly not any more if you keep this kind of company." "I was loyal until I saw what we were, and until I heard from Illustrious Guide's mouth himself how the beloved 10 had died as collateral damage in a botched attempt at killing some vampires." Pfft. The old woman waved that statement off as if it was nothing. "They were just children," I added, in case it wasn't clear to her how bad that had been. "They were in the wrong place at the wrong time, no matter how one puts it." "I rather think the parents would have torn you to shreds had they heard that, not caring that you're a witch. And a feeble and weak one at that," Loki drawled. "I am weak in body, not in magic." "Never mind all your magical muscle flexing," I said. "Do you remember me?" Xanthi huffed. "Course I do. You're Morgan and Morgan's child." "You know my parents?" "Know of them. They were in the fire circle. I only dealt with Illustrious Guide on matters of the kin. You were a member. Why?" "To eradicate magic from Atlantis, to make it fair for everyone. Same as you once did, but you've clearly forgotten." I looked to Loki for help, but he'd picked up a porcelain trinket from the coffee table and was turning it over in his hand, staring lazily at it. "Dude," I said to get his attention. "A little help here?" He looked up at Xanthi. "Surely you see the irony? Because I'm a witch, you mean?" She rolled her eyes like this should be obvious. "Do you honestly think I was the only one?" "No," I said. "Illustrious Guide used magic for many things." Using his real name didn't seem prudent around this woman. She'd likely take affront. Not everyone who wields magical powers wants them. "And yet you were quick to threaten us with your magic when we entered," Loki pointed out. "I didn't say I was one of those people," Xanthi said and huffed at him. "Besides, what witch wouldn't threaten an ex-god? You are power-hungry, vain, and too full of yourselves, the lot of you." "Don't forget vengeful," Loki said with a smirk. "Never mind all that," I broke in. I didn't have the patience for this bickering. What the witch was talking about was what mattered. It seemed rather obvious, too. She likely sat here alone every day. I couldn't see her conversing much with the couple she'd enslaved into her service. What do you mean you weren't one of them? The people who didn't want their magic? I never hated my magic, but my mother... Let's just say, most people do not deserve to have it. That's all I have to say on the matter. She turned her face away a moment, in a haughty movement. I was about to pry, but then realized she had said what was needed on the matter. Whatever her mother had put her through with her magic, it was bad enough to have sent Xanthi into the fold of the Red Kin. How twisted was that? You came to my house one night, you and 4 other kin. Do you remember that? Her face fell into more neutral folds again as she turned her face back, looking at me. Of course I remember that. I was there at Illustrious Guide's behest. I swallowed hard and forced myself to nod. You did something to me. Spell, I think. Her eyes went to the daggers strapped to my left hip and thigh, before I could indicate them with my hand. I lowered it and waited. I did. You fought us, I remember that. You were a good girl then, reacting to magic that way. It's only natural. I had to keep quiet a second to avoid spelling out what I actually thought about what she'd just said. I glanced at Loki, who sat still, the trinket in his hand forgotten, his face unusually neutral. What did you do exactly? I went on, my voice steady. I knew that shouting at this woman wouldn't help me in any way. She looked taken aback a moment, her face with a moue of surprise. You don't know? I shook my head. Not really. Illustrious Guide told me later that the daggers were a gift entrusted to me, and that I was to remain close. Yet I was never allowed to join the armed kin, so what I was supposed to have done with them was beyond me. A rasping, yet mocking laugh escaped the older woman, the blanket on her lap sliding down a little due to the movement. Foolish girl. Illustrious Guide had the armed kin to protect him. Why would he need you for that? Okay, then why give me the weapons? He didn't give them to you as weapons. Then why give them to me at all? To control you, silly. Why else? He did that fine without them, I snapped and shut my mouth quickly. I couldn't risk her stopping talking. Not now. That was why I was sent to you and your parents. It was time. You'd lived in the Earthside realm up until then, if I remember correctly. I nodded to confirm this. And when you came here, everything was about to awaken in you. Awaken? You had to be stopped, you see, and I understand now that you still are. Still what? I may not be a kinswoman anymore, but I'm still quite clueless about magic. Yes, Xanthi sighed and then smiled wistfully. So were the idiots who tried taking back the city recently. They used magic they had no control over. If they'd only reached out to me, I would have made certain they succeeded. Naturally, Loki said, his tone leaving no doubt of the sarcasm. I was just grateful he didn't reveal our involvement in that whole ordeal. Xanthi flashed him a deadly glare, but focused on me again. Illustrious Guide was adamant you were handled. Handled? What in the hells had I done? I'd been 14 at the time. Sure, I'd begun questioning some things, because at the time I'd wanted to go back home Earthside, to my life there. I didn't think that way anymore, though. Atlantis was my home now, a home I owed it to make amends to. You thought those daggers were weapons? Gifts from Illustrious Guide for you to protect him? Xanthi shook her head, but the nasty smile on her pale lips was a warning in itself of her next words. In a sense, you were right. They protect him, but not from outside threats. No, they protect him from you. I looked to Loki, who only shrugged at this. I was merely 14 at the time. What kind of threat could I possibly have been? Was he afraid of teenage tantrums? Fool, Xanthi snapped, her raspy voice like a whip.
Illustrious guide was wise and ahead in every step. He told me to perform a binding spell on you using those daggers, which wasn't easy, mind you, since they repel magic at every turn. A what? I said. A binding spell? I looked to Loki for help, noting he'd put the trinket back on the coffee table at this, his entire posture more alert as he sat up properly in the chair. The witch had his interest now. You performed a binding spell on her, intertwined with anti-magic? I told you I was strong, didn't I? Xanthi seemed overly pleased with herself. For how long? Loki countered. Anti-magic is notoriously unstable when used with magic. The comment didn't seem to bother her. His words sounded quite knowing to me. You lost most of your magic, didn't you? He grinned at that. And, like that was a sacrifice to me. What does this mean? I asked. Everyone but me clearly understood something I didn't about this magic. As usual. Loki looked my way after staring at the witch for a few beats. Binding spells are used to bind magical abilities, Red, he said, back to the crux of the matter. What? I said. What does that mean? I repeated like a simpleton. Xanthi rolled her eyes at my apparent ignorance. You're a blood witch, girl. Chapter 14. What? I uttered again, too dumbfounded to form intelligent sentences. I kept that up with, No, I'm not. I don't have any magical abilities. Loki's neutral expression turned to one of doubt, but he said nothing. I knew what he was thinking, though. There had been that moment in the pyramid when something had happened with the glory of Avalon. I'd drawn power from the magical crown jewel somehow. You are, Xanthi hammered in, seemingly insulted I'd contradicted her. I bound your powers myself. I felt them. Bound them? What in the hells does that even mean? Paused them, put them on ice, rendered them in a coma, take your pick, Loki said, his eyes on Xanthi now. But why the daggers? Why involve anti-magic in this? Xanthi smiled widely, triumphantly then. Such complex magic goes beyond the simple mind of an ex-god, doesn't it? Can you undo it? I asked before he could throw an insult back at her. His wolfish smile certainly suggested he had one ready to go. Yes, she said, and shrugged like this was the easiest thing in the world. But I won't, she added. Why not? I realized I was getting louder. I wasn't sure I wanted any magic unbound, but I also felt a distinct dread at being caught under a spell Kerwin Bowden had placed upon me. Why had that even happened? Why hadn't he thrown me out of the kin or used my magic somehow? It certainly wasn't unheard of within the kin. Had he orchestrated this as a favor to my parents? It had to be. The embarrassment of two leaders in the cult having a child with magic. It would have shattered any trust and respect they had within the cult. I won't, because it's part of Illustrious Guide's plan. And whatever his plan is, he has yet to fulfill it. Yet to... I shook my head in disbelief. He's in the dungeons, I told her, though I was doubting the truth of that these days. He has only met a setback, girl. Of course his plans will come to fruition. And when they do, I'll be waiting here, ready to join him. Not until he's well and truly taken power, I assume, Loki said. You've got a cozy setup here, haven't you? It'd be a shame to risk this hiding place. Can you undo it? I asked Loki in desperation, and I wasn't surprised at his slow headshake. It's a blood curse, Red. My magic is all innate. My kind don't really need to resort to spells. Ha! Pitiful ex-gods. Loki ignored the witch. But there's usually a way with magic. Another blood witch could do the trick. Against my magic? Xanthi hissed in indignation at the mere thought. Only I could wield that spell. The complication of magic and anti-magic at once. Good luck finding anyone who can help. It's so rare only I could have done it. Loki stared at her in silence. This time for so long I could see a flicker of worry in her cold eyes.
You are right in that it's rare. I'll grant you that, witch. But it's not unheard of. Not entirely. Then he stood so abruptly, both Xanthi and I drew breaths in unison surprise.
At least tell me why,
I pushed, but she shook her head. I take my promise to illustrious guide with pride. Unlike you, fallen from high as you are. You better hope he has mercy on you when he returns. I could see it then. What had been in her words since we'd entered this room. The look in her eyes. The sound in her voice. The haughty posture of her frail body despite her sitting in her rocking chair. It was the manic gleam of the fanatic. And this was a soul fanatic, cut off from her like-minded people, merely hoping they'd return one day. Because without them, she was no one, even with her magic. Just a pathetic wretch, waiting to seek warmth from the shine of someone else. If Kerwin Bowden ever returns, he'll be hanged in the streets for what he's done. Until then, I hope you rot in this chair, I told her, and went for the door behind me.
How dare you!
She shouted behind me, but I yanked it open and walked through, trusting Loki to handle any kind of sneak attack should she try. I just couldn't stand looking at her smug face anymore. She kept shouting something foul as Loki shut the door behind us, but that was when it stopped. Seemed whatever ailed her physically impeded upon her magical strength. That didn't mean she wasn't dangerous, though. That thought struck me as I laid eyes on the couple who'd let us in.
Do you work for her?
I asked them as they stood far enough away from the living room door so as not to be eavesdropping, but close enough should their mistress call for them. They both looked a little too thin and way too tired for someone doing all right. This house alone was supposed to mean they had a livable income at least. The man nodded at my question. The woman kept looking down.
Do you work for her voluntarily?
I asked then. Obviously, they looked miserable. Fear was written all over them. I didn't need Loki's ability to read people to see that. It was too easy to see. The man, Gaius, gave a curt nod, but the woman gave me a quick look before casting her eyes down again. Okay then. At that moment, I hated Xanthi on principle for what she'd done to me, but upon seeing this couple, I hated her even more before getting the confirmation.
Loki, what was that you said about an entrapment spell?
Took you long enough, he said and smiled. You there, he said to the woman, already catching on to which of them was the most desperate to take a chance. Her brief glance toward me had said it all.
Ritindra,
she almost whispered. Good grief, I could barely hear you there, Ritindra, Loki said. There's a mark on you both, isn't there? A sealment of a spell, I'm guessing? Ritindra and Gaius glanced at each other, clearly petrified. Then Ritindra waved us on, and we followed them back into the hallway and the front door, likely so the bloody witch couldn't overhear us.
There is a mark,
Ritindra said, her eyes seeking the hallway behind us as if Xanthi would suddenly appear. Ritindra, don't! Gaius interjected.
Why not? What do we have to lose?
The man looked utterly distraught as he gazed at her. Each other? Romantic as that notion is, Loki drawled. Can you show us the mark? It is really all I sense here. She uses no other magic that I can tell. The couple communicated in an unspoken manner a moment before turning to us. In unison, they both drew up the left sleeves of their shirts, revealing a glowing band around their wrists. If not for the magical light emanating from them, the bands would have looked like tattoos. I stepped closer and peered at them. Unlike Loki, I couldn't sense a thing. I now knew why, of course. What I could see were thin strands of red twirling among the golden light. The blood of the blood magic, no doubt. These keep you here and under her control? I asked. The couple nodded before Ritindra added, We can't leave the house. She knows where we are at all times. And let me guess, Loki chimed in. If errands need to be done, Only one gets to leave while the other remains?" They nodded again. "Might as well be collars," I hissed. "Can you break the curse?" I asked Loki, who shrugged. "Depends. Do you like your hands very much?" Both Ritindra and Gaius withdrew their hands immediately. "Really?" I directed at him. He merely shrugged again. "Blood curses are usually complex. This one isn't. She has lost quite some power, or the will to perform it. I could probably burn the bands off, but with the inconvenience of taking their hands at the same time. Especially when we have little time. She will soon realize we are standing here chit-chatting." I looked to the door, but according to the couple themselves, they couldn't leave unless allowed to do so magically. "Does she lift the curse for the one of you who can leave on errands?" I asked. "Yes," Gaius said. So, leaving and then helping wasn't an option. "You think these can help?" I asked Loki and indicated my daggers. "Wouldn't surprise me," was what he offered to that. I unsheathed one of them. "Let me try," I said, and indicated the couple should show me their hands again. Hesitantly, they did so. I took Gaius's hand first. "This will sting a bit," I warned him, as I raised the dagger and carefully cut into his skin, the sharp blade slicing through his skin and the band at once. Gaius hissed, but it caught in his throat as the golden light flickered and vanished. "It worked!" I uttered in surprise, despite what I'd seen these weapons do by now. A shout went up from the living room, an enraged shout, Xanthi's raspy voice twisting into a harsh cry of anger. "Quickly!" I told Ritindra, who was already moving forward yet staring in disbelief at her husband's free hand. Except for a streak of red from the cut and a few crimson drops dripping from it, the curse was gone. I sliced through Ritindra's band as well, and seconds later, as screams rose behind us, the four of us left through the front door. "Did she come here after the fall of the kin?" I asked the couple who'd linked hands as they hurried down the pathway, the screams behind us leaving no doubt of what awaited them back in the house. "Yes," Ritindra said, glancing back, fear in her voice. "A few days later." "Did she know you?" "She's my cousin twice removed," Gaius said. So, she'd needed a place to hide and thought of this couple and kept them as forced labor ever since. The knowledge made my blood boil. "I guess you were right," I told Loki, who did not run from the house like the couple did. This was a good place to hide. The couple had likely been isolated from the neighborhood, and no one had ever seen Xanthi herself. It was utterly diabolical. Flashes of red suddenly erupted inside the house, the bursts of light visible through the windows as Xanthi had a fit in there. I turned around and saw a few lights being turned on in the neighboring houses at the noise of the magic and screams from within. Behind me stood Ritindra and Gaius, holding on to each other, afraid to stay and afraid to leave, it seemed. If not for mine and Loki's presence, they likely would have run by now. "I know you said to keep this around for an opportune moment," I told Loki as I sheathed my dagger and fished the tracker we'd found when in Antonia's hotel room out of my jacket pocket. "But I think that moment is now." Loki pressed his lips together in a sure kind of gesture. He seemed more amused than anything. "Raldo!" I shouted, making a scene out in the street, but I didn't care. "Raldo, show yourself! I know you're here!" I turned around, trying to see if I could spot him. But except for the neighbors coming out on doorsteps, nothing else moved. "Raldo! If you want what we've been hunting, you'd better act now!" I shouted louder. Finally, different kinds of figures began emerging from nearby gardens. Altogether 4 of them, all dressed in the toned-down clothes of the hunters, all of them tall and broad imposing figures, armed to the teeth. Raldo appeared among them, striding toward us with a stern look on his face. But then, what other kind of expression did the man have? Before he could ask how I knew they were there, I reached out and handed him the tracker. "Here, you forgot this when last at my place." He took the thing more by reflex than anything. "You want kin members so badly?"
I went on without letting him talk. Well, here's one for you, in that house. A kinswoman in hiding since the fall. She'll likely talk herself into a sentence with her pride and reverence for Kerwin Bowden, and if not, you'll have a case against her with the testimony of these two, I added and indicated Gaius and Ratindra, who seemed relieved at the appearance of what was obviously hunters. She's a blood witch too, I went on, but I think you know very well that the kin used magic. She's old and frail, but I wouldn't underestimate her. Raldo put the tracker in his pocket with seemingly no shame at having been caught out. You still have a job to do, he said, and, without waiting for a response, he looked around and gave a nod at each of the other 3 hunters. Then they spread out as they moved toward the house, where Xanthi was still throwing a tantrum inside with her magic. Loki and I retreated a few steps quietly. We didn't need to be here for this. I believe this is the first time you've willfully led the authorities to a kin member, Loki pointed out, nonchalant as always. What she did to me is one thing, I said, and began walking away in earnest, past curious neighbors, who were more interested in the flashes of red coming from Ratindra and Gaius's house anyway. What she did to that couple was something else entirely. I'd do that again in a heartbeat. Wouldn't you? He nodded sideways a moment as we walked, his lips pursed sideways. Wouldn't you? I repeated. Well, I'd probably have just killed her, he said, with absolute sincerity shining through the unnatural green of his eyes, and then added in a lighter tone, But hey, you managed just fine, didn't you? He laughed as we walked on. Chapter 15. So, a blood witch, huh? Corey said when I'd finished telling him about what had happened when I met Xanthi. We sat on one of the sunbeds out back on the patio, me leaning against him, my head resting on his chest, his arms around me. It was as relaxed as it could be, except for our topic. I was still torn between wanting to panic and almost not caring. What did it matter anyway? I had no magical powers. Never had. Or so I'd thought. I wasn't missing anything because I didn't know what I was missing. Seems I keep attracting drama lately. Oh, you think this is drama? Corey said and chuckled. You should have seen the ensuing drama when the head of the Thieves Guild tried tricking Arlen. Why? What happened? Let's just say, the Grey Brokers scared mindless of her. Shouldn't that make her the head of the Thieves Guild? No, why would it? She's not a member. What? Why not? Why should she be? I'm not either. You're not? I leaned forward so I could turn my head and look at him. Don't they come after you if you're not? Corey grinned and shook his head. Do you know how many thieves there are in a city this size? Quite a few, I'd imagine, I said, and leaned back against him again. From street urchins to the most sophisticated jewel thieves. I knew Atlantis attracted all kinds of folks, like any large city would. Everyone knows they're not interested in small-timers, I said. I don't think that applies to the two of you. He chuckled again and quickly kissed the top of my head. We were quiet for a while then, sitting there like that, relaxed, trusting, and not a word. And it hit me how easy it was. I felt no compulsion to say anything, and worse, to figure out what to say. Darkness loomed and insects buzzed around the lights on the patio, but they didn't bother us. The far-off sounds of the city were background noise, unobtrusive. Heavy mixed scents of flowers hung in the air around us. I could have sat there forever with him, but in the end my curiosity won out, not my usual awkward need to end silences without knowing what to say. Can you sense magic? I asked him. A bit. I'm only half-elf, you know. I nodded. He'd told me this on one of our dates. His mother had had an affair with an elf, and the result had been Corey. While he'd been born in his father's realm, his mom had taken him and gone back Earthside when he was about 2. She had never fit in with the elves, and so that romance had become a tragic love story instead. Like me, Corey had grown up Earthside for a few years before coming to Atlantis. "I've sensed no magical powers in you. More a lack of them. That's likely those daggers, though," he said, and moved his hand so he could tap one of them with his index finger where they were still sheathed on my thigh. I suppose. Loki found that piece of information interesting, though. The anti-magic? Yes. He had. He'd sat up at the mention and engaged more in our talk with Xanthi when she'd mentioned that part. "Well, I don't know much about it, but that's not saying much," Corey said. "It's rare. I do know that, at least." "Yeah, I guess. Except for my daggers, I've never really heard of it." "I guess you'll have to wheedle it out of him," Corey said with a laugh, and then stiffened as the nearby clock tower chimed the hour. "Oh, crap. Is that the time?" he blurted and nudged me forward so he could get up. "Forgot a meeting with the Thieves Guild?" I quipped. "Ha! That's funny, Em." He laughed and bent to kiss me. His lips lingered on mine, but the damn bells kept tolling down the street. "No, it's worse. I forgot a meeting with Arlen." "You better hurry, then. I kind of prefer you with all your extremities attached." He smiled warmly at me as he straightened up. "Don't let it bother you too much, though," he said. "It doesn't change who you really are." I smiled after him as he left around the house. I'd come to realize Corey was a fairly laid-back guy with an easygoing nature. He certainly hadn't been scared away by all the crazy things happening around me lately. So what if I had questions about his profession? I wasn't perfect myself either, was I? But a witch? I missed Dell so much. Not just because she could have helped guide me through this, but because she was my friend. I remained out on the patio for a while, trying to make sense of everything I'd learned that day. We'd suspected, after I had drawn a lick of power from the glory of Avalon, a magical sapphire, that I might have some magical inclinations, but neither Dell nor Loki had been able to sense anything in me. I'd thought whatever it had been was completely insignificant, or that whatever it was came and went with the magical crown jewel. I'd needed magical aid desperately that day, and thought maybe the glory of Avalon could even have helped with that. The 3 main crown jewels were powerful and rare gems indeed, so why not? But now, the ugly truth was presenting itself. I remembered the ritual Xanthi had performed on me. Remembered the pain, the fear, the embarrassment. But I'd never thought to question it. It had been ordered by illustrious guide, so of course whatever it was important. So were the gifts I'd been given afterward. I hadn't even known they were part of the binding spell. Silly me. Silly, sheltered, manipulated me. Anger welled up at the thought. I'd only been 14 at the time, and the fear of more things like that being done to me had likely kept me in line. Back then, I thought I'd been punished for some wrongdoing. I'd seen some of the magic, but hadn't known Xanthi had been performing a spell on me. All I'd really felt was the pain, and I'd assumed I'd stepped out of line somehow. No one always knew what they did wrong in the kin, until Kerwin Bowden made up some rule on the spot because he was annoyed with someone. The sliding door to the patio was pushed open, and I turned to see Loki step outside. "Find out anything?" I asked him, but was met with a headshake. "I had very few sources to inquire of regarding this, Red, and no one has ever heard of a binding spell involving anti-magic. It is an oxymoron in and of itself." "Great," I muttered, and sank back on the sunbed, glancing up at the sky. Despite the large city I was in, I could spot the odd star up there. Loki and I had parted ways after leaving Xanthi so he could check the veracity of the things she'd said. "Could she be lying?" I asked him, to which he shrugged. "Everybody lies, Red." "Helpful." "Was she lying, though?" he went on. "I don't think so. That witch is a true believer in the Red Kin's teachings, which is also an oxymoron, since it relies on her destroying her own magical ability, which I believe she did." "She weakened herself by putting that spell on me?" "Yes."
People are weird. Can't really argue with you there, he said, and then looked to his right as a low scraping noise reached both our ears. Loki made a motion with his hand to keep me talking. I was the worst person to choose for that job, but I tried. So, did you have a nice walk home? Loki rolled his eyes as he passed me and walked, with no sound, toward the right side of the patio, where the deck met the wall of the salon inside. Really, Red? You have nothing more interesting to ask? He said, before he got too close to the wall and whoever made that sound. It sounded like fabric scratching against the wall, faint but distinguishable from all the other background noise. I have plenty to ask, but you never answer anyway. He made a rolling motion with his hand to keep me going as he neared the wall. Like what you and Arlen are actually arguing about, how she puts up with you, or how old you really are. I could see a grin on his face at that, despite him being out of the patio lights by now. There's also the fact that... I began, but that's when he jumped off the patio and swung around the wall at the same time. I sat up, leaning forward, wondering if I should help. The sounds of a quick scuffle reached my ears as well as a surprised gasp that cut off. I saw Loki pull someone away from the wall, someone who was struggling. Then he wrenched the person's hood off their head, and a familiar face came into view in the semi-dark they were in. "Mom?" I uttered in surprise. "Sneaking around again so soon?" Loki said, and let go of her with a little push in my direction so she came into proper view in front of the patio. The height of the deck reached her mid-thigh. She took a few steps more, looked awkwardly at Loki, who now jumped back up on the patio like he had no care whether she ran or stayed. Like last time, she was wearing a dark cloak, which barely revealed a dress underneath when she walked. Her hair flowed down over her shoulders. She'd never really liked to wear it up, I remembered at the sight. Funny, the little things you forgot about people sometimes. "Why were you sneaking up on us?" I asked her, not bothering to hide the apprehension in my voice. Loki remained standing, at least considering whether she was a threat. I wasn't all that kindly inclined to her myself at the moment, given what I'd learned that day. "I was only trying to see if I could talk to you," she said, and cast a look of unease Loki's way. "Talk about what? Kerwin Bowden on the move in the city again? Why? I don't see how that concerns me. And why is he here? Running from the rest of you?" Mom was about to say something, but stopped herself a moment. Then, "I sense you don't trust me, Em, but—" "No kidding," I interrupted her. "What tipped you off? My tone of voice?" She inhaled slowly, obviously steeling herself. "I see you have moved on with your life, sweetheart." She cast a nervous glance Loki's way. "But if Kerwin is planning something, it will affect us all. You need to find him and—" "And do what exactly?" Loki asked. "Stop him or join him?" "I'm sorry, sir, but this really is a matter between me and my daughter." "No, it isn't," I argued. "It sounds like an everyone's kind of problem if Kerwin is back with nefarious plans. Why tell me, though? Somehow I don't think you're out to stop him." "Unless he's left you all behind, of course," Loki added. "Or you're trying something on your own," I said. "We were tasked with finding a red kin leader in Atlantis. It could very well be my mother. I don't understand your animosity. The other night, you caught me off guard the other night. Today, I have other thoughts on the matter." She had a worried look on her face and added furrowed brows in confusion at this. "Tell me then, sweetheart." "I talked to a blood witch called Xanthi today. Does that name ring a bell?" Her brows lowered deeper, yet the confusion left her, replaced by a look of comprehension. "Yes," she simply said. "She came into this house years ago with other kin members, and then proceeded to torture me while you looked on. Remember that?" Mom shook her head before I'd finished the sentence. "Oh, Em, no. That wasn't torture. We saved you." "Saved me?" "From a life of magic.
she simply said to that. "Oh, well, that sure justifies it," I spat out. "Do you hear yourself? What's wrong with you?" She faltered. That wasn't like her at all. "I don't know what's right or wrong anymore." She looked defeated where she stood, shoulders slumped, eyes downcast. I felt a tug in my heart at the sight. I'd looked up to my mother's strength when I was a girl. Now it seemed forced. I looked to Loki, who didn't seem moved at all, judging by the sneer of his lips. He wasn't even bothering to hide it. "How am I a witch at all?" I asked my mom. "You always bragged that ours was a non-magical family." Mom shook her head slowly and then looked up at me again. "We always thought so. There must have been a link in the family tree somewhere." "Likely your husband's side, eh?" Loki said. Mom ignored him and focused on me. "I'm sorry you didn't find out from us, sweetheart." "But you're not sorry you did it," Loki went on, relentless. "We were all in a different mindset back then. Everything's changed now. Have you found out anything about Kerwin?" I blinked. She did not seem interested in what Xanthi had revealed. Something else was occupying her mind now. Why else risk coming here? "We've heard rumors of a high-ranking kin member in the city," Loki said. Mom met his eyes a moment before she turned her gaze on me. "You don't think—" She shook her head hard. "You think it's me? I've told you that Kerwin—" "But he is locked up in the dungeons, is he not?" Loki hammered in. "Em, listen to me. Everything has changed. Nothing is as it was. Kerwin is up to something, and your father—" I leaned forward. "What about him? Last you were here, you said he wasn't doing well. He's not. He's ill, and I fear for him. If I could, I'd bring him here to see you, but—" She made an exasperated gesture with her hands. Apparently there was nothing she could do. "How are you not in the dungeons?" I asked. Mom inhaled and exhaled, calming herself down. "We hardly were. There were so many of us. They sent most of us elsewhere after the trials." "What? How was that even possible? Surely even kin members have family on the outside who'd want to visit." "Sure about that?" Loki drawled. He still had that suspicious look directed at Mom. The fact that he wasn't hiding it meant he wasn't remotely trying to form any kind of bond with her to get her talking. Then again, I was doing that. Again, she ignored him. Interesting, really. A few years ago, she'd have called for the armed kin to take him away. She didn't have that ability now. Could only endure his insults since she wanted to talk to me. We were taken off-world, Em. That's all I can say. No, I'm sure you can say all kinds of things. Like where it is. Why that happened. How you're free to come here. Those kinds of things. She smiled weakly as she shook her head. No, because I don't want you going there. It's not a good place. It's dangerous. We might have failed you before. I'm not doing that again. But Mom, I want to see him. No, don't go, I added, raising my voice as she stepped back a few paces. If you won't call the constabulary, I'll see if I can bring your dad here, okay? No, that's not okay, I gasped and cursed, still seated cross-legged. Loki, stop her! I shouted as I got up from the sunbed, but before I could get to my feet, she'd run back behind the wall, while Loki hadn't moved at all. Why didn't you do anything? I chided him. He merely shrugged. What's the point? She came here to say what she had in mind, and then some. The sound of my mom's retreating footsteps on the grass faded. She could have taken us to wherever they're all hiding, I insisted, annoyed at his calm demeanor. Unlikely, he persisted. She told us exactly what she wanted to. Okay? And that was? As little as possible to lure you in. I gaped a bit, then shut my mouth. Just tell me what you're thinking. I just can't be bothered with the guessing games right now. At least the suspicion was gone from his face, and he seemed rather amused.
She comes here twice to talk to you, mentions your father's ailing health, but refuses to bring him or take you to him. Instead, she comes with this story of the old cult leader being in the city with nefarious plans that don't involve his loyal followers?
Yeah? Even I got that.
Yes.
But don't you find the part about the former illustrious guide escaping not only the prison, wherever it is, but also his followers to do anything in this city odd? Most Lantians would kill him on sight.
I sighed.
Yeah, I don't get that part either. I guess you're not the only one who's confused.
Uh-huh,
was what he had to say to that. While he didn't have the answers, he had at least gotten the questions. The way I see it, I went on, unperturbed, is that if we're going to come back to Antigone with any kind of information, my mom is currently our best bet.
He uttered, looking mildly surprised. That's oddly shrewd of you, Red. I approve.
Well, then my evening is saved, I said as he laughed heartily. But fine, let's change tack and follow my mom's trail.
You won't have a problem with that? He asked, the laughter gone. Why would I? You leaned forward as she talked to you, eager to have even this minor contact.
Can you blame me?
I felt exasperated at the accusation.
She's my mom, even after everything that happened.
Yes, he conceded. Doesn't mean I trust everything she says. Last time I did that, I ended up in a cult.
True, I huffed. You're annoying when you agree with everything.
It's called wise, not annoying, he countered. But before I could respond, the sliding door was shoved to the side and Walworth stepped outside, his dark attire blending into the shadows over by the door where there was no lamp. There's a visitor, miss, he said, and there was something to his voice.
Is it Raldo again? Was I going to have to search my shoes for new tracking devices?
No, miss. It's Inspector Sierran.
Uncle Alan?
I blurted in surprise. Yes, miss. We just looked at each other a moment.
How many years has it been since he came here last?
Walworth gave a barely noticeable shake of his head. Excepting the unfortunate appearance in your front yard after the stink bomb attack, 10 years. At least.
Must be important then.
I looked over at Loki and gave a small smile. I guess the plan worked. He merely shrugged again at this. I can't believe you even doubted it.
Chapter 16. It really was him. Uncle Alan inside the family home for the first time in what had to be a decade or so. He was standing in the foyer, wearing his dark gray inspector's uniform, clean-shaven and looking alert, which made it more likely he was headed to a shift rather than coming from one. He was looking around as Loki and I entered and then focused on us, his eyes revealing nothing, neither joy nor annoyance. Judging by our interactions since my return to the city, it was likely the latter. "Hello, Uncle," I greeted him. "This is a surprise." It wasn't completely, though we'd been gambling on it.
Walworth is still kicking, is he? He commented instead of responding to my greeting. He'd seen the butler after the stink bomb attacks, but we'd all had words then.
If you mean in the proverbial sense, then yeah.
Other than that, he's too classy to resort to such means.
I smiled at him as he raised an eyebrow at this, taking us both in. We were more prone to kicking than the orderly butler who'd retreated to let us talk in peace. "Why don't we go into the parlor and talk?" I offered, indicating the direction with my arm.
Uncle Alan shook his head. "No need.
To sit or to talk?"
"We can talk just fine here. I'm not staying."
"What a surprise," Loki, who stood next to me, said, his usual smile back. Uncle Alan narrowed his eyes a bit.
"What is this?"
he asked and indicated us both with his hand.
"What?" I said and shrugged.
"We're roommates."
"In a mansion?" "Saves money on utilities," Loki said, deadpan, and I merely nodded. Uncle had made it quite clear we were not family in his eyes, so why would I tell him anything?
Wisely, he decided not to pursue this thread. "You came around asking questions about Morgan. Why?" "I worry about her?" I said. "And why did that come out as a question?" I shrugged. "Since this isn't an interrogation, I don't have to answer that." "Have you been to see her?" he went on, unperturbed. I shook my head. "I haven't seen her since the pyramid fell," I told him. That was mostly true. It had been until she popped up in the garden the first time. I haven't seen Dad either. I couldn't get to them after the fall. It's like it's forbidden to visit any kin prisoners. Uncle nodded. Apparently, I was telling him something he already knew the answer to. "Did you try to see her?" I asked him. "I have no desire to see my sister." "Not what I asked, Uncle." At least he didn't correct me and demand I call him Inspector instead. Interesting. Something had changed, probably just a smidgen, but still. He sighed and now let his annoyance with me show in his eyes. But hey, at least that was familiar ground. I checked, and no, one cannot simply visit kin prisoners. They are secluded under the pyramid. No visitation rights. No contact with the outside world. "But?" Loki prompted. "That doesn't mean one can't find out about people's well-being," Uncle went on. "The guards?" Loki asked. Uncle Allen looked back and forth between us. "What is this interest in this anyway? You claimed you had nothing to do with the kin anymore." "I don't," I said. "I'm halfway inclined to believe you, because I looked you up, Mr. Loft, and according to your sparse file, you are not someone the kin would welcome into their folds." "Sparse?" I blurted. I'd seen his file, and it was thick. Maybe the constabulary had a toned-down version? I shook my head. "Never mind, you're right. I don't associate with the kin anymore." "But you're looking for Morgan, a well-known leader within that cult?" "Yes," I said and smiled. He had a point. "Have you talked to her?" "Oh yes, many times. She's my mom, you know." He gave an exasperated sigh. "Lately?" "No." "That's the point, Inspector," Loki said, drawing Uncle's attention away from my blatant lie. I wasn't the best at delivering those. "Is it?" "Yes." "Where are all the kin members who were arrested after the fall?" "Many are in the city. Those with short sentences for the minor offenses." "Minor offenses," Uncle Allen repeated with a scoff. "You keep telling yourself that," he added with an eye on me. "Did you get to see her?" I asked. "You tried, didn't you?" Why else would he be here? We'd dangled that bait in front of him when we'd gone to his apartment. He was an investigator by trade, and he'd been deeply wounded by my parents' choices and actions when in the Red Kin. "It is impossible to visit Red Kin members in the dungeons," he repeated. "Well," I prompted. "Well, what?" "What did you find out?" "What makes you think I found anything out?" "Why else would you be here?" Loki said with an ease to his voice like he didn't care. "He's right," I chimed in. Uncle Allen paused a moment, eyeing us both. "Why is the state invested in the two of you?" "We're excellent resources?" Loki ventured. "Not bloody likely. I'd bet you're more trouble than what's appreciated. Besides, their resources are the constabulary, the guardians, the hunters, the army, not two convicted felons." "I prefer former criminals with very redeeming qualities." "I prefer forced labor," Loki interjected. I rolled my eyes at him. "We're tasked with finding kin members on the run," I told Uncle. "Like your mother?" he said. I nodded. I wasn't quite sure about that one. At the moment, I was more worried about my dad. From what she'd told us, he wasn't doing well, wherever they were. Uncle didn't seem convinced, but he did take a chance nonetheless. "I did some digging. No guards can bring messages in or out from the dungeons. Because the prisoners aren't there to talk to?" Loki ventured. "Yes, I suspect so. One of them was willing to talk.
They aren't there. They haven't been since the trials ended." Wow. I looked at the floor before meeting his suspicious eyes again. They looked so like my mother's. "We suspected, but this confirms it. How did the state pull this off, though? We're talking thousands of people being moved." "I'd venture a guess on cutting them off from everything they knew," Loki said, "removing any chance of them rising again, and simply preventing any martyrs from emerging." Uncle Alan nodded slowly. "Do you know where they were sent?" I asked my uncle. "Why? Are you going to save your mother?" I shook my head. "I don't think she needs saving," I said truthfully. "She wasn't imprisoned anywhere, was she?" "No," he agreed, not knowing her current whereabouts, but her nature, as he saw it. "She was always stubborn-headed." "My dad is sick, Uncle. I want to see him, not let the kin loose on Atlantis again." He looked at me in silence for a few beats, scrutinizing me. Then he nodded. "I don't trust you at all. Nor you," he added with a quick look in Loki's direction. "But I always liked my brother-in-law. It was too bad he went the way he did." That was odd. I'd thought my uncle resented him for bringing my mom into the kin. I kept quiet as he braced himself. He drew a deep breath and then said, "They're not in Atlantis. I checked around. This was done and orchestrated at the highest level, but public employees change jobs all the time, and to move so many kin members, many people had to be involved. At least enough to move smaller groups over several nights. They took them to a prison camp, a penal colony, as I understand it. My sources didn't have many details." "Built for them?" I asked. He nodded. "Seems like it." "And where is this penal colony?" Loki asked. "Through the veil?" Uncle nodded again. "It is. In the Anwin realm." Loki made a low, whistling noise at that. "Wait, what does that mean?" "The Anwin realm? I know it connects to Atlantis, but let's just say, Red, that when sending prisoners to the Anwin realm, you don't really need to keep them in a prison camp to punish them." I looked back at Uncle Alan, who merely nodded solemnly at this. 10 minutes later, Loki and I were down in the gym in the basement. Uncle had left shortly after he came to say what he had to say, but we'd gone down there nonetheless in case he'd lingered to overhear us. It was quite possible with such a large house, but the basement had no places to hover outside where one could overhear anything. We'd checked that early on. The air ducts did not carry any sound outside either. "Tell me about the Anwin realm," I told Loki as we kicked our shoes off before stepping on the large rubber mat. Loki shrugged his jacket off and dropped it on his shoes. "It's a most eerie place." "Yeah, I know that. Everyone knows that. No one goes there. There's something wrong with the place, or so I've heard." Every Lantian child learned this. No one was forbidden to go there, though, and that likely kept those most prone to disbelief away. "Nothing thrives there," Loki said, as he walked onto the mat and over to one of the walls where all kinds of weapons hung on display, ready for use. "It is a bleak, desolate, and, as I said, eerie place." "Sounds like a perfect place for a prison." "I'd imagine it is," he agreed as he took down one of 5 quarterstaffs. I sighed. We hadn't practiced much with those, and usually my hands got a smack from the ordeal. I shrugged off my own jacket and followed him. "Can we even go there? I'd imagine Antigone knows about this penal colony." "Agreed. Her plan is not for us to go there. The plan is for us to sniff out this kin leader in the city, and we've already done that." "My mom." He nodded and stepped aside so I could grab a staff for myself from the wall. "I do not believe her words of Kerwin Bowden roaming this city. He is too hated, has too few allies who will hide him." He could have done as Xanthi and hid among a select few, never going out. "Does that sound like your old illustrious guide?" I pressed my lips together as I yanked the staff off its hangings. No, I don't think he'd be able to hide for too long. His ego wouldn't allow it. Just so. We walked out onto the middle of the mat, but remained standing, leaning on our selected staffs. So, it's my mom, I concluded. But why seek me out if she's the one planning something? And what can she be planning? She was high up, I'll admit that. She was part of the fire circle, the inner circle of Kerwin's closest leaders, but she couldn't do as Agaton did. She was respected, but she's not a leader everyone would follow. I agree. Charisma is not her gift in life. She strikes me as tenacious, though. She came here twice, after all. Yes. I just don't get why. To have us look for Kerwin when he's not here? Loki shook his head and smiled. Not us, Red, and not to look for your former leader. She wants you to go to the penal colony, to the Anwin realm. I stared at him a moment, but he merely stood relaxed, the quarterstaff in his hand. How do you figure? I asked. She's been dropping hints, been evasive in her answers about the dungeons. She even mentioned her brother, and I've been given to understand by you that there is no lost love between brother and sister. You didn't think it prudent to tell me about this? Loki shrugged. I'm telling you now. I wanted to see how much you believed her. Annoying as that was, I had to admit I might not be the best judge of my own parents' character. I loved them. I just didn't like what they'd done to us. Fine. How much do I believe her? Hard to say. But you want to go, don't you? I nodded. Yeah. I want to see if my dad is okay, if nothing else. And maybe lay this whole Kerwin Bowden on the run thing to rest. This time Loki was the one nodding, his unnaturally green eyes scrutinizing me. We will likely not get inside. They moved the prisoners away from Atlantis for a reason. Yeah, but maybe we'll get a glimpse from the outside? And besides, my mom clearly got out. Maybe there's a way in. Very likely. He took a step back as if ready to start our session. Wait, I interrupted. Why do you want to go? There's nothing in this for you, and you do nothing out of the kindness of your heart. I'm not even sure you have one. That wounds me, Red, he said theatrically, while placing his free hand flat on his chest. No, it doesn't. What's in this for you? Oh, wait. Anti-magic. That's it, isn't it? It intrigued you already at Xanthes. Then you went around the city looking for information. I paused as I noticed him merely looking at me, amusement in his eyes. Why so curious about that? Well, he began in a tone suggesting this was far from important. It's incredibly rare, that combination. And you want it? I could kind of understand that. No. That stumped me. Seen it before, then? Yes, and it didn't end well. I didn't bother hiding the suspicion in my eyes. You should take a cue from your uncle when extracting information from people. You're too obvious. Fine, I huffed. Just tell me. I'm trusting you won't drag us into something unnecessarily dangerous without telling me. Why is that so interesting to you? It's dangerous, Red. Anti-magic and magic together? It brings nothing good, ever. I merely want to check it out, as you would say. Okay. I considered this. I really wish you'd start telling me things instead of keeping me in the dark. This isn't something people should know about, least of all the Red kin. Yet somehow they've used it once already. He seemed utterly sincere in that moment, no hint of amusement, ease, or teasing in his eyes. Just the weight of his words reflected in them. I nodded. Okay, let's see what we can find out then. But, yes? How do we get there? I know people are allowed to go there, but you and I have restrictions on traveling through the gates. That made him smile. We're going into unknown territory here, Red. We will likely need some help. And this time, Arlen will have to reveal one of her gateways. Oh, good, I muttered. More of your drama.
Yes, and on that note, he said, and then moved so fast I barely had time to react. His quarterstaff swung toward my head, and I ducked on pure instinct before backing up a few paces at the same time. I'd brought my staff with me by one hand, but as Loki's came swinging back from above, I grabbed it with both hands and stopped his blow a few inches from my head. "What did I tell you about holding it like that?" He chided me as we stood frozen like that, me on one knee, staff held above me, blocking Loki's downswing. "You said not to hold it like in the movies," I replied dutifully. "And what is this, then?" I pointedly looked at my hands, which held the staff in a symmetrical grip, while he held his at one end. "This is me stopping your attack," I told him. He grinned then, and before I could react, because my hands really were exposed and within reach, he quickly smacked my left hand with his staff, hard enough to sting, but not to break anything. "Fine," I huffed, and not for the last time that night. I got up on my feet, shook my aching hand, and changed my grip so I had most of the staff between him and me. "By the time Corey and Arlen are back from whoever they're conning out of a fortune, I'm going to smack your hand until you weep." That made him laugh heartily, but it didn't stop me from trying. Chapter 17. "Oof," Corey uttered. "We've met him before, haven't we?" Arlen looked at the lone guard. Guard, not even a guardian, and then nodded. "Yes, we must wait." The man looked rather ordinary to me, so I had no idea why he posed such a threat. He was a 40-something soldier, fit enough, sure, but there were 4 of us where we hid in a ramshackle shed in an old woman's garden. According to Arlen and Corey, she paid no attention to her property, which was choked with overgrown grass and weeds and not much more. Few lush things grew this close to the canyon wall. I looked up at the massive wall that loomed over us, the red stone blocking out the sun, and even some of the heat now in the daylight hours. We were far on the outskirts of Atlantis, where the canyon walls sloped down toward Hesperides Hills. I could see openings in the red stone to mines even here, but few were in use these days, and the veil was not to be found in abundance either, which was why there was a lone soldier guarding one of the gateways inside a mine entrance on the lower level. "So what if you've met him before?" I asked the others. "It's not illegal to use the gateways." Arlen and Corey looked at each other and smiled. Loki was using the time to halfway lie against the wall of the shed, eyes closed and resting, though I doubted very much he was asleep. "You don't always want to be noticed passing through the gates, Em," Corey explained, still with a smile on his face. I sighed. "So this is some sort of smuggler route?" "Not quite. The guards would likely be in on it then." "Of course they would." I shook my head in resignation. Loki and I couldn't travel through the gates at will anyway. Every transit station had ours, and likely many others' names and descriptions to prevent that. When forced to work for the state, you didn't just up and leave, but what we had in front of us was too important not to check out. Besides, something was going on with my mother, and I'd like to find out how and why she was roaming the streets of Atlantis freely. We ended up waiting another hour while the lone guard kept within a short distance of a few meters next to a mine opening. The tunnel looked old given how uneven its shape was, and since I couldn't see the shimmer from our location, I assumed it to be somewhere inside. The canyon walls were full of them, quite a few on the outside, but more had been discovered over the centuries as the mining expanded. After the hour had passed, though, there was a guard change. Another 40-something soldier showed up and relieved the first one. Yet Arlen and Corey did nothing, simply bided their time. "Is there a reason we're still waiting? Do you know this guard too?" "No, never seen him before, but we have to wait a bit more." I sat back against the wall next to Loki. I was ready and eager to go, and here we sat in Atlantis still. We were all geared up, wearing mostly black and gray. I had my daggers, Loki his sword and the white, bone-handled dagger, while Corey and Arlen seemed to favor long daggers on their belts. Arlen's was slightly curved. She, like the rest of us, wore pants now, not the elegant dresses she usually seemed to favor. I was thankful she and Corey had come along. According to Loki, we'd need the backup. We had little knowledge of what we were walking into. As it turned out, I had little idea of what we'd brought with us. About half an hour after the guard change, the two of them moved away from our hiding place, indicating I should stay with Loki when I made a move to follow. Not long after, the two of them showed up on the narrow road leading past the mine opening. I heard them first. They were making quite a ruckus. "What are they doing?" I asked Loki, who deigned to open his eyes for this. Wasn't the point not to draw attention to ourselves? If I didn't know better, I'd have said they were drunk. "Do you notice how little noise they're actually making?" "What do you mean?" "They're shouting." "Look around," Loki insisted. "Who's paying attention?" I did, and he was right. I saw no neighbors come out or press their faces to the windows. Also, there was competing noise coming from a derelict pub a few houses down. So the neighborhood was used to drunken noise. Apparently, they'd thought this through. Why was I even surprised at this point? I watched in awe as Arlen and Corey stumbled down the street, arm in arm, singing what seemed to be two different songs, believing it to be the same, while generally drawing the guard's attention. I saw him stop them, a hand on his sword, but he didn't seem overly worried. They posed no threat that he could see, nor was he guarding something precious. His job was to note down who traveled through the gateway in the mine behind him. Nothing more. I noticed they'd concealed their weapons before approaching. So, what's the plan here? Get him to remember their faces? Because that's going to happen now. Nah. Loki waved that off. He won't. Just watch. I did, and I saw the guard trying to reason with the two seeming drunks who were too happy to be bothered with a stern talking to. Then Corey seemed to draw his attention for a moment. Arlen moved her right hand in a motion I barely registered before she said something to the confused man, and he looked straight at her. Then she raised her hand and blew on it. Something, a powder of some kind, blew straight into his face, and he stepped back, coughing, while trying to draw his sword. But Corey and Arlen jumped back, avoiding the powder themselves, while suddenly going quiet. Then the soldier fell, out cold on the ground. Our two allies wasted no time and grabbed him and started hauling him away, out of my sight. I exhaled heavily. Let me guess. He's going to wake outside that pub in an hour or two, barely remembering the faces of some drunk and partying people, and likely with the symptoms of a hangover, isn't he? Spot on, Red, Loki said and got up from the ground, so I did the same. And he'll likely be too embarrassed to report this to his superiors. Besides, this is an easy duty to have. Very little work is involved, you see. He'll want to be assigned here again. And certain people can move through, perhaps not unseen, but not remembered fully. Just so, he said, and walked out of the garden, me in tow. Well, I see why they're useful to have tagging along. Loki merely chuckled at that. And now you also know of a sort of unguarded gateway. Funny, don't you and Arlen share that kind of info? We don't actually work together, Red. What? But Antigone, Hells, even Agaton always call you a con man. And you believe the state over me? He asked, with feigned, dramatic disappointment, as we noticed the other two come walking back along the narrow, dirt-packed street. I managed. Great, Arlen said as they caught up. We must go. We followed her and Corey inside the mine opening. It was pitch dark in there, and the uneven cave surrounded us quickly, infusing us with the chilling cold of the inside of the canyon. We didn't have to walk far before the stone walls were slick with condensation, the faint trickle of water echoing through the passage. In fact, it took only about 2 minutes of walking before a flickering light reached my eyes. Silvery green, it soon encompassed the cave structure, bright and unquestionably a gateway. Uneven in form, as most of them were, the shimmer hovered before the stone wall, flickering slightly as if it wasn't as strong as the main gates. It would, however, do. The other three went through it with no discussion, and I followed suit, walking straight for the wall. But instead of crashing into it, I saw a flash of light around me before I stepped onto sand. I blinked from the blinding light of the gateway and saw that I was on a beach. It seemed rather untouched since the only tracks were those of the other three, leading to my left where I also spotted them, heading for some rock outcrop farther ahead. Then I looked straight ahead and drew a breath. The air was thick with something ancient. The beach was nestled within a secluded and small cove, its shores embraced by towering stone outcrops that were ripe for harboring more gateways, not that I saw any from where I stood. Ahead, the water stretched out like a mirror, its surface barely rippling, as if enchanted by a spell of stillness. A veil of mist hovered above the water, its tendrils curling and twisting in an ethereal dance. The absence of seaweed and the presence of only scattered debris along the shoreline revealed the water's fresh nature, untouched by the salt of the sea. There was no brine in the fresh air either. Sunlight filtered through the mist, casting an otherworldly glow upon the cove, and the air hung heavy with humidity. And then, for a fleeting moment, the mist parted somewhat, and a magnificent castle emerged from within, its spires reaching above the tendrils of mist, its walls shimmering with an iridescent light. It seemed to float on as an island, beckoning the imagination to wonder what secrets and marvels it held within its enchanted walls. I gaped as I stared at the beauty and mystery. I knew what realm I was in, but had nonetheless not expected something like this. "Em!" Corey's voice intruded upon the sight, and I turned my head and saw them all waiting for me. "But," I argued, pointing at the lake. Yes," Loki said, waving for me to get a move on. "That's the Avalon realm for you, luring you in with magical wonders. Whatever you saw is likely not there. Come on!" I looked back, and sure enough, nothing but mist swirled above the calm waters. I lowered my head and sighed as I started walking to catch up. Enchanted flatlands and the Anwin realm. When in the realms am I going to see one of the famed and exciting ones? "What's that?" asked Corey, who'd likely heard me with his enhanced hearing. "Nothing," I muttered as they all smirked at my annoyance. I followed them to another gateway among several. Arlen wasted no time in choosing the one we needed to go through, strengthening my suspicions this was a preferred way out of the Atlantis realm. "And this route is really not used by smugglers?" I asked doubtfully. According to her and Corey, there were 4 other realms to travel to from this place alone. "Not that we know of. It is not impossible, of course," she said, her accent thick as always. "But that level of traffic would alert the Guardians and lead to better security at the mine entrance, no?" "Yes?" I responded. What in the hells did I know? These 3 sure knew, though. Corey graced me with a dazzling smile when I looked his way, the charm in his blue eyes sending funny feelings twirling in my belly. I was so doomed. I couldn't help but smile as I followed them yet again through a glittering shimmer of silvery green. This time, I stepped into something unexpected, despite having been warned. The Anwin realm spread out before me. The way the others had described it was of a realm of eerie sensations, a desolate realm of unease and darkness. What met us were lush forests stretching in every direction, the trees impossibly tall, their leaves different shades of green. This time, the air was crisp, cool, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. I noticed Loki rolling his shoulders as if shaking off the shift into this new realm. This felt like a place where people were meant to be forgotten. "You were right," I told him. "Eerie is the right word." Loki merely nodded and we headed out. We'd taken a route based on Corey's and Arlen's knowledge of this realm and the gateways that connected to it from Atlantis. Their guess was on a gateway not far from the one we'd come through, because it led to a more open area which couldn't be seen from the gateway at once upon entry. That would give the Lantian prison guards ample time to divert and send travelers back should any come through the gate who weren't sanctioned. Corey had also been out on reconnaissance the night before, and sure enough, that particular gateway was heavily guarded, yet no one stood in line to go through. It was our best bet. We moved through the forest in silence, our footsteps muffled by the fallen leaves carpeting the ground. They were everywhere. Yet, I couldn't tell whether or not it was fall. They blanketed everything. Tree roots, stones, even the base of fallen trunks, as if the forest was trying to hide the world in slow, deliberate breaths. The air carried a strange weight, not oppressive, but watchful. Like the realm itself was holding its breath. As the only non-magical member of this group, at least with the binding spell put upon me, I found it disturbing that I could sense that. How much worse did it have to be for the others? Sunlight didn't stream through the trees here. It filtered in, pale and diffused, unable to cut through the thick canopy overhead. Shadows had softened edges, but they lingered too long in the corners of my vision, as if something waited just beyond what I could see. Beneath the beauty, something was wrong. There were no sounds, no insects buzzing, no birds calling overhead. The leaves didn't rustle. Even our breaths seemed too loud. The stillness wasn't peaceful. It was absolute. The kind of quiet that made you check over your shoulder, certain something was about to break it. Farther in, we came across the remains of a deer, or something that had once been a deer. Its body lay beneath a twisted thicket, bones exposed, skin stretched dry and tight across its skull. No smell, no decay. It hadn't been eaten, just left, frozen in a moment of dying and never allowed to finish. "Why has nothing eaten it?" I asked the others. My voice sounded hollow, like it didn't carry all that far. "There are few animals in this realm. It must have gone unnoticed," Arlen said and walked on, following Loki as he led the way between the trees. Even the streams we crossed didn't make any noise. I dipped my fingers in one and found the water cold, bitingly so, but it didn't cling to my skin when I drew my hand back. It slipped off clean, like I'd touched something that wasn't really water at all. "Is this at all drinkable?" I asked Corey as we rested by one of these streams for a few minutes. "Yeah, but unless it's an emergency, I wouldn't." "Why not? What happens?" "Sometimes nothing at all. At least, that was my first experience here. The next time made me see things." He shuddered visibly at the memory. Time didn't flow right in this place either. I'd picked up a few things from Loki in our time together, especially in the enchanted flatlands, about how to notice and pay attention to the various differences between the realms one traveled in. I couldn't tell how long we'd been walking. The light never changed. The sky remained the same, overcast with heavy light gray clouds. The same colorless hush felt suffocating, like it was encasing us and everything around us. Finally, though, something changed, and that was the demeanor of Loki and Arlen. Corey and I kept close behind them as they slowed down and moved with stealth now, careful not to make any noises. It seemed sound carried short and then suddenly long distances in this realm, and it took a bit more effort to keep quiet, but we managed. Soon they stopped and hunkered down among some shrubbery and large trees. Corey and I moved up to them, and then noticed the familiar shimmering light of a gateway up ahead. It glimmered over the rock wall of a craggy hill. "No guards," Arlen concluded after a while of us silently viewing the area around it. She winced at something I couldn't see and pulled her thick and tight braid from where it hung down her back to over her shoulder. If I didn't know any better, I'd have thought someone had pulled her hair. There was no one around but the four of us, though. "Area used to open up down in that direction," Loki said, pointing to our right.
Used to?
I asked.
It's been a while since I was last in these parts,
he said, and stopped talking abruptly as the last word came out louder than he'd been speaking. He shook his head.
This bloody realm,
he whispered, but the sound carried incredibly well nonetheless. We waited it out for a few beats. How? I began, and when satisfied my voice didn't carry far at all, continued. How long is a while? Arlen shrugged. A century or so. It should not have changed much, though. Nothing really ever does here. She looked around us, her dark eyes showing the unease she wasn't conveying in her voice. Let us continue, she added and got up. Oddly enough, Arlen showing this kind of unease was more disturbing than the fact she'd been here a century ago. We all followed suit and stepped out from among the trees into a more open landscape. When I looked down to the right, away from the shimmering gateway, I saw the forest opening into a grassy slope that led downward, the ground just as thick with leaves as the forest floor behind us. Once we'd walked far enough down the slope that the rest of it dropped out of sight, we stopped where the ground broke into a sharper descent, a natural shelf in the landscape. We must get down on the ground here, so as not to be spotted, Loki said, taking his own advice. Following his lead, we dropped to the ground and crawled forward to the edge. He was right. If we'd been standing here, we'd have stuck out like sore thumbs against the slope behind us. Below that shelf on which we now lay, the terrain steepened, and beyond that, at the bottom of a bowl-shaped valley, the prison camp waited. Uncle was right then, I whispered. The prison camp sprawled below, surrounded by tall wire fences topped with barbed wire that gleamed under the hazy light. Watchtowers loomed at the perimeter, though no figures stood at attention, and that was the first sign that something was wrong. No movement, no guards pacing the fences, no shouted orders, just stillness. And quite a number of people dressed in red. Chapter 18. I'm not the only one seeing this, right? I asked the others as we lay side by side on the narrow shelf in the slope, Corey on my left, Arlen on my right, and Loki to her right. No, Loki said. That looks decidedly like the inmates are running the show. If there were prison guards down there, I couldn't see them. All I saw were people milling about inside the fence wearing red, or at least some red, like there wasn't enough of the color to go around. We remained quiet, taking in the sight. The metal fence surrounded the entire camp in an oval shape when seen from above. The buildings inside, long, low barracks and scattered utility sheds, looked intact but lifeless like the rest of this realm. Windows stared back like black, empty sockets. The open yard was empty except for the people walking across it. They also seemed sort of lifeless, shoulders slumped like there was no point to anything. This realm had to take its toll on them, especially since they'd been here for a while now. A sluggish breeze moved through the valley, stirring dust and dry leaves but nothing else. No voices, no distant calls reached our ears. That was strange, considering the number of people we saw. The entire prison camp felt paused, like something had hollowed the place out and left only the skin behind. I narrowed my eyes, scanning for signs of normal everyday life. It was hard to see at a distance, but they had to live somehow. We had expected resistance, patrols, armed guards. But this? This felt like a trap that hadn't decided if it wanted to spring yet. Clearly the Red Kin are back in some form, Loki said after a while. Again. I find this more worrying than the botched attempt a few months ago, Arlen said. These people include the leaders and the armed kin, no? I nodded. Yeah, the original kin, if you will. This is bad. And quite strange, Arlen added, looking over her shoulder. How have the Lantian authorities not seen this? An excellent question, given how thorough the trials and sentencing had been after the first reign of the kin, and how swiftly the state had reacted after Agaton's second attempt. Hell, even given the resources that had gone into building this place in this desolate realm, and then transporting all the prisoners here under a cloak, so to speak. Must be some type of shift system for the guards, Corey said, his eyes on the camp below, carefully taking in the details. Like they're here for a set time before the next shift arrives? Sounds the most likely, Loki said. I do not believe this is a conspiracy from anyone within the pyramid. They hate the kin too much for that. They may have spies in their ranks, though. Wouldn't be the first time. That was too true, Agaton Groth being a prime example. Oh crap, look! Corey suddenly blurted. There, over by those barracks. The one with the paint flaking off the wall near the eastern watchtower. I turned my gaze in the direction he indicated, and at first struggled to see what he was alluding to. Unlike him, I couldn't spot paint peeling off a wall from this distance. Then, a weak glint in the overcast weather revealed something metallic in a kinsman's hands down there. Then another. Several of them were carrying the objects around the corner of the barracks and inside. Are those? I began in utter disbelief, simply because I was so used to them not existing in Atlantis. I licked my lips nervously. Are those guns? Real guns? Rifles, by the looks of it, Loki commented. They're not illegal in this realm. Nothing is illegal here, to be honest, Arlen said. There are no laws here. Her words gave me shivers despite it not being cold. How in the hells did the kin get their hands on guns? Hard to say, Corey said. Maybe the original guards had them? Could explain one reason for having a prison in this place rather than in Atlantis, Arlen suggested. But what she suggested was so unlike the Lantian way of life. Guns were banned, and any violation of that rule was struck down upon hard. The royals would never stand for it, Corey went on. So yeah, that might explain this measure to control the Red Kin here, and not back in the city. He was right. The royal families were powerful, both in terms of wealth and magical powers, but guns were a real threat to magic. Bullets moved too fast. Ah, there we have it, Loki said, though his tone suggested something other than guns. Over by the ridge across from us. I looked in that direction and noticed it after a few seconds. Something red in the landscape. It was moving. Guards? I asked. Yes, they're keeping watch out here. I'd love to figure out when the next shift of guards is due to come, Corey said. That would give us a time frame for whatever the kin are up to. Oh, for crap's sake, I blurted, and ran my hands hard through my hair, the chignon stopping them with a yank that hurt but helped focus me. Again with this? They're coming again? I'm so freaking tired of them interfering with my life. I just wanted to move on. Was that too much to ask? There was silence for a moment, and I noticed the other three looking at me with smiles on their faces. What? I barked a bit louder than necessary. At least my voice didn't carry far. What's so funny? It is not funny, dearie, Arlen said. You only sounded like you were well and truly done with them there. She gave me an encouraging smile and turned her head toward the camp again, as did the other two. I supposed she was right. I was done with this cult. Never again. I'd had a taste of life outside it now, and being able to make my own decisions, stupid as they were sometimes, had taught me more than the teachings of that cult ever had. I was also surrounded by people I could disagree with without the risk of them shunning me. It gave me room to breathe. Yet, for a moment, that thought weighed in my chest with a hit of joy. I blinked hard and felt Corey's hand on my shoulder, squeezing gently. So, what do you want to do, Red? I sighed. Me? What about you guys? We would prefer to avoid another uprising from these people, Arlen said. We should at least find out what they are up to. Life is much easier when you do not have the armed kin hiding on every corner. I nodded at that because words suddenly became ridiculously difficult. I swallowed hard, blinked hard, and then forced myself to focus.
"We should look around before making any decisions," Loki said.
"Yes," Arlen agreed. "Best to avoid any surprises if we can." We all crawled backward from the shelf and then split up, Corey and I to the left, the other two to the right, with a plan of meeting at the ridge across from the shelf. We aimed at a general direction of walking around the valley below, following inside the forest again. Though midway through the forest sloped down and we were pretty much at the same height as the prison camp. The forest ground was hard-packed here, with roots sprawling across it and leaves everywhere. One moment, my soft step sounded like a whoosh, and I stopped abruptly, Corey doing the same. I gently tapped a nearby tree with my index finger, and the sound echoed out among the trees. Corey took a couple of steps sideways to look around, but thankfully there didn't seem to be anyone near enough to hear the noise. His movements made me raise an eyebrow, though. He hadn't made a sound. "Are you some sort of walking cliché, then?" I asked him after a short while of waiting. It seemed the sudden bursts of sound faded after a while, like the realm couldn't sustain the strange enhancements of sound waves. "What?" he asked as he turned back to me. "Quiet as an elf in a forest," I muttered and shook my head at the old Lantian saying. "Seems it's true." Corey shrugged with an easy smile on his lips. "Guess I got something useful from my father." We walked on, deeming it safe enough until the next flood of sounds would stop us. "Do you remember him at all?" I asked. He'd mentioned how his mom had left his father's realm, but not much more about him. "Not really. Why?" "I guess I'm just thinking a bit about parents these days." We hurried through a small clearing, the trees silently unmoving around us. There was not even a breeze to rustle those leaves. I realized I'd not seen one fall down, but they were scattered everywhere. "Well," Corey said when we were through and alone as far as we could tell. Though the guard Loki had spotted wore some red, that didn't mean they all would. "Not everyone is graced with easy parent-child relationships." "Yeah, I guess." I winced at the thought. I suppose I just wished they'd been normal, you know? "What is normal?" He stopped a few paces ahead of me and looked at the ground for a few beats. "Anything?" He shook his head slowly, still looking. Standing there in the dull light of the Anwin realm, dressed in dark clothing, he somehow seemed to radiate light. For a moment, the sight stole my breath as I stared in surprise, catching me completely off guard. This certainly wasn't the dreary light in this still-standing place. "There are tracks," he said, voice low as he looked back and forth. "But it's impossible to tell how old or new they are." "Uh-huh," I uttered. While he looked back and forth on the ground, I kept my eyes on him. It wasn't just his handsome face, his eyes always so full of easy humor, his charming smile. There was something else. I felt a new pressure forcing itself up into my chest, like I couldn't keep emotions down for a moment. And that moment seemed to go on indefinitely. It was unlike anything I'd ever felt before. Whatever had gone before in my life couldn't even compare in intensity. "Could be days, weeks, minutes. I don't know," Corey went on. "It's a soul set of prints, though, so I suppose it's not particularly important." When I didn't answer him, he turned, a question in his eyes. He tilted his head and walked the few steps over to me. He reached his hand out to me, and I took it, stepping close to him. "That beautiful smile could warm this entire metaphorically frozen forest," he murmured as he leaned in, his lips close to mine. "I know the feeling," I said, and arched my head up, meeting him in a kiss. A slow warmth spread from where our lips met, swirling beneath my skin like something dormant waking. The kiss wasn't urgent, just steady, assured, like we had all the time in the realms. His hand slid to the back of my neck, and I leaned into it, letting myself feel it all. The excitement, the tension, the quiet rush of something I barely dared name even to myself. When we finally pulled apart, my heart was pounding as if we'd been running through this forest for hours. I put my hand flat on his chest and felt the same there as I looked up into his eyes, which crinkled along with his smile. I wasn't alone in this. Unfortunately, I wasn't much of a romantic either, as my eyes snagged on something over his shoulder. I hadn't seen it before as I hadn't been turned this way. "Is that a foot?" I blurted. "You say the sweetest things, don't you?" He chuckled and turned to see. That is a foot," he said at the sight. Since his eyes saw farther than mine, I was seeing what I thought, a foot sticking up from the ground some way to the left of our current path. "Please let that be someone sleeping," I said, my voice low. But the muted sounds of this place didn't carry it farther than Corey. We walked over, apprehension in our steps on the leaf-covered ground. It wasn't just a foot. It was someone's foot. Corey and I stopped at what turned out to be a deep hole in the forest ground. The earthy, uneven edges of it told us it had been dug with shovels, and in it lay at least 10, if not more, bodies. Lantian soldiers, as far as I could tell by the remnants of their uniforms. The foot I'd spied farther back belonged to a young man, dead now, his shoes taken from him. He wasn't the only one. They were all barefoot, and they seemed to lack the odd piece of garment. "The kin stole their clothes?" I whispered. Something about the scene bothered me beyond the obvious. This was a grave, unclosed for some reason. It was even the only place in this realm that I'd seen that wasn't covered with leaves. "Looks like it. I guess the prison-issued clothes weren't the best quality," Corey said. Then he shook his head. "These guards must have been taken by surprise. Look, there are gunshot wounds." I saw that and wasn't surprised, given what we'd spied in the camp. Something seemed off, though, beyond the group of dead soldiers. I narrowed my eyes as if to see better, but then it struck me. There's no smell. No, nothing rots here. I remembered Loki saying something about that while we'd been getting ready to come here. Clearly, I hadn't been paying attention, or not thought of the consequences. But as I looked around, I saw it in the forest itself, too. Nothing decomposed. I stared at a couple of trees that had fallen. The trunk of one split down the middle. The inside looked light and fresh. The wood hadn't rotted. It was dry, cracked, perfectly preserved like fresh driftwood. I saw no insects either, neither on the trees and plants around nor on the dead bodies. It wasn't just the sound of burbling water, wind, and birds that was missing. I still couldn't hear even the buzz of insects. Shouldn't there be bugs? At least on dead bodies? Somehow, I didn't think they'd only lain there for 10 minutes. The booming crack of a snapped twig intruded upon the dreary scene. It was the only warning we got. Corey and I both whirled around, the bodies forgotten as we scanned the surrounding area. The man wasn't hard to spot. The strange sound phenomenon in this realm gave us the warning we needed, and the red shirt made him easy to single out among the greenery. A kinsman, he stood stock still about 20 meters away, likely having frozen at the sound which suddenly carried far and loud. He'd been sneaking up on us, and he was armed. 2 long knives gleamed in his hands, their curved blades easily 1/2 meter each. "Armed kin," I whispered to Corey. That whisper sounded like a shout as the sound still did odd things around all 3 of us. I recognized the man. Couldn't remember his name, but I'd seen his serious and rugged face before. He'd been part of the armed kin then, and by the looks of it, he still was. He didn't speak. His intention was more than clear. He simply charged. At least the short distance between us gave Corey and me the time to draw our own weapons and be ready. With my daggers in my hands, I saw Corey out of the corner of my eye with his dagger in his. The kinsman drew near, and he was of course not stupid enough to run straight at us. When he neared us, he made a feint, like he was going for me, yet sliced one of his daggers toward Corey, likely deeming him the bigger threat. Corey moved fast, though. Steel hissed as he swung his long dagger, meeting the first swipe from the kinsman with a clash that felt like it jarred into bone. The man was fast, spinning low, aiming a slash at Corey's side. Corey twisted away just in time, breath ragged. I darted in, catching the second knife with my own. Metal rang out. His strength nearly knocked the dagger from my hand, but I gritted my teeth and shoved back. There was no time to think or analyze, merely observe and react. I ducked under a swing and sliced forward myself, getting a cut in on the kinsman's thigh. It wasn't deep and only elicited a hiss. I rolled to the side then, too exposed this close, and bent. As I turned my head to see, Corey ducked under a swing, kicked the man's leg out from under him, but the bastard rolled with it and came up slicing, opening a shallow cut across Corey's upper arm. My heartbeat slammed against my chest. The kinsman swung again, this one aimed for Corey's throat. I twisted around and shifted the grip on my dagger at the same time. With a sharp exhale, I threw it. The blade spun once, and then struck. It burrowed straight into the side of his neck. He froze mid-swing, stumbled, gurgled, collapsed. The long daggers were still in his hands as he bled out on the leafy forest floor. Silence fell as suddenly as the fight had begun. Corey stared down at the body, breathing hard, blood staining the side of his arm. I walked over, bent and yanked the dagger free from the kinsman's throat. Warm blood soaked the hilt. My hand was steady. "You okay?" I asked. He let out a breath and nodded. "You?" I nodded as I used the kinsman's shirt to wipe the blood from my dagger. "He didn't even give a warning," I said. "Didn't ask a question, just went for the kill." Corey didn't respond. I finished my task and then stood, sheathing my weapons. "Did you see his eyes?" I asked him then. He dipped his chin in acknowledgement, looking like he'd seen something familiar. So had I. "That intense stare," I began. "We all had that." It had come from the utter conviction that what we believed, no, knew, to be true, was exactly that. Other viewpoints be damned. And regarding Corey and me, it had been nothing but the truth that we had to die simply by being in that forest. That conviction had made the kinsman attack two armed strangers, despite not even knowing what threat we truly posed. "Sure you're all right?" Corey asked as he sheathed his dagger and tended to his wound. It had already stopped bleeding and would only stain the dark shirt. "Yeah, it's just... everything is becoming so real. I've been through this once before, the kin coming back. It's like a bad dream that won't let go." Drawing a deep breath, I felt both my heart and breathing slow after the adrenaline kick. I looked down at the dead soldiers. "I guess we were lucky the guy didn't have a gun on him," I said, turning back to look at his long knives. The sight that met me made me draw my daggers again. "Where did he go?" I blurted, my voice loud, though only due to my own surprise and fear. I glanced around, but he was nowhere to be seen. Not up and ready for another attack. He was dead, for crying out loud. Then I noticed Corey's relaxed stance. "He disappeared, Em." "Disappeared? He's dead. I checked." Corey's smile was a resigned one. "Nothing rots here. Life is questionable too, but the realm takes back what is dead. They simply disappear when the Anwin realm is ready for it." Chapter 19. "Are you sure you're all right?" Corey asked for the second time as the space between the trees allowed us to walk side by side. I knew what he was alluding to. We'd been quiet since leaving the area where the kinsman had attacked us, and were now heading up the last track to the small ridge where we were meeting Arlen and Loki. I had killed that man back there, and while I sensed an uneasy feeling about it in the pit of my stomach, I was also fairly okay. "You know," I told him, "there are some upsides to having been part of a cult for most of your life." "There is?" "Mm-hmm. Makes you good at suppressing things." "I'm not sure if that is a good thing," he replied. "Probably not, but when you've left your cult, you can add in the possibility of suppressing it until a better moment to panic or process or whatever." "I guess," he said, sounding doubtful. "It was self-defense. You know that, right?" "Yep," I said, stepping over some roots that curled above the ground. "I do know that. I really did." There was no doubt left about what the kin were truly able and willing to do anymore, including killing 2 people who happened to be walking in a forest. No questions asked. It had been him or us, or one of us and him. Both options were a no from me. Not long after, the ground flattened a bit, and the trees grew farther apart. The area opened up, and we needed to pay heed to the valley and camp down to our right so as not to be spotted as silhouettes at a distance. It didn't take us long to find the other 2. There were no guards to be seen in the immediate area, though the kinsman was proof that was not necessarily the case. Arlen and Loki, though, sat with their backs against a boulder of a rock, which made them hard to spot from below. With the colors of their clothes, they didn't stand out much against that backdrop. They sat side by side, talking. "They're friends now?" I said, minding to keep my voice low and testing a bit before letting words flow. I was getting used to the odd added volume in this place. "Who knows?" Corey said. "It's hard to keep track. Is it at all possible?" I couldn't help but smile at that. "I don't know much," he said, speaking in hushed tones too. "And I don't ask, because I like my sanity. But from what I've gathered, they've been together for ages. I wouldn't underestimate that." "No," I said, as we got too close to speak like this. "Neither would I." We joined them by the big rock and sat down in the grass there. "Altercation?" Arlen immediately asked, instead of saying hello. Her sharp eyes snagged on the cut in Corey's shirt. We told them about what we'd seen on our way up here. I noticed Loki observing me carefully when we came to the fate of the kinsman, but he said nothing. He'd been there the first time I'd killed someone, a sorceress in the pyramid during the new kin's coup. I simply forced my face to remain neutral and hoped I succeeded. "He is dead? But gone?" Arlen asked when we were done. "Yes, the realm claimed him at once," Corey said. "But not the slain soldiers," I added. "How is that? Shouldn't they have vanished first, since they were killed before him?" "It doesn't work like that, Red," Loki said and tutted at me. "I told you about this before we left. Did you not listen?" I did, and then I trailed off. "You do like the sound of your voice more than I do." "Is that why you punched my pristine arm?" "No, that was because you said something stupid, as usual." "You punch him in the arm for that?" Arlen broke in, leaning forward a bit, seeming interested. "Does this work?" she added, not without hope in her voice and a gleam in her eye. "Unfortunately, no. He just switches to talk of impudent behavior and my ears hurt equally much." She leaned back against the rock again. "Let me reiterate then, Chastity." "Don't call me that," I automatically responded, and hoped the name wouldn't catch on with the other 2. "What is dead does not decompose in this realm. There are no bacteria, fungi, insects, nothing that breaks down biological matter." "Wait, am I getting a science class from an ex-god?" I said. "You guys see the irony, right?" "Yes, but not really," Corey said. "We're not supposed to exist either. Besides," Loki went on, a smile on his face as usual, "I am excellent at the natural sciences." "Of course you are," I replied. "Get on with it then." Instead of bodies and other dead things piling up, the realm has a unique way of handling what is dead. They don't decay, but they also don't stay. What Onwin has is a cycle of disappearance rather than decomposition. Clearly, there are living things here. We're here, for one. What dies lingers for a time, but instead of rotting, it gradually fades away. This happens unpredictably. It could take days, weeks, or even years for a corpse or fallen tree to vanish into thin air. That's just so weird, I said, and felt a shiver despite being out in stronger and warmer light now. Nothing was hidden up here. Except us, of course. For the moment, at least. Where does everything go, though? Go? Arlen asked. Yeah, when they vanish, like that kinsman did? She pressed her lips together in a don't-know gesture. No one knows where they go. The dead do not leave behind bones, dust, or remains. Just emptiness. I take it you've noticed the occasional dead, yet not rotted tree, Loki went on. Petrified and still here. Or all the leaves on the ground. You seldom see them fall. Never a skeleton. Nothing decays. Everything simply vanishes like Anwin refuses to keep any memory of that life. How is life at all sustained here? I shook my head at the strangeness surrounding me, and not the people I was with. Life always prevails, Arlen said. To the bitter end. The fact that the kinsman disappeared so fast might give us some time, though, Corey said. He'll be reported as missing, but they won't know for a while yet that he's dead. That still means we must either go back or move forward now, Loki said. We found nothing more than you. 2 dead soldiers poorly hidden under some foliage cut from nearby bushes. More to hide them from sight than a burial, Arlen said, shaking her head. From what you also saw, it seems they do not even bother with that. Which again indicates they won't be staying long. They're planning something. So, what do we do? Loki asked, and again, they all looked at me. I mean, I want to know what my mom is up to, but I suppose it behooves the people of Atlantis to know that the Red Kin are up to something, and that they're on the move again, doesn't it? Excellent, Arlen said and smiled. I had a selfish motive for doing this. My mom had been spotted in Atlantis, and I wasn't surprised. Given how poorly she'd snuck around at home, she wouldn't be any better at it in the city. The leader the chatter Antigone's people had caught wind of had to be about Mom. Therefore, I doubted she actually stuck around in the city. She would have been caught already then. My best bet was that she was here, in the Anwin realm, and I wanted to know why she was contacting me. And yes, we could run back to Atlantis now and warn everyone, or we could find out more. I voted for more. Do we merely walk inside? I asked the others. Well, you do, Loki said. I nodded. You already have a plan, don't you? Yes, Arlen said, and it is very poor. Lots of ifs and maybes. Great, I said, and looked wide-eyed at Corey, who only chuckled. You walk inside the gate, Loki said. I get walked inside, and these 2 will create a distraction near the gate when the time is right, which is when we escape via the easily secluded backside of the easternmost barracks. Eastern? You expect me to know the cardinal directions in a realm I just stepped into? Well, yes, he said to that, and then sighed. We'll point it out for you. Great, I said, and grinned. So, what kind of distraction? That's their problem, Loki said, as the other 2 simply nodded. And so, about 2 hours later, as dusk set in and didn't make this dreary realm any more pleasant, I walked up to the gate. I could see the metal mesh clearly now, the holes so small you could only get a finger or 2 through. The gate itself was closed, but I saw a gap between the doors. They didn't bother locking it, but it did look like that from afar. Who are you? A familiar voice rang out. Stop there! I did as told and kept my hands where they could be seen too, not making a move toward my daggers. 4 kin guarded the gate, but I was sure many more were close by at their beck and call. 2 of the 4 came toward me, guarded steps. It was a bizarre sight after all this time. They were in different states of wearing red along with pieces of their prison garb, no doubt, The coarse and light gray garments mixed with red. They had to be going out to other realms to forage. Nothing else explained the guns we'd seen. "Who are you?" one of them, a man a couple of years older than me, said. "Don't you recognize me, Elbu?" I said, making sure to stand still and pose no threat. The man, slim and dark-haired, stopped at the sound of my voice. "Em?" "Yeah." He looked unsure, his companion a bit confused, but more assured in their job. "You know her?" he asked. "Yes. She was one of us once." "Once, huh?" The sneer on the other man was clear. "A traitor, then?" "No," I said calmly. "I was too young, got a lighter sentence. Wasn't sent here with you all." "Doesn't matter," the other guy said. "Let's put her with the others." Did that mean prisoners or the dead in the pit in the forest? Either would ruin our plan. Our plan was for me to get inside. My mother told me to come. "Your mother?" Elbu asked. "Yes, Morgan Sierran. She came to me in Atlantis, told me to come here." It was as close to the truth as to almost be it. She hadn't said it directly, but she sure wanted to lead me here. That much was clear. "Morgan Sierran?" "Yes. She's part of the Fire Circle. At least she was. I don't know if it exists anymore. Judging by the look on their faces, it did. Maybe you should check with her before you do anything drastic," I suggested and remained calm. Didn't even crack a smile. They had to check now. Because if they screwed up something for a leader, then they'd be punished hard. There were some mechanisms you could always rely on in high-demand groups. After some quick conferring, one of them ran to figure this out, leaving me to wait. Elbu didn't talk to me, suspicion all over his drawn face. Come to think of it, they all looked like that. Like food, and especially sleep, were scant in this place. From what I now understood of the strangeness of death in this realm, I wasn't surprised life came with challenges. I'd only been here for a long day, and I felt like something cold and unwelcoming was clinging to my skin. My mother came as quick as she could. A few minutes of silent waiting produced that at least. She'd shed the cloak she'd been wearing in Atlantis. Unlike most of the people around, she wore mostly red now, pants and shirt, only her shoes black. Her hair, which had been hard to see in detail in the darkness of the garden, was indeed still red, though faded somewhat into a lighter hue. "Em!" she said with excitement in her voice as she laid eyes on me. Eyes that now reminded me of Uncle Alan. Except hers weren't tinged with years of distrust. Hers radiated something different. I wasn't surprised. Given the color she wore and where she was, I had no doubt she was still a full-fledged member. Why her sudden interest in me, though? She had to know I was not a member anymore. If nothing else, then from the company I kept. I forced a smile. It likely came out a bit nervous, which probably sold it as more real anyway. "Hi, Mom. I was right in guessing you were here then." She stopped a few feet away from me. Didn't try to hug me this time, which was a relief. I couldn't quite put my finger on why. "I was hoping you'd come, Em," she said, and her smile seemed genuine. She wanted me here. "How's Dad?" I asked. We'd talked, up on the ridge, about me feigning mild interest in what the kin were up to if I got inside. Nothing more would be believed considering my current life situation, which they surely knew about. But that could wait. I wanted to see him, to help him if I could. "He's fine," Mom said. "He is? You said he was doing poorly." She nodded hurriedly. "He has seen better days. Let me take you to him." She reached out a hand in an invitation, and I drew a deep breath and stepped forward, following her inside the prison camp. Or Red Kin Camp, as it was now. The camp was a hive of activity which was easier to see when inside, with kin members bustling about, carrying out various tasks. The barracks were arranged in neat rows, their gray facades stark against the dreary landscape. Clotheslines hung between a few buildings, red garments fluttering in the breeze. The ground was a patchwork of beaten earth and sparse vegetation, worn by countless footsteps. A sense of purpose hung in the air, mingled with an undercurrent of weariness. Life here was clearly not easy, but the kin seemed determined to make the most of their circumstances. My lack of anything red identifying me drew a few glances, but aside from the odd, awkward hello from people I had once known and who recognized me, we were mostly left alone. What was there to say anyway? I'd been gone too long. Was not part of this particular part of the kin. "I thought this was a prison," I said to Mom, as she swept between people and guided me between the different barracks, long, uniform gray buildings. There was a flurry of activity, but when wasn't there with the kin? Idle hands and all. It was. They sent us here to rot, to be honest, and some did. What happened to the guards? There must have been some? They saw reason and joined our cause. I see, I uttered carefully. That was a lie. Or at least, partly a lie. Many of those guards did, after all, lie in an open grave out in the forest. "You there!" Mom suddenly snapped at a young kinswoman. "Where is Morgan Ellis?" I paid little attention to the answer, because in that instant I laid eyes on someone I recognized from more recent days than before the fall of the kin. Between a flurry of working kin came a woman walking, carrying a roll of fabric in her hands. Red fabric, of course. Not that it mattered. What mattered was the face I recognized, the brown eyes and darker brown hair. Antonia, the Blood Witch, had changed the coloring of her dress since we'd cornered her in her hotel room. Now she wore a flowing red dress that looked to be in much better condition than most clothes I saw around me. The sight of her surprised me greatly, as I had thought her no longer a kinswoman. At least, what had been said between the lines had indicated that. I was about to turn away when her eyes snagged on me. Crap! I did not need to be recognized for anything but my past at the moment, but after a second, her gaze drifted ahead, like she hadn't seen me at all. She did, of course, have something to lose, considering all the information she'd given. I exhaled and turned and smiled at Mom as she indicated our new direction after the frightened kinswoman hurried away, looking relieved not to be in trouble. "He's in the mess hall," she said, and began walking. I hurried to catch up. "What's ailing him?" Mom shook her head slowly. "We're not sure, Em. We don't have any doctors here. He says it's nothing. I say it's his heart." "Really?" Dad had always been a healthy guy, and he wasn't all that old either. "It worries me greatly," Mom said, and shook her head more forcefully this time. "Ah, here we are," she added, and went straight for a barracks a bit longer than the rest. 2 barracks down, I noticed the easternmost barracks, which not only gave room for being unseen behind them, but that we also surmised housed the remaining living guards. Part of our plan was for Loki to end up in there to get more information, and maybe even some help in getting out again. For the moment, though, I focused on Mom, and followed her inside the mess hall. The mess hall was the busiest place in the camp. Long rows of metal tables filled the room, most of them crowded with red-clad kin eating from dull metal trays. The air was thick with the smells of boiled something and too many people in too small a space. Along one wall, a serving line clanged and rattled as kinsfolk hit trays and voices called orders back and forth. More people moved behind the counters than seemed strictly necessary, chopping, stirring, scraping pots clean. "Ah, there he is," Mom said, and suddenly walked away. I hurried to follow, looking ahead with confusion. I didn't see him. Then she stopped by a table with a lone man seated. "Morgan, look who's come to see us," Mom said to the man who sat staring down at a metal tray with beige food on it. I didn't recognize him until he looked up. Dad, who'd been a tall and slightly lanky man, even as an adult, always with an easy smile, his blue eyes with a glint of humor in them, his hair brown and thick, now looked like a ghost of himself. He was gaunt, too thin, too tired, it seemed. His once living eyes were red with fatigue. His hair was steel gray. He seemed to not bother to shave too often. He wore his gray prison garb and had a red jacket pulled over a crumpled prison shirt. "Oh," he said, as he looked up at Mom's voice and then past her, to me. "Emery." "My Em." "You're here?" he said happily. "Yeah," I said with a smile as he arose and stepped around the table, arms outstretched for me. My chest ached as I stepped into his embrace. I'd missed him dearly. "Hi, Dad," I said, my voice soft. "I'm glad to see you." He smelled of dust and sweat, not healthy at all. I looked down at the metal tray as he released me and I stepped back. The food looked like slop. Some sort of beige gravy with the odd piece of meat or vegetable in it. I couldn't tell which. "This is all they're feeding you?" I asked and looked at both my parents. "It's more than adequate," Mom said. "Not if he's not well," I insisted. "How are you, Dad?" I added. "I hear you're quite ill." "Me?" he said, sounding surprised. Then he caught Mom's eye and his demeanor changed. "I am doing well now that we are rising again." "Uh-huh," I said. Something, well, more than the obvious, was going on here. He looked terribly broken down and exhausted. He wasn't older than 49 for crying out loud. They'd had me early on and had always been young parents. But this? He looked like he'd aged 15 years over the last 2 years, and then lost his will to live at the same time. But he was standing with no issues and talking coherently, if one discounted the Red Kin's influence on his words, of course. Seemed some things had changed and others not at all. "How did you find us, Em?" my dad said, instead of talking more about the kin. "I thought I'd never see you again." I smiled at him. "There she is!" a voice sang out over the general chatter of the hall. "What?" my mother uttered, and I noticed the surprise and affront in her eyes as I turned and saw a group of armed kin had entered the building. They milled in by the doors, and among them stood Antonia, pointing straight at me, hard determination on her face. Apparently, she had not pretended not to see me earlier. Chapter 20. "How dare you?" Mom uttered, furious, eyes wide and index finger up in Antonia's face. I stood in the mess hall, surrounded by 7 armed kin, one of them with a rifle pointed right at me. It made it unnecessary for the other 6 to draw their weapons. Blades, all of them. "How dare I?" Antonia hissed back. Everyone in the hall was paying attention now. No one stopped what they were doing, of course. That would be ridiculous. Instead, people kept eating. Their heads kept low. Others served and cleaned. One serving man stumbled into a table as he was so busy listening, he forgot to watch where he was going. "You bring a traitor into our midst, and you ask how I dare?" Antonia went on, just as close to my mom's face. "She gets honest kinsfolk arrested. She's in the pocket of the state." I thought that was overstating it. I didn't get paid, unless one counted them tempting me with a pardon that seemed farther and farther away. That can easily be changed and mended. You've stuck your nose into something that isn't your business. One of the armed kin, a woman, took my daggers from me, and so I was unarmed, surrounded, and thoroughly trapped. Yet I felt little despair. My mother had some clout, it seemed, and wanted me alive, and besides, I had allies on the outside. I was surprised at my own calm, and as I looked at my dad, it seemed I wasn't the only one. His eyes conveyed sadness at the sight of me being surrounded, but also surprise at how I was taking it. No kin member was ever sure of their safety. It varied so much due to the whims of others, but most kinsfolk had a certain intensity and nervousness to them. I didn't. Neither did my mother at the moment,
But then she wasn't facing someone outranking her, or afraid Antonia would inform on her, at least not with information that could harm her. She's here for a reason that is of no concern of yours. I wondered if it was considered a concern of mine, but didn't have time to reflect on it, as they stopped arguing, apparently agreeing on both being right and smiling evil little smiles, as they were sure to set both the situation and the record straight. I glanced at my father as one of the armed kin grabbed my arms and began turning me around. He looked so sad just then, like he'd perked up a bit and then been thoroughly trodden down again. A while later, I found myself taken to another barracks, placed on a chair and bound, my hands behind my back. Was it worrisome that this wasn't the first time this year alone? This barracks was used for storage, and what a storage it was, given how this was supposed to be a prison. Collapsible chairs, one of which I was seated on now, tables and cots were stacked in one half. The other contained several metal shelves with canned goods stocked on them, soups, stews, and the like. There were also packs upon packs of flour, butter, condensed milk, cereals, and much more. Considering the gruel I'd seen my father eat, the kinsfolk were getting less food than they needed and less than they had in store. The surprise of only 2 armed kin taking me inside here while the rest waited outside made sense now. This storage was off limits to most of the kin, especially when taking the extra guns into consideration. There were a few crates behind me with rifles, handguns, and cases of bullets in them, the lids cracked open as if someone had inspected them at one point. Someone in the kin did not trust other kinsfolk. My bet was that it was someone high up in the ranks. I sat alone for a while among the hidden goods. I could hear the life of the camp outside. Footsteps, so many of them. It never ceased. Chatter, yes, but only short sentences here and there. No one talked much about anything. No chatty people discussing their convictions and beliefs while doing the work. This was not like the pyramid at all. There, at least we'd spoken to each other as part of daily life, enjoyed our lives even, despite the underlying fear of messing up. But now, only necessary orders and confirmations seemed to be uttered. Except the agitated quarrel between my mom and Antonia from outside. They'd stepped away when I was placed in here, but were now back. It was hard to hear them clearly, though. The barracks wall removed the clarity of their words. Sometimes a word or sentence drifted to me louder as the weird way sound traveled in Anwin did its trickery, but even then the walls distorted everything. I resigned myself to wait, and soon the door opened, but it wasn't my mom or Antonia who entered. Their raised voices still came from outside. It was my dad. He carefully closed the door behind him. They must not have seen him, likely arguing away from the door, on the side of the building. "Em?" His eyes were drawn to my arms going behind me on the chair. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sure it will all be figured out shortly." I tilted my head and looked at him. Really looked at him. Unlike my mother, who had apparently become assuredness incarnate, he looked like someone barely clinging to hope at this point. "Why are you so sure of that?" I asked. He looked at me in confusion, eyes knitted together. "It has to be." "You're in a prison camp, Dad. How well figured out do you think everything is?" "Oh, Emery, because I saw dead Lantian soldiers in the forest, and that doesn't seem like everything is figured out at all." He floundered. "No, the guards joined us, you see. Some go home to Atlantis to pretend everything is fine, but they're really on our side." "Oh, okay," I said, inwardly shaking my head. "Well, if that is the case, then everything must be peachy. It certainly seems like it." I stopped talking, and Mom and Antonia's yelling could be heard clearly despite the muffled words. Dad said nothing, though he looked like he desperately wanted to, wringing his hands nervously. "You know," I said, "the right thing to do here would be to untie me." It really should have been the first thing he did when entering. Didn't that just say it all? Before he could answer me, the door banged open, smacking into the wall. It was Antonia and my mom. They're arguing over for now, it seemed, though Antonia's raised eyebrows and my mom rolling her eyes told me this wasn't done with. "Morgan?" Mom blurted as she laid eyes on Dad. "What are you doing here?" Annoyance tinged her voice at the sight of him. You didn't need to be a relationship expert to understand that all was not right with the two of them. Was it strange that I felt nothing in that regard in that moment? "I'm here seeing our daughter," Dad said. "That's important, don't you agree?" There was something to his tone. Something Mom certainly didn't expect. "Yes, of course." Mom looked to me. "I'm sorry about this, Em. We'll have it sorted fast." I shrugged as best I could with my hands tied behind me. "By letting her roam free?" Antonia shook her head and then turned as the door opened and an armed kin came in to whisper something to her. Whatever he said made her smile. "All right, let's go," she said loud enough for us to hear. Then she followed the man outside. "So, she's a kinswoman, huh?" I ventured when I was alone with my parents. "You know she's a witch, right?" My dad flinched in surprise, so he clearly didn't know. Mom, though, looked only annoyed at this information. "She is," she conceded. "She is needed. For now." That doesn't sound ominous at all. Years ago, when comments like that had escaped Mom, I hadn't thought about them. Why would I have? I had believed the exact same thing. If a magically gifted person joined the Red Kin, then there had to be a greater good at play. How else to justify it? There wasn't any point in trying to discuss it. "So how are things going? I see you're hiding food and weapons from the rest of the kin. That can't be good." That made my dad look around properly for the first time. His eyes widened at the sight of all the canned food. Types of food which, judging by his expression, had not been served in the mess hall. He wasn't in on it then. "You don't know how this realm affects people, Em," Mom said. "I know how it affects the dead," I said. She raised an eyebrow at that, but let it be. "The dead are gone and will stay that way. For the living, this place is unsustainable, especially over time. Supplies, especially fresh ones, vanish in front of us, especially if they've started to expire. Structures take longer, but a whole barracks disappeared one day. All the people in it went with it. Nothing here remains forever." I grimaced at that. Nothing that barracks had been made of was alive, was it? This realm chooses when to take the dead and when not to. We don't know how and when. It's impossible to predict. So yes, we keep extra supplies spread out over the camp to prevent us from losing everything at once. "Oh," my father uttered at that. Apparently her words made perfect sense for him. An excellent explanation for this hoarding of resources, because the kin would surely not do that to its own. "Some believe the Anwen realm simply erases everything the moment it can," he added to Mom's explanation, fully on board now. "It creates paranoia," he went on. "Things are much more difficult here than back in Atlantis. Maybe that was why the government sent us here. To wait us out, then have us disappear?" My mother snorted in disgust at the mention of the Lantian government. Of course it was, but that was also their mistake. In the dungeons, we couldn't unite. Here, we can. "Great," I muttered. "But the Anwen realm makes everything more difficult," she conceded. "Everyone keeps the light on at night, afraid of the darkness." "Then why are you still here? You can clearly leave." "It's a great vantage point," Mom said to that and didn't embellish anymore. She didn't need to, though. I knew there had to be many gateways leading to Atlantis from here, and to other realms. The door slammed open again. Apparently, Antonia had a thing for dramatic entrances. Unfortunately, she wasn't alone. She came in first, and then a man was pushed inside by two armed kin, a gun aimed right at his head.
I stared in surprise, then shook my head. Antonia had been ahead of us the whole time. Loki had indeed been captured, as per our plan. But after that, the plan had failed. Chapter 21. "Who's that?" Dad asked as both my parents turned to see this new arrival. Loki, with the barrel of a rifle pointed straight at his head, had little choice but to go where he was pushed. A bullet would stop him before he could do anything. At the same time, I sensed my daggers out there, moving away from the barracks I was in. The armed kin who had them was on the move. Antonia, holding the door open, slammed it shut when everyone was inside. "It's that man who hangs around our house," Mom said, annoyance marring her voice. "Hangs around?" I repeated. "Lives there, and that's more than you do." She glanced my way and then huffed like I was a disappointment for correcting her. Considering this was the least of what needed correcting, I merely shrugged. She did not live there anymore. "Since you are convicted traitors, all your property, belongings, and money were transferred to me," I added, deciding to hammer in that point. Not that the funds were vast. They'd given away almost everything they owned to the Red Kin over the years. "Tie him to a chair!" Antonia barked at the armed kin who wasn't pointing a lethal weapon at Loki. The woman who'd been given the order went over to the folded chairs and got to work. "Why did you bring him here?" Mom insisted. "We have more important things to tend to." "What, your daughter?" the Blood Witch snapped back. "Yes, but not in the sense you think. Leave this to those of us who are in the know, Morgan." Antonia offered my mom a passive-aggressive smile and went over to one of the shelves, digging through a metal box there. A chair was placed beside mine, and Loki was forced to sit on it before his hands were tied behind him with rope, just like me. Good. Then maybe he could use his magic and burn it in an inattentive moment from these guys. They were arguing enough for that to happen. "You're in the wrong barracks, dude," I told him. Loki sighed. "I didn't foresee that bloody witch." "That's Blood Witch to you," Antonia corrected as she came over with a syringe in her hand. She quickly stuck the needle into his thigh, through the fabric of his pants, and pressed down on the plunger. Whatever it contained was forced into Loki's bloodstream. "Yes." He winced in annoyance. "My mistake." "You sounded awfully proud there," Mom commented, arms crossed over her chest as she stared down her nose at Antonia. The witch straightened up and smiled down at Loki, completely ignoring Mom. Dad kept to the background. It seemed he had no say in this. Did he have a say in anything anymore? He used to. "Ah, there we go," Antonia proclaimed and grinned now. I looked at Loki, whose eyes seemed to glaze over. He blinked hard and opened his mouth, looking like he was trying to focus. Antonia nodded to the armed kin standing behind him, still with the barrel of the rifle pointed at his head. At this, the man changed his grip on the weapon into a more relaxed one. "We wouldn't want you trying anything with your magic, now would we?" "Magic?" Mom uttered. "Look at his eyes, Morgan." My dad's voice came soft, a contrast to the other two. She might not have noticed it in the darkness of the garden, but she couldn't avoid seeing the unnatural emerald green color of them here. "Are you okay?" I asked him. Loki looked my way, or tried to. "Of course. It seems I am now high, but other than that?" He shook his head into a weird nod. "Yep." "High?" I blurted, glancing at the syringe still in Antonia's hand. "Yeah, but not the good kind of high, you know?" Sure," I said. I had no idea. I'd been raised in a cult where spending money even on coffee was frowned upon, because that money should go to the cult instead. "Loki here is now a little too unsettled to use his magic," Antonia explained, the grin still there. "That's best for all of us," she added and threw the syringe up on one of the shelves. "Don't worry, you'll get a nice and hefty new dose before this one teeters out." "Oh, good," Loki said and bent his head back, staring up at the ceiling. "Hey, Red,
Help me with something." He was slurring his words, but at least seemed to know who I was, so there was that. "Yeah, sure." "My name." He puffed air into his cheeks and then blew it out. "Yeah? My name, you know." "Yeah, dude, I know your name." What in the hells was he on about? The others stood still, watching this display of utter confusion from us both, and I hadn't even been injected with anything. "You know my name," he concluded, and then tilted his head so his cheek rested on his shoulder while he looked at me. "Why does she?" I stared at him. Then I stared at Antonia. She knew he was an ex-god. She'd sensed it in that hotel room, but he was right. How did she know his name? We hadn't disclosed that. There were many ex-gods in Atlantis. He could have been any one of them. "How do you know his name?" I asked, since he clearly wasn't capable himself. "What, Loki Laufeyson?" "I know many things, Emery," Antonia said, the smugness radiating from her as she looked sideways toward my mom, who clearly wasn't in on whatever was going on. "Interesting," Loki mumbled. "The most important of those things," Antonia went on, "is that we know the two of you are working together for the state. We're not quite sure why, but assume they have something on you both." That made Loki laugh. "You knew," he managed as he now lowered his head and blinked hard several times, like he was trying to see properly. "Of course I knew," Antonia said. "We've been watching you two for some weeks now, so when you showed up in my hotel room, it couldn't have worked out better for me." "So, Frederick?" I asked. "He is a traitor who sold me out. He just didn't know it was for the greater good." "Greater good?" I echoed and pointedly looked at myself and Loki tied to our chairs. Something was wrong, that was obvious, but this was starting to seem like more than my mom wanting to pull me back into the cult and said cult, having taken over their prison. "You think our mission has ended?" Antonia asked. "You think this setback has stopped any of our plans?" "What, to end magic?" "Yes." I sighed in resignation. They were still planning on that, which meant they were planning to overtake Atlantis again. They certainly weren't working very hard to eradicate magic from the Anwin realm, it seemed. I shared a look with Loki which told me he might have some focus issues at the moment, but he understood what was happening around him. "Okay, well, that sounds all peachy and great. End magic. Good plan. I guess you can just let us go then?" "Sweet, but no. You're needed, you see." "Why? You have the daggers now. I'm sure that's what Kerwin wanted back." Maybe he needed them for some ritual of some kind. I could sense them, quite some distance away, but still inside the prison camp by my estimation. "The daggers?" Antonia shook her head. "Didn't you talk to Xanthi?" "I did." I looked at my parents. "She told me the truth." "That you're a blood witch?" "How do you know that?" my mom hissed, her eyes darting to every kin in the room like this was the greatest embarrassment. "I'm in the know, Morgan," Antonia responded with a put-upon patience that seemed hard to keep. She closed her eyes a moment and sighed demonstratively. "Now be quiet." "What?" Mom blurted. "I'll have you know." "Morgan, shh," my father said, putting a hand on her shoulder and pulling her back a step. Somehow it worked, despite her wrenching out of his lax grip. I wondered if he was in the know, but he looked only worried and curious. Curious enough to want to know what was going on, though. He wasn't the only one. "So Xanthi revealed that then," Antonia went on when my mom seemed to calm down. "The daggers are of no consequence. They were merely needed to perform the binding spell." "Why?" Loki struggled to get out. Not necessary for a binding spell?" "No," Antonia said for him. "But they were in this case, and then they served their purpose." "Then why tie them to me?" Antonia looked stumped a moment. "Tie them to you?" "Yeah.
I know where they are at all times. At the moment, they were on the move again, still inside the camp, coming closer, it seemed. "You didn't know this?" Mom said, sounding somewhat gleeful now that there was something Antonia didn't seem to know. "Huh," she added in snooty defiance. "Doesn't matter," Antonia went on. "We have what we need. Can you imagine the dumb luck of finding you two together?" "What?" "A blood witch and an ex-god." She looked at Loki again and simply grinned. Loki, through half-closed lids, met her gaze as he raised his head slowly. Something seemed to dawn on him, something he was struggling to remember. Then, as his drug-addled mind allowed him to catch up to whatever this was, he smiled himself, though less focused than the witch in front of him. "You're going to need something stronger than that," he slurred. "I don't get it. Stronger than what? An ex-god?" I asked. "And besides, you're a blood witch yourself. What do you need me for? I don't have any magic." "I'm not the right kind of blood witch," Antonia said, yet didn't seem sad about whatever that meant at all. Wouldn't it have been the greatest honor for her to do whatever they were planning? "As for you," the witch went on, drawing her eyes from whatever silent communication she and Loki were having back to me. "We can remedy that. We shouldn't have waited so long last time. But now, everything can be put back to order." "Back?" Loki commented. Antonia straightened her back and seemed annoyed at herself. "Erase the blight that is magic. Make it better. Make it fair." "Make it better. Make it fair," my parents and the two armed kin chanted automatically. The sound of those words said like that made me shiver. This was turning into one of those bad dreams I had now and then, dreaming I was back among the red kin. They always left me with an uneasy feeling. I felt that now, times 10. "I can't believe you're working with an ex-god, Em," my mom suddenly said, her voice half a whisper. "That's worse than a witch even." "Why, thank you," Antonia said, directing a poisonous smile my mother's way. The pull I felt to my daggers lessened. I could sense them coming closer now. That armed kin was on the way back again. Despite what I'd learned from Xanthi, that eased my worries somewhat. "Disagree," Loki uttered while bending his neck back and staring at the ceiling again. "Witches can't... what's the word? Compare," he finished, and the word rode the weird sound waves in this realm and filled the barracks. It was impossible not to hear him. Of course, that made him laugh. I tried straightening a bit in my uncomfortable position, sensing the daggers right outside now. I could hear boots on the ground out there too, raised voices. Everything seemed louder and closer than all other sounds from life outside these walls. Then came a bark of an order, the words undecipherable to me, but not the voice. No, not that voice. I would likely remember that voice until my dying day. "What in the realms are you all planning?" I mumbled, not thinking I was heard over the noise from outside, mixed with Loki's laughter. But Antonia did hear me, and she turned toward me with the smile of a true fanatic, the intensity clearly visible in her eyes. "Simple," she told me as the door opened from the outside again. "To finally set everything right." She couldn't have asked for a better dramatic effect as, marching through that door, came 3 high-ranking kin I remembered from old, followed by a tall and imposing figure, and then some more kin. I hadn't laid eyes on or heard Kerwin Bowden's voice in well over 2 years, closing in on 3 now given my prison time. But at this moment, as I looked straight at the man, my first instinct roared back from the past, telling me to be quiet and step back. He was, after all, illustrious guide. Chapter 22. Kerwin Bowden, tall, dressed in only red, and good quality clothes at that, with a dazzling smile on his face, looked around the room a second, seemingly to let everyone enjoy the moment where he'd popped up. He hadn't changed much in that regard. I had changed, though, in that I was now noticing these things. He had also always been tall, but not as thin as now. There'd always been a few extra pounds around his stomach. He'd always loved the fineries of life. It seemed prison food hadn't agreed with him. The weight he'd lost didn't make him look any healthier either. Despite the winning smile and intense brown eyes, he looked tired and haggard, pale and with dark patches under his eyes. Judging by the fact that he wore entirely new clothes, not a trace of prison garb, I could only assume it was as before. He indulged in the better food in this place while other people, like my father, ate the unappetizing food in the mess hall. Again, nothing had changed. Except me. It was all so obvious now with a mere look. I used to think it important that illustrious guide had better food than the rest of us, because he was needed for so many things and needed more energy than the rest of us. It hadn't even dawned on me then that not enough food, too much work, and little sleep were excellent ways of breaking us down. "May you find inner strength and a free spirit of mind today," Kerwin said to us all. Everyone but Loki and I answered back with the shortened version, "Inner strength and a free spirit." "I see we finally have some puzzle pieces with us," Kerwin said, and clapped his hands together. I noticed the sound, though the gesture was meant as enthusiastic, had several of the kin present jumping a bit. "For someone with so many blind followers doting on him, he isn't really a looker, is he?" Loki said, managing the entire sentence without any pauses. For a moment I almost gaped, my programming rearing up and being affronted by such an insult. "This is the ex-god?" Kerwin said with a grimace of disgust on his face. He might have heard some that first time in the dungeons, but he wasn't used to insults, only adulation. "It is," Antonia confirmed, stepping forward a little now. "You'll have to excuse him," I said. "He's high as a kite by your own design." "He is subdued, sir," Antonia added. Kerwin nodded, still with a look of anger in his eyes. He turned a bit, saw my father, and then gave a quick nod and obviously a silent message to one of the other kin. Next thing, my father was escorted outside. My suspicions were confirmed. Dad had fallen from the top, it seemed. I wondered what he'd done wrong. It didn't take a lot, really. When Kerwin turned back to us, a wide grin was plastered onto his face again. "Do we honestly need him, Antonia?" he asked. "Can't we simply find some other ex-god?" "We can, sir," she said. "But I don't recommend it. We should use this one." I looked at Loki, who seemed unconcerned, though whether that was due to the drug or not, I had no idea. He was good at hiding his thoughts. What I was sure of, though, was that he did have thoughts on the matter. "Very well. Keep injecting him for the time being, then." "Yes, sir." "Oh, and Emery," he said, looking like he'd completely forgotten about Antonia in that moment. "My most loyal secretary." "That was just because you kept sleeping with the other ones and then kicked them out of the office," I said. Kerwin's eyes widened slightly in surprise, then everything settled and his smile was back, seemingly warm. But I'd learned a thing or two from Loki during my time with him. I looked at Kerwin. Really looked. That smile was not reflected anywhere on his face, especially his eyes. Had I held a paper across the lower half of his face, then I wouldn't have been able to detect that smile. "I hear you've been keeping bad company, my girl." "Ugh," I uttered. "An ex-god, a fae, a witch, and even an elf. That had me worried. They had to have been spying, and lately, too, since I hadn't known either Corey or Arlen all that long. And that pause at the end. He likely even knew about my relationship with Corey. I glanced at Mom and saw surprise there. Whatever she'd been up to coming to see me twice, she was not in the know, as Antonia liked to put it. Not entirely, it seemed. "You did good, Morgan," Kerwin said without looking back at her. Instead, his gaze was on me. But I think we have some damage to repair here. Do we? I made a grimace. What are the odds you'll let us go instead? Kerwin laughed then, as mirthless as his smile was. It made every kin around him smile, as if not doing so would be unthinkable. It made me sick to my stomach to witness, especially from my mother. Her words in the garden about being lost, not knowing what was right anymore. Those had been lies. She'd said anything to get me here, even exaggerating my father's ill health. He seemed worse off having been in prison, but he was not dying, as she had implied. Thankfully, Loki and even I had suspected the subterfuge all along. The look of utter conviction and worship I saw in her now solidified that knowledge for me. She was a true believer in this man's ideology. The fall of the kin and everything that had entailed had not changed her viewpoint. I inhaled and exhaled quietly. It was just so sad. Kerwin snapped his fingers and pointed at the stack of foldable chairs. One of the armed kin behind Loki and me fetched one for him at once, unfolded it, and set it down right next to where he stood. Kerwin turned the chair around and sat on it, leaning his forearms on the top of the back of it. I hear you had a talk with a blood witch, my girl. I narrowed my eyes at the moniker, but decided I had bigger issues. You mean Xanthi, who tortured me at your behest? That wasn't torture, child. That was protecting you. So my mother says too, I said, and looked at her. She stared resolutely ahead, not meeting my eyes. I looked back at Kerwin. Why not just kick me out if I had magic? Why bind my powers? It made no sense to me. I was apparently all that I'd been raised to despise. And why lure me back here? My father is clearly not seriously ill. And as you pointed out yourself, Kerwin, I associate with the wrong kind of people. I added his name to unsettle him. He did give the smallest of flinches at this, as it came from someone who was supposed to follow him blindly. It was either Sir or illustrious guide to kin. He looked at me for a few beats, but I simply stared back, right at the spot between his eyes, making this staring contest easier. Beside me, Loki chuckled softly at the sight. Antonia, Kerwin said finally. Yes, sir? I believe it's time we fill Emery here in on what her role among the kin is and always has been, don't you? Oh, yes, sir, she said as she nodded vigorously. Seriously, how did Kerwin not tire of this kowtowing? I looked at Loki then, not able to catch his glazed-over eyes as he was staring up at the ceiling again. But it didn't matter. It dawned on me then how far I'd come since returning to Atlantis, and while I'd rid myself of some programming during my exile Earthside, I also had this loquacious, self-centered, and frenzied guy who'd helped me through my awkward interactions with people, and also to stand up for myself. Good grief. The fact that I could so easily see the signs in both Kerwin and everyone else in that room, including my mother, told me I'd come a long way. In no way did I feel an urge to let Kerwin trick me into coming back. Life had always seemed easier when I knew the truth of everything, when everything was provided for me as long as I kept in line, including what I had thought were friendships. But in the real world, everything was harder, more uncertain. Yet the connections I'd made were worth so much more, because they were real and not conditional. That was everything to me. It held true value. This insane man seated in front of me, likely ready to turn the charm up a few notches to begin to get me back into the fold, held no interest for me anymore. Well, except for the truths he held for me. I did want those, just not the membership they came with. Tell me, Emery, he began. What troubles you so much that you have strayed from us? You belong with us. I remember how happy you were to be one of us, to help rid the realm of magic. Sorry, I got other plans now, I said. There are no other plans, only the one we've been working toward for years.
Well, good for you. Maybe we can go then, so you can get back to that. A gasp sounded, and I saw Mom halfway behind two of the kinsfolk who'd entered with Kerwin. She looked genuinely shocked and embarrassed at what she seemed to perceive as insolence. It's not that easy, Kerwin went on, sounding all sage and patient. I was likely given some leeway here. Had I talked like this when I was a member, I would have been severely punished. That thought made me think. I looked at Loki who, this time, turned his head a little, looking back at me, his eyes hardly focused, though. But there was nothing wrong with his ears, it seemed. He needs you for something, Red. Yeah, I gathered that. I looked back at Kerwin. What do you want from me? You'd have sent me packing before if I didn't do your bidding. Loki tutted at me. No, I don't think so. Not back then either. You simply lived in fear of it, and he let you. Easier to control you then. Whatever he wants from you, he's always wanted it. He sent me outside the pyramid where I could have died, I said to that, remembering having to stand outside while furious Lanteans sent projectiles toward the pyramid. Well, did you? Loki asked. Die? No. He made a facial expression like that explained it. I had almost been hit, though had been fast enough to avoid it. Are you two quite done? Kerwin broke in as I rolled my eyes at Loki. The Redkin's undisputed leader looked less than pleased with us, as we weren't paying attention to him. You shouldn't listen to this abomination, Kerwin went on, not looking at Loki but indicating him with a quick movement of his hand. You're a bright girl. Don't you know who he is? He asked, and then went on to explain it, even though I hadn't answered. He's deceitful, unreliable, and seditious, a creature who thrives on manipulation. His tricks don't amuse, they corrode. No one walks away from him unchanged. It's no wonder you strayed. But that, my girl, can be amended. Yeah, I said, and shrugged as best I could with my hands tied. But sometimes he does share his turkey sandwich, so there's that. I see the impertinence that has grown from this alliance, Kerwin said, shaking his head in disappointment. Call it impertinence if you want, Kerwin, I said, and smiled. Probably as dead in the eyes as he was. Setting aside everything I went through among the kin, you guys had me tortured at 14 for no reason. Hell, any reason wouldn't have excused that. If you want something from me, then tell me the truth and ask it straight. I am done following you. There was silence in the room. No one said a word while Kerwin stared at me, his face unreadable, though I could guess at the thoughts inside his head. Then Loki laughed, and the quiet was broken. Kerwin shifted his position a bit and then nodded to himself. When you hear the truth, you will change your mind, Emery. By all means. Try, I told him. All right. He smiled then, and this time there was a spark of something in his eyes, like he actually cared about this. You were made for this, girl, and your purpose was set in motion before you were born. By the realms, you should show me some respect. You wouldn't even exist were it not for me. Chapter 23. What do you mean I wouldn't exist without you? I asked, then grimaced as I looked at my mother. You? Mom? That isn't true, is it? Is what true? She said, looking at me with confusion. Then it dawned on her. Oh no, it's not like that. It wasn't like she'd been completely truthful lately, but I did believe her now. She looked too surprised at the idea. Beside me, Loki chuckled. You're not helping, you know, I told him. Not trying to. You're figuring things out in your own special way, Chastity. He laughed at that. It began. Kerwin pushed through with a louder voice than before, most likely to get us to shut up, before he continued with his put-on pleasant voice again. With a vision. Oh, for crying out loud, Loki blurted. Spare me the folly of prophecies. Not a prophecy,
Kerwin said with a sneer, like the mere thought of something otherworldly connected to him was an insult. But the vision granted to me through clarity, through a commitment to a future unburdened by the tyranny of magic. "Make it better, make it fair," the surrounding kin chanted again. Good grief, had I really been that indoctrinated? The kin was still young when I saw what had to be done. Atlantis was crumbling under the weight of those born with power, those who inherited dominance like a crown, while others were left to suffer under their whims. But I saw the truth. I saw the path. I saw the cracks in the foundation and the shape of what could be built in its place. Atlantis had long hidden behind its bloodlines, its so-called royal families with their decaying magic and weakening lineages. I was pretty sure he was wrong there. From what I understood, the royal families were thriving like never before now that they were back in power. But even in decay, Kerwin went on, magic corrupts. Even in weakness, it enslaves. So I looked elsewhere, to the Earth-side realm. The realm where magic rules no more, where everyone stands a chance, where who you're born to doesn't set your path in life. I knew he was wrong there too. I'd been born and had grown up there my first years in life, and while magic gave no power Earthside, money did. They even had noble and royal bloodlines still in power in some places. In Atlantis, as well as other realms, magic was just another factor when grabbing power. For years I searched knowledge, finding those who knew. There, with the help of loyal kin, I found in the Earthside realm a family. Ordinary on the surface, just merchants, traders of food and goods. But their blood ran clean, unmarked. What they had once been had been forgotten. Almost. I took an interest in the son, Morgan. He was earnest, practical, disillusioned. And when I showed him what Atlantis truly was beneath the surface, he listened. He had me now. He was talking about my dad, after all. But alas, he alone was not enough. To end all magic in Atlantis, one more was needed. Someone rooted within its own bloodlines. And Morgan Sieran here? He looked briefly over his shoulder, likely not even meeting her searching eyes. She was the perfect candidate. She didn't know her ancestry, of course. Your mother. Kerwin looked back at me now. She didn't know that her mother had descended from a line of blood witches, or that her great-grandmother was the last one to have any magical abilities. That knowledge had been buried for decades. Out of disappointment at something lost, I believe. He shrugged like it didn't matter. But I knew. I unearthed it. And when I shared it with her, I gave her meaning. A purpose. I looked over at Mom, who had a haughty look to her now. If she had blood witches in her ancestry, then it was fine, because it had died out and her illustrious guide had welcomed her into his fold. I'll grant you, she was hesitant at first, but the beauty of belief is that it reshapes hesitation into resolve. I guided her to Morgan Ellis. Even their shared name was a sign. I encouraged their closeness. It wasn't chemistry. It was necessity. "What?" I mumbled, but he went on anyway. Their bond was never the point. They were two pieces of a formula. Two vessels designed to create something greater. There was no need to love one another. They only needed to produce what the kin required. And they did. He paused, for dramatic effect it seemed, and smiled at me. "You." I couldn't help but grimace. What was he on about? Was he describing what sounded like an arranged marriage? It truly was the convergence of two bloodlines, one rich in ancient, disordered magic, the other bred to resist it. One had lain dormant for centuries, the other was fizzling out, but it was assumed this unusual combination would awaken both. And I was right. From it came a child meant to carry both currents in her veins. It was never about them. It was always about you. Ew. I uttered and looked everywhere but at Kerwin or my mom. What in the realms was he saying? From the moment you were born, you belonged to something greater than mere family. Your questions, your doubts, your hunger for truth. They were signs of the friction within you, and the unfortunate influence of the children you grew up among. So we stopped these outside forces from reaching you as you were too young to know the truth yet. We brought you home to Atlantis. We bound your powers until you could withstand them and truly understand the abhorrence of it. In honesty, you are only to use it once anyway, when it matters most. That's when you'll become what we need you to be. He sighed then, like it was a tremendous burden laid upon him, all this. There are still elements required to complete the work. He glanced at Loki, who was staring blindly at the floor, looking like he was being bored to death. Kerwin inhaled and looked to me again. But those are obstacles. You are the foundation, my girl. You are the beginning. I have no idea what you're talking about, I told him. I was so confused. Had this madman truly pushed my parents together just to have a kid? That was gross. Mom, this isn't true, is it? I asked her. But she refused to look me in the eye. Instead, she stood with her hands clasped in front of her head bent so her long hair partially hung in front of her face. A convenient curtain to hide behind. Kerwin turned halfway and witnessed this too. It stung. Her lack of words was all the confirmation I needed. Do you see now? Kerwin said. You were not born of love. You were born of purpose. You never even cared for each other? I heard myself asking Mom, my mind roaring with the implications of this. Look at it this way, Kerwin said. Now you know the truth. Your parents' marriage was never about them. It was about what you could become. What the red kin could become. I glared at him. What the red kin could become? The red kin was all about him. It always had been. What a horrific thing to do to someone. Kerwin sat back a little as he studied me. And still, you flinch. But why? You react as though this is a tragedy, as though you've been used. But I see it differently. You were crafted for this. Ideally, they should have had more children, so we'd be on safer ground. You have been sculpted by generations of misappropriated power into the one person who can tip Atlantis back into balance. Isn't that worth more than some fleeting, sentimental illusion of love? You carry inside you the forces of two worlds, magic and its undoing. You are the future, Emery, a child born of necessity, of my vision. I might as well be your parent for the work put in to create you. I had to swallow hard to avoid throwing up at that. Then all I could do was focus on breathing. This was too much. You were meant to be extraordinary. I knew this voice. He was working his magic on me. Wasn't that ironic? Money, power, persuasion, manipulation? He was no better than the people he was trying to tear down. And now, he droned on, trying to break me down as I'd seen him do countless times to other people. I'd cheered him on then. I looked at the people around him now in desperation, but there was nothing to see but blank stares. Most people live their entire lives never knowing why they were born. Usually there is no reason. They drift, they fail, they vanish. Forgotten. But not you, my girl. You were born for something, engineered for it. You are the axis on which the new Atlantis will turn. You have no idea how callous and cruel you sound, I whispered, shaking my head, fighting tears while my mother resolutely looked away from me. This is not cruelty, Emery. This is destiny. Ours. He paused again, and the room fell silent, except for the drugged-up guy next to me. He was laughing again. Destiny and prophecy go hand in hand, Loki said between his laughing, and yet the words sounded like a warning.
Sometimes they even embody the same entity, never to be trusted. The tone of his voice, his mirthless laughter, had everyone in the room look at him, but I noticed Loki's eyes were on one of them, Antonia. She, unlike the seemingly insulted kin in the room, had a frown on her face like she was trying to decode what the ex-god was telling her. She didn't seem to get any wiser, nor did I. Before either of us could ask, the door was opened and 2 armed kin entered without asking. For a split second, I saw the utter annoyance in Kerwin's eyes at the intrusion, but he never got to express it vocally. "Illustrious guide!" one of them shouted. Actually shouted. That was unheard of in his presence. "You need to come with us," the armed kin went on, slightly out of breath, his eyes wide, as his companions were. For a moment, we all just stared. Then, noise intruded upon us. Not the background noise of people going about their business out there. That was gone. When had it faded? I hadn't noticed during Kerwin's horrifying explanations of my life. Another sound did intrude, though, kind of like a steady, low roar thrumming through the air. It sounded far off. "What is it?" Kerwin barked at the newcomers. They looked rattled at his tone, an unusual sight when it came to the armed kin, but understandable. He was their leader, guiding light, answer to everything. I almost barfed again. "You need to see this, sir!" The one of them with a voice persisted. Kerwin glanced at me and then seemed to decide. He rolled his eyes as he got up from the chair, giving the thing an angered shove that sent it toppling to the floor. "What is it?" he bellowed at them. "Come, sir," the armed kin said and beckoned him with a nod. Whatever it was, the man deemed it so important that his illustrious guide would forgive him, or rather forget, the intrusion. As Kerwin strode out of the room, so did everybody else, including Mom, clearly too curious to stay behind. Even the other armed kin. Of course, their most important job was to protect their illustrious guide at all costs. The door seemed to shut as an afterthought when the last person left. I struggled to catch my breath a moment. "I can't believe it," I gasped, and fought the shock threatening to send me into a full-on panic attack. "Really?" Loki slurred. "I can. Nothing about that man is surprising." "Didn't you hear him?" I squeaked, my voice almost breaking. I drew a few deep breaths trying to control myself. This was too awful. "I think you'd be surprised at how many in all the realms are not born from love matches. It's more common than you think." "Is that you trying to help me?" "I'm merely trying to focus at this point, Red. That doesn't take away from what I just said, though. There are worse things in the realms than your parents having nothing in common but you and a cult." I blinked hard to avoid the tears again. "It isn't even that they have what is in essence an arranged marriage. It's that they didn't even get along. How did I not see that? And the fact that they were brought together to, procreate. That's all I am, to that asshole. To the kin. To—" My voice broke then, and I barely got the dreaded words out. "My parents. I'm livestock." Chapter 24. I inhaled and exhaled hard a few times, willing myself under control. "Okay," I said after a few moments of this. "Please say something distracting. This isn't a good time to panic." "Panic?" Loki said. "I think you have some leeway in being upset right now. This is the worst time for you to suddenly be all understanding and helpful. Suddenly, I am nothing but a presence of healing and—" "Shut up, Loki," I interrupted him. "Why did they leave so fast anyway?" I added, realizing I needed to create the distraction myself. The truth hurt too much to deal with right now. "I have no notion of what drew them all outside," Loki said. "Though I'd wager it's Arlen and Corey who are up to something. They know things didn't go according to plan. Although, given the fact that our goal was to find out what's going on, I'd say we achieved that regardless." Really? Because despite the horrible revelations about my family tree, I'm confused. About what? About Antonia? Oh, yes. I'm slightly confused about her as well. No kidding, I blurted out in a sarcastic tone. Then I eyed him. Hey, are you feeling better? Can you magic us out of this? I've told you before that's not, never mind. He shook his head, though seemingly more to focus than to show his resignation with me. Whatever she gave me, it's hard to fight. I can string more than one thought together now, which is an improvement. All right, I said, and began moving the chair I sat on in inelegant small jumps. Not only were my hands tied behind the back of it, I was also tied to it. There was no way I could simply stand up. What are you doing? Loki asked, attempting to twist his head around like an owl to see me. If we can't use magic, then the old-fashioned way will have to do. What? Oh, he uttered as I maneuvered the chair so we sat back to back, and I got to work on untying the knots. They're hard to get at, I mumbled after a moment. My hands were angled down due to the binds, and the knots were pulled tight. So, I said, trying to loosen one of the knots at his wrists. What I don't get about Antonia is that she helped. I tested the word, and since it didn't increase in volume and float outside the barracks, I went on. She helped Arlen and Corey breach the magical perimeter of the pyramid. She betrayed the kin, and here she still is. She was in Atlantis to lure us in as well, wasn't she? I assume so, though she was lucky when it came to Frederick. That was not part of whatever plan she has. But I don't get it. She betrayed the kin. She's the reason, along with Arlen and Corey, for the shield going down that day so the army could, in turn, storm the pyramid. And here she is, looking as fanatic as the rest of them. Loki said nothing, which was unusual in and of itself. How high are you? I asked. Not high enough, came the lament. Then he sighed. I'm thinking. That witch clouded my mind. Ouch, he blurted. No need to rasp my precious hand with your nails. Sorry, I missed the rope. It's freaking hard to get a hold of. She made 3 mistakes earlier, he said. 3? You have a hard time thinking straight, but you caught 3 mistakes? Yes. Slips of the tongue, I suppose. First, she said everything can be put back together. Yeah, so? The Red Kin want to tear Atlantis as it is down, not put it back together. That might just be semantics. Can you sit still, please? It's hard enough twisting my hands like this. It might be. He trailed off. Second thing? Huh? Please focus, Loki. We need to get out of here before they force me to do whatever. Ah, yes. The second mistake. She called it dumb luck finding the 2 of us together. I stopped fiddling with the stubborn ropes. Yeah, that was weird. But you yourself don't think our meeting was a coincidence. No. But why should she know that? She can't. She wasn't there when you told me that. We'd been inside a broom closet in the pyramid then. Alone. She couldn't have overheard us. She seemed oddly invested in your continued existence, though, I added as an afterthought. Yes, he said. And? What? Who wouldn't be? I myself am particularly invested in my continued existence. Oh, for crying out loud, I muttered and resumed my work on the ropes. So, what was the third mistake? She said they'd been watching us for some weeks, I believe her words were. The Red Kin can't have been running this prison camp for more than a week tops. The Lantian guards can't have had a shift change yet, remember? I stopped fighting the ropes again. Yeah, that's a good point. And the fourth mistake. There's a fourth? You said 3. I did? Regardless, she also said that when we showed up in her hotel room, which she had not counted on, it couldn't have worked out better for her. Not her illustrious guide, not the Red Kin, her. Okay, now you're just showing off, I said. getting back to work. What? You got all that while your brain is all foggy? That made him laugh. Think of what I could do if I put my mind to it, Red. I shook my head and sighed. I don't know. Burn these damn ropes off so we can get out of here? The last 3 words floated out in increased volume, like I was shouting them. Crap, I whispered, and the volume stayed down. This place is so strange. I shook my head. Why was she so set on keeping you alive, though? Kerwin couldn't have cared less. Seems like they need an ex-god of sorts for something. The sudden sound of agitated shouts floated inside. Someone was distressed about something out there. Then the voices sounded distant again. Why is that? Do you know? There was a pause. Whether it was drug-induced or for some other reason, I had no idea. Loki? There has, on occasion, during my mortal life, been the odd situation with people who seem rather intent on keeping me alive. She might be one of them. What? One of whom? I don't know, he hedged. At least I thought he did. Loki, something is going on here. I don't see everything yet, but they clearly want us both for something. Something to do with removing magic from Atlantis. Why would they need an ex-god and a blood witch for that? There was silence again. Oh, he suddenly uttered, like he thought himself the biggest idiot, which was far-fetched given his inflated self-confidence. Oh, what? I urged him. Tell me. But how in the realms does Antonia fit into this? He said to himself. She knows, that much is clear. But why stick with the kin then? Have you lost your marbles? Or do you just love the sound of your... I stopped myself and looked at the ceiling, which offered nothing but shadows. Never mind. What are you on about? What do you know? Not enough, it seems. Thanks, that clarifies things. Why are people trying to keep you alive? You say that like it's a bad thing. With the way you're avoiding my questions right now, I'm starting to believe it might not be, I told him. He sighed heavily behind me. I'm not avoiding your questions, Red. I don't have all the puzzle pieces. As I told you, I have encountered some people over the years who want me alive rather than dead, but I don't know why, or who they are. You must have some suspicions as to why? There was a pause behind me. Come on, Loki. How am I supposed to navigate all this craziness? The kin free again? Whatever's going on out there now? Hell's my damn existence. The despair I felt at those last words was amplified as the weird noise-enhancing happened again. I was sure everyone outside the barracks heard me, if they were there. Most likely not. I could sense my daggers farther away again, nearer the main gate. Fine, I said then, thankful my voice stopped carrying again. Let's focus on getting out of here then. It seemed we'd found out what we could here. Now it was best to get back to Atlantis and alert the authorities about all the kin on the loose here. I felt the end of the rope in one of the knots tying Loki's hands together. It was tight and hardly yielded, but I persisted in trying to push it through the loop anyway. It would yield. I felt that. But it was taking time. I just needed to... The door opened with a soft click. I jumped a bit at the intrusion and looked over to find Antonia there, which startled me even more since she hadn't slammed the door open this time. She stared at us for a moment, obviously seeing our so far unsuccessful attempt at an escape. Then she nodded to herself and took a few steps inside the large room. I can do you one better, she said, and produced a knife from a pocket in her dress, holding it aloft as the offer it was. Why? I asked, suspicion bleeding from my voice. She'd just had me captured and drugged Loki. What in the realms was this? We don't have much time, but believe it or not, we're on the same side. Loki chuckled. I find that, help me out, Red. Unbelievable? I suggested. That's it. Unbelievable. Thanks. You're welcome.
I said, and couldn't help smiling. I mean, did she really think we were going to go with her to whatever trap she'd laid now? I'm telling you, Antonia urged, not quite able to stand still and argue with us. We have a window right now. Something's happened, and he's not paying attention. Who? Kerwin? She nodded without flinching at the use of his actual name, which might have said something had I not witnessed my own loyal kin mother use it herself to trick me into coming here. You need to listen to me, Antonia said with a resolute look on her face as she stepped farther into the room. She walked straight up to us, eyes on the ropes still keeping us bound to the chairs. She didn't seem all that upset at our clearly attempting to escape. I know you're forced to work for the state. I know you are likely tasked with bringing down rogue and unpunished kin members. Like yourself? Loki pointed out. She had been one, after all. A fairly traitorous one, but still. I've never been a true believer, Antonia said without even testing first to check if her voice would carry. It didn't. Oh, we know, I said. That shield that protected the entire pyramid would never have come down without your help. And here you are, among the people you helped imprison. This is all bigger than the Red Kin, Antonia said, looking over her shoulder, not in fear, but in frustration. She hadn't quite banked on our not jumping for joy at her intrusion here. What could possibly be bigger than the Red Kin? Loki asked behind me. I saw Antonia staring back at him. It was as if they were in some silent conversation. Then she seemed to make a decision. I am part of the Silent Heralds. We've used Kerwin and his cult for a long time to do our dirty work, but I swear, we do not want to rid Atlantis of magic. No, Loki said. You don't, do you? It wasn't a question. The Silent Heralds? I asked. What's that? Sounds like an oxymoron. Are they the opposite of the Red Kin or something? Antonia gave a small smile. You could say that, but we don't have time for this. I shouldn't even have told you this much yet. Do you want to stay here, or go with me? We'd preferably like neither of those options, I said. But what the hell? Sure. It wasn't like Kerwin wanted us dead. We could take the chance and get away from Antonia later. She seemed to get some sort of positive, yet silent answer from Loki, too, because she gave us a curt nod and then stepped all the way over to us in the chairs. She bent to cut the ropes, and I felt her tug at me first and then begin to saw through them. It seemed she wasn't lying about wanting to free us, at least. I already knew the ropes were thick from trying to untie the ones around Loki's wrists, but now her sawing seemed endless. I felt my pulse speed up in anticipation, to the point that when I finally noticed the familiar tug of my daggers, it was too late. They were suddenly right outside the barracks. Antonia, I began as the door flew open and 2 of the armed kin came marching inside, several other kin behind them. Antonia jerked up, but with her position between us, seated back to back now, obviously trying something, and her using a knife to cut us free, she could surely not hide her act here, like she'd done the day the pyramid fell. As she turned and stared at Kerwin when he walked inside, I could see the hate on her face in profile, and the absolute shock on his. He had not expected her to do something like this. That really said everything about how well her cover had worked, and now our chance of escape seemed doomed. Chapter 25. Emery! My mother blurted, in the tone you'd use for a teenager caught sneaking out of the house. The look on her face suggested the same outrage. Antonia! Came Kerwin's voice, gliding through the room, raised in volume yet somehow calm. What's this? He added, now speaking at a normal level. Antonia took a second. Then she seemed to make a decision. What do you think, you old sleaze? A unison gasp went through the group of kin surrounding him, including my mother. It wasn't like I was surprised. I'd seen the signs when she'd shown up in the garden. We'd been well aware she was trying to trick us, and yet here we were. Kerwin shook his head gently and tutted at her. You greatly disappoint me, Antonia."
"Oh no," she said, utterly deadpan. In that moment, I actually liked her. Couldn't help but smirk at her attitude, which had completely changed. I did notice the still present glaze of fanaticism in her eyes, though, that intense, blank stare. I'd had that myself once. Whoever these silent heralds were, they had the same hold over her that Kerwin held over the people surrounding us now. "We're about to retake Atlantis, and here you are, betraying me? And for that?" He spat the last word, looking at Loki with disgust. No one could ever say Kerwin didn't believe his own spiel. He hated magic and everyone born to or of it. "When we are back in the city, you'll be the first to hang in Atlantis Square," he snarled at her. "Nice," I said. "You're going to start executing people publicly this time around?" I hadn't been aware of it while living in the pyramid, but had learned since that executions had happened in secret during the kin's last reign. Good grief, I'd lived so sheltered in those days, despite being at the heart of the operation, so to speak. "The entire city betrayed me back then," Kerwin suddenly yelled at me. For a moment, old programming set in, and I felt like shrinking. Then I got a hold of myself. "You? Don't you mean the kin?" He stared at me, stunned for a second, a fuming glare directed my way. Then, "I am the kin, girl." His words couldn't have been more dramatic, since the realm's odd sound carried them and likely rang them out for several meters around the barracks. Too bad every kin present seemed to agree with him, and not catch his little mistake. Kerwin did hate magic and the powers that came with it, but he also loved himself above everything else in the realms. "I'm tired of this," he went on shouting, though the volume was back to normal now. "We are about to rise again, and these two are not here alone." He pointed between Loki and me. "They're attempting to stop us." I saw some of the armed kin raising their weapons at this, two of them holding rifles. One held my damn daggers. The sight made me furious. "Take Emery and Antonia. Kill the ex-god. We can easily find another one back in Atlantis." "Ugh, the irreverence," Loki muttered, shaking his head. Then, with a visible effort, judging by the strain in his face, he tipped the chair forward and pushed himself up onto his feet, his upper body bent awkwardly. After that, while heads turned his way, he simply threw himself and the chair backward so they both crashed to the floor, the chair collapsing under him with a sharp crack the realm amplified into a booming snap. "Skeeter," Loki blurted from the floor, a grimace of pain on his face. "The thing about Loki, you see," I cut in, drawing their attention for a second, knowing he was up to something, though not quite what. It didn't matter. He needed time. "Is that you have no idea how frustratingly quick he gets over a hangover. It's incredibly annoying. Why should this be any different?" I added, smiling. There was no way Loki would forget a word like unbelievable, the way he had when Antonia came in earlier. The guy was never too intoxicated to forget long words. My distraction was what he needed. As every head turned back to him, he was already on his way up, ropes hanging loose around him, pieces of the broken chair falling off. His left arm dangled by his side as he raised his right one. "Watch!" someone began shouting, but was interrupted by roaring green flames that flew past them and hit one of the armed kin with a rifle right in the face. A horrific scream of pain ripped through the barracks. No amplification needed. The man flailed, dropped the rifle, and fell back, fighting the flames. The other armed kin holding a rifle turned it on Loki, but was hit by a mix of his green flames and Antonia's magic, bright red pulsating lights. The man screamed just as loud as the first as searing pain hit. I turned my head to see that Antonia had joined Loki in his attack. The two of them shared a quick look, judging each other as allies. For now. Every other kin in the room except Kerwin jumped into action then. Most of them rushed at Loki and Antonia. A few tried to help the fallen, burning kin. Even my mother did that, shrugging off her jacket and trying to smother the flames on one of them. "Kill them!"
Kerwin bellowed, his eyes only on Loki and Antonia. Green fire and red magic flashed through the large room. Thankfully, Loki seemed to have the wherewithal not to set the barracks itself on fire. There were a lot of kin between us and the door. We might not make it out alive. Soon the desperate kin, armed branch and otherwise, got too close for Loki and Antonia to keep throwing their power around. I ached to be free, to help them, but the ropes burned into my wrists and arms as I struggled against them. The room dissolved into chaos as partially red-dressed figures ran around, trying to get close enough to strike. Screams and shouts drowned out any intelligible words. I wasn't surprised to see Loki dodge and retaliate against punches and blades, but seeing Antonia do the same did surprise me, though in a good way. I was about to do what Loki had done to his chair when I noticed something off about him. He threw his fire with only one arm. His left still hung down, and I noticed the already bruised wrist. He'd been hurt worse than I'd thought when he broke his chair. I cursed, and no one heard it in the surrounding chaos. Loki would heal quickly if we made it out of here alive. I'd need weeks. Then something else drew my attention. The armed kinsman with my daggers was using them against Antonia. She jumped back several times to avoid being sliced, bumped into kin, who'd snuck up behind her and then ducked on instinct. I sucked in my breath so fast it hurt, but the kin behind her was struck by one of my daggers as the other kinsman misjudged her movements. He gave a grunt and turned away from Antonia, who, from the floor, sent her red magic out to both sides, hitting them both and sending the cut one flying into the stacked crates with guns behind me, while the one with my daggers slammed into the nearest wall. Amid this chaos, Kerwin was edging toward the wall himself, pushing another man and my mother in front of him. How had I not seen these traits when I'd been a kinswoman myself? My mother and the man, a new member of the fire circle, I guessed, both looked terrified, yet they stretched their arms out like shields, there to intercept any magical attack heading Kerwin's way. "What are you jumping around for?" Kerwin bellowed from behind his human shields. "Kill them and be done with this!" The armed kinsman Antonia had sent flying into the wall was already clawing his way back to his feet, my dagger still in his hands. He took his leader's words to heart, because as soon as he laid eyes on me, he pounced, my daggers raised, ready to kill me. I had no idea if that was what Kerwin intended at that moment. Maybe it was. I struggled against the binds but couldn't budge them. The kinsman was already right in front of me, his face cold and uncaring. All I could do was tip the chair, but that would only buy me another second of life. I saw the blade I usually wielded come down toward me, and then green flames roared in front of my eyes. The armed kinsman was shoved sideways. The dagger meant for me swung only halfway down and then fell to the floor as the man dropped with it, screaming as his clothes caught fire. Somewhere to my left I saw Loki dodge a blow, clutching his left arm and letting go only to spin and plant a kick into the leg of the kin closest to him. An outburst of pain from Antonia drew my attention. I saw her jerk with the impact as someone struck her hard in the face. "Kill them!" Kerwin roared. With all the people milling about, trying to tend the burning kin, stop Loki and Antonia, or protect Kerwin, I was surprised anyone even heard him. But as Loki was forced backward, his face twisted with pain from his injured wrist, the man shielding Kerwin alongside my mother stepped forward and took his leader at his word. A flash of light burst from him, orange and bright, a pulse that shot out. It struck Loki, who was to my left, and sent him flying past me into the stacked crates filled with guns and other weapons. At the same time, an armed kinsman slammed a blow into Antonia's head. It utterly dazed her. She tried to get up and failed, slumping back to the floor. "Scout!" my mother shouted. She glared at the man who was no longer shielding Kerwin now. "How could you?" she scolded him. Scout looked at Kerwin over his shoulder and was met with a look of disgust. "Did I not tell you to hide that curse?" Kerwin snapped. I saw Loki moving again, sliding off the crates in a pained, awkward motion.
Sir, you told us to stop them, Scout tried. I mentally shook my head. He should know better than that. Not by using magic, Kerwin snarled. I could see my mother puffing herself up at the way he spoke to the man. She hadn't known about Scout's ability, but Kerwin sure had, and she didn't see the problem with that. The realization of that stung. While I'd known she was up to something when approaching me in the garden, I'd hoped she'd started on a path out of this. Clearly, she'd just dug her heels in since her conviction. I'm sorry, sir, but... Scout stuttered, looking around and seeing more than one face turned on him in disgust. But, I was trying to save your life. Pah! Kerwin shook his head as he looked at the man. You think I need saving? That I can't handle a measly ex-god and a traitorous witch? It's easy when you hide behind people, I said. I just couldn't help it. I'd never really gotten better at handling social situations. It did, however, make Loki chuckle where he stood, to my left, but not so far back I couldn't see him. You really do crack me up sometimes, Red, he said, smiling as he looked at Kerwin. Did I ever tell you what kind of god I used to be? I shook my head. No, I didn't, did I? They talk of lies and tricks, inconsequential traits that don't matter, completely missing the magnitude of what I once was. What was in my nature, so to speak. And, I prompted, seeing that even Kerwin was listening to this, and that was his mistake. His momentary attention on Loki made everyone else pause too. That was when Loki turned fully around. His left hand still hung by his side, but in his right hand, he held one of the guns from the crates. He aimed it straight at Kerwin. I was a chaos god, he declared, and then pulled the trigger, shooting Kerwin straight in the head. Chapter 26. For a millisecond, all I saw was the utter surprise on Kerwin's face. Then, he simply slumped to the floor. The hole in his forehead meant he was dead before he hit the ground. That's when all the screams of horror rose. The kin in the room reacted with panicked shouts and wails of primal fear and pain. Their illustrious guide struck down before them, not with magic, but with the Earth-side technology they so admired as a better solution than magic. Talk about irony. Another gunshot blasted, as loud and cracking as the first. I jerked against the rope still binding me to the chair at the sound, a natural reaction. Loki had fired again, up into the ceiling this time, sawdust drifting down. Out! He shouted at the screaming kin. Some of them, including Mom, turned their shocked, tear-stricken faces toward him. A few obeyed, turning for the door and wrenching it open. A cacophony of noise crashed in from outside, but I couldn't make sense of it. At the same time, one of the armed kin seemed to get his bearings back and lunged for Loki, who simply shot him. The man reared back, falling to the floor, clutching his arm. Another shot rang out as a kin bent by Kerwin's body. Whether he'd meant to pick him up or see if there was any hope that his illustrious guide could pull through anything, I had no idea. But Loki fired at the floor right next to him, and the man fell back on his ass, scrambling away. A hand grabbed my right knee, and I startled. It was Antonia. She'd crawled her way over to me, a cut on the side of her forehead bleeding profusely. In her other hand, she gripped my daggers, which she'd managed to retrieve from the armed kin who'd given her that painful blow to the head. Great. Cut me loose so I can help, I told her, indicating my tied hands behind me with an awkward backward nod. I wasn't sure she heard me through all the shouting, shooting, and chaos, but she got my meaning at least, because she nodded and pulled herself up, stumbling around the chair. Get on with it, I yelled as I still didn't feel her take hold of the rope. Instead, I felt her warm hand on the back of my neck. Then I heard a clang as one of my daggers hit the floor. What the hell, Antonia? Just cut me loose, I yelled. She had to hear me, as close as she stood. Another shot reverberated through the room. More screams. Red-clad shapes darted past in my peripheral vision.
And then Antonia's grip shifted. Her hand moved higher, to the base of my skull, and pushed my head forward. I tried twisting away, but she grabbed my hair, already pinned tight in the chignon. "What in the hells are you doing?" I shouted, but it was no use. Then I felt a pinch at the top of my neck, right below my hairline. The pinch intensified as it moved downward, and I realized she was cutting my skin in a vertical line down my neck. "No! Stop it!" I yelled, trying to twist, shake her off, even tip the chair, but she held on, decisive and silent. Suddenly she let go, and I gasped for air, having held my breath. I searched for Loki, who was fending off a kin with the gun while another moved in from his side. I was about to shout a warning when I felt Antonia press her hand over the fresh cut on my neck. Another clang sounded through the noise as my other dagger fell to the floor. Clearly, she was finished with them. Her palm felt impossibly warm against the burning line on my neck. I tried to wrench away again, but there was no use. I shouted for Loki, but heard only faint shouts and a gunshot. Why were those noises faint? A flash of memory hit me. Xanthi cutting into my back with my daggers, the searing pain, the ritual that had turned out to be a binding spell, the cut in my neck. I realized what this must be. Antonia was performing a similar spell on me. She'd cut my neck and then herself. I couldn't see it, but I was sure she was mixing her blood with mine. The pain intensified even though the daggers lay on the floor. I shouted at her to stop, kept twisting, kept fighting. I was not 14 anymore. I knew more now. And yet, the damn ropes and her magic kept me pinned. Panic gripped me, and then a searing pain the likes of which I'd never felt tore through me. It shot out from the cut on my neck, two forces that didn't belong together. It wasn't just pain anymore. Whatever Antonia was doing, it was as if my blood turned molten, rushing through my veins like fire and ice at once. My chest ached. My lungs forgot how to draw air. Every nerve screamed. Every bone felt like it was being torn apart and rebuilt in the wrong shape. Something vast uncoiled and then exploded inside me, breaking free with a violence that made my vision splinter. One moment I was burning, the next I was freezing, the clash of opposites ripping through me until I could no longer tell where one ended and the other began. The ropes dug into my wrists, but they were suddenly irrelevant, just an irritation at the edge of awareness. Power burst out of me in jagged surges, too wild, too much, and then I seemed to clamp down on it, but only by twisting myself through fresh waves of agony. My skin crawled, my teeth ached, my heart thundered until I thought it would tear its way out of my chest. I tried to hold it back, tried to stay myself, but there was no containing this. I couldn't fight it. Somehow, I knew what this was. Magic and the absence of magic collided, slamming into each other with deafening force, and I was the battlefield. The agony stole my voice, my breath, everything but the certainty that I was coming apart, unraveling thread by bloody thread. And still it grew. Red light filled my vision and then burst into the room, surrounding me. Through the blur, I made out a red dome above me, stretching down to the floor. And in that red energy were... I blinked hard, trying to focus through the pain, and saw something etched into the dome, something between the pulsating red magic enclosing Antonia and me. Sounds of shouts, screams, something breaking reached me, but they were muffled. I thought I heard Antonia say something, but couldn't make out the words. A small flash drew my scattered attention, and I finally saw what had been so blurred inside the magical light. Sigils. So many of them. Scattered across the dome, burning gold now, clear as day. I didn't comprehend their meaning, didn't want to. My body burned with the clash of forces battling it out inside me. Outside the dome, flames rolled, crashing and splashing against it. Loki, still standing, trying to stop her. The red dome and his green fire didn't blend. They clashed, staining the air in a sickly yellow glare that made the world shiver around me. He couldn't breach her magic. Or was it mine? I wasn't sure anymore. Whatever Antonia did next, it multiplied everything. A deeper red burst pulsed out in all directions, and I saw the sigils crack and shatter as it hit them. And as they broke, so did I. I screamed then. It felt like my body was being torn apart as the dome evaporated in a shockwave of raw magic. Everything around me was thrown sideways and toppled over, people and furniture alike. I passed out after that. It can't have been more than a few seconds, but the next thing I registered was pain burning through me, and the world sitting at a strange angle. It took me a moment longer to realize I was lying on my side, still tied to that damned chair. The pain in my left arm, trapped under the frame, was nothing compared to the numbing burn everywhere else. Even breathing and blinking hurt. "Everybody out!" someone bellowed. If I could have winced at the volume, I would have. The voice, Loki's, I realized, carried louder than it should in this realm. I heard scuffling as people got to their feet, boots scraping the floor. I saw them only as shadows moving at the edge of my vision. Another gunshot sounded. I didn't flinch. I wasn't able to. "Leave him there and get out," Loki commanded. His voice had dropped back to a normal shout. It still hurt. A door opened. Footsteps rushed out. The odd sob escaped someone. The door shut. Footsteps approached. "Red, you alive?" I tried answering, but when I opened my mouth, a hacking, guttural rattle tore out instead of words. I sounded like some dying bird. "That is proof of life of sorts, I believe," he concluded, and by the sound of it, bent down behind me. A moment later, something metallic clinked onto the floor. The gun, maybe. He took hold of the rope still binding me, and I felt him start cutting. My hands and arms burned, not just from the ropes. I barely noticed them finally falling away. It brought no relief. The door opened again, and I made the mistake of looking over. White-hot pain lanced through my head as I caught sight of two red-clad figures framed in the light from outside. I heard Loki grab the gun from the floor and get up, but as I tried focusing on the newcomers, all I registered was that these kin wore nothing but red. After that, a strange noise swelled in my head, a buzzing, like a channel being changed. Next thing I knew, light flooded the room again and someone was cradling me, lifting my upper body. "It sure looked like a seizure to me," a familiar voice said. I heard worry in it. "That is the result of the binding spell set on her being unbound," someone else said. "Both her magical powers and her anti-magical powers have been set free." I lay still, feeling beats of pain pulse through me. Then the light cleared a little more, and I looked up into Corey's worried face, his eyes on me. "Hey, Em," he said, forcing a smile through the concern. "I'm glad you're back with us." He brushed his fingers through my hair, but I could barely feel it. I seem to recall that illustrious guide looked better than this. A dry voice with a strange accent came from somewhere behind me. It sounded like Arlen. Deep inside me, an ember of anger sparked at my own slow thinking. "Well, he was alive then," Loki answered her. "Clearly," Arlen said, "and I gather that so were these other 4 kin members. Are you having a bad day, husband?" "Let's just say I'd rather spend the day in your aunt's company." "Really? It cannot be that bad, surely." There was a pause. "Very well," Arlen said. "We need to leave now. They are panicking outside." "Because of him?" Another pause before Arlen answered. "Likely some of them, if they witnessed this, but mostly our diversion." "Let's get going then. Corey, you take him." Corey looked up and past me, his brows knitting. "No, I have to." He looked down at me again. "You want to bring this dead weight along?" Arlen asked. "Yes. I don't want to risk him being left here in this realm."
He might disappear before anyone comes back. Hells, he might even disappear while we carry him. "Corey," Loki repeated. "You need to take him. My wrist's broken. Arlen, you take Red." I saw the worry in Corey's eyes. I tried to say something, but had no voice. All I could do was close my eyes for a moment, and then nod. I trusted Loki to know what to do. I opened my eyes again and saw Corey still looking undecided, but then he nodded at me. "Okay," he whispered, and looked up as movement drew closer, Arlen coming to take his place. As he eased me over into her arms, I noticed both of them were dressed in red and nothing but. I had no clue how many kin they'd had to subdue to get that much red, but it seemed to have gotten them into the camp. The absurdity of their appearance, an elf and a fae dressed as magic-hating kin, actually helped me focus on the here and now. It was amazing how those two seemed to have mastered the art of blending in. "Here you are, dearie," Arlen said, as she bent and took hold of me, shoving my daggers back into their sheaths. "I know you are not in the best of spirits now, but we have to leave. There is some, trouble brewing outside. Can you stand up for me?" I rattled in response while nodding. It didn't really matter that I couldn't get up. I had to. If not for myself, then for the people trying to help me. I cleared my throat. It felt slimy and swollen. The act hurt like hell, but finally I could croak a few words. "Help me up," I said, and she nodded and shifted her grip. She stood, awkwardly bent, and pulled me with her. I had to contribute, and a sharp cry tore out of me as I forced myself up, mostly hauled by the fae in kin clothing. The world swirled as I came upright. Everything spun, and nausea brought bile to the back of my throat. I swallowed hard, breathed hard, and focused intensely on not throwing up. Arlen let me stand there, swaying, while Corey hoisted Kerwin's dead body up in a fireman's carry. On the floor lay 4 more bodies, most of them with gunshot wounds, a few with burn marks. The shelves stacked with supplies had all fallen over and lay one over the other, like they'd fallen in a domino effect. By the wall, not far from where I'd been tied to the chair, lay Antonia slumped against the boards. The chaos that had raged in here still showed in every overturned thing. I found I didn't care whether Antonia was dead or alive. I could barely focus enough to stand upright, let alone on what she'd done to me against my will. "Please. Out," I wheezed, but Arlen heard me and nodded. Supporting me with an arm around my waist and my arm over her shoulders, she staggered with me toward the open door and out. Sound was truly a funny thing in the Anwen realm. Only when we were outside did the noise of the camp really register. It was the sound of hundreds, thousands of panicked kin, running, arming themselves, grabbing supplies, or just panicking. I saw Corey ahead of us, Loki right behind him, a gun in his good hand. And why not? There was a reason firearms were forbidden in Atlantis. Bullets were fast, sometimes too fast for magic. He'd made a sling from some red fabric he must have scavenged in the barracks. If his wrist was broken, it would surely heal. But not in minutes, not even for him. "You are doing well, dearie," Arlen said as we turned the corner. And the cause of her and Corey's diversion made me forget the twisting agony in my body for one stunned moment. Even Loki halted at the sight. The forest beyond the fence was ablaze, turned into a hellish daylight, flames dancing madly as branches fell in showers of embers. Trees writhed as they burned, black smoke billowing upward while tongues of flame licked at the sky. A chorus of roaring fire and popping wood filled the air, a sound that seemed half swallowed by the eerie nature of this realm, and yet devoured every other noise. They'd set the forest on fire. Chapter 27. Smoke rolled into the camp like a living thing, thick and stinging over by the gate, no doubt, but only an annoyance at this distance. "You set the forest on fire?"
I croaked, and not because of the smoke. I felt Arlen shrug as she held on to me. It was the best way to distract so many kin in one place. I coughed. Oh my God, you two are a pair of psychos. Psychos who care, dearie, she said, patting my cheek before grabbing my arm and slinging it back over her shoulders. Now that is an oxymoron, I mumbled, but she must have heard me because she chuckled. Loki headed in the opposite direction of the fire, which seemed like the only sound choice. I saw Corey, burdened by Kerwin's weight, follow him, and Arlen steered me after them, skirting around a couple of kin lying right outside the barracks we'd been in, their skin marred with burns. Loki yanked his bone-handled dagger from one of their belts. The kin swarmed in every direction, a tide of bodies too many to count. I knew there were thousands of them here. Everything from high-ranking members to the armed kin to the low-ranking worker bees. Some clutched rifles, shouting orders that vanished into the roar of the blaze. Others hauled buckets of water or ran with shovels. I'd barely paid attention to the ones outside the gate before, but now I realized they must be digging trenches to keep the fire from reaching the camp, hacking desperately at the scorched ground. Panic rippled through the crowd, men and women screaming, some dragged along by their arms, fear preventing them from reacting rationally. A few broke outright, sprinting for the gates, their faith collapsing as fast as the trees outside. Most stayed, caught in frantic loops, circling the camp as though motion alone could save them. "Where are we going?" I wheezed. "To the hidden opening in the fence," Arlen told me as we hurried across the camp. It was likely where a few of them got out to begin with. "The barn—" I tried. My throat closed up on me. I had a hard time putting one foot in front of the other. I was mostly moving on Arlen's sheer will and strength. "What?" "The barracks," I managed, and sucked in a breath, my chest aching with the effort. "The guards." "Oh yes," Arlen said, remembering our original plan. "Them. I suppose they can be useful. Loki," she added in a sharp shout. He was a little ahead of us, in the middle of shoving a kinsman aside, as the man screamed something at him in utter panic. The kinsman stumbled, hit the ground, then scrambled up and ran in the opposite direction from where he'd been headed. Loki, thankfully, heard Arlen and turned. "The guards in those barracks!" she shouted, nodding toward the building. I saw him glance that way, then roll his eyes when he looked at me. That part of the plan had clearly been scrapped when things went haywire, but he still shouted something at Corey, stopping him from following with the dead weight on his shoulders. I glanced over at Corey. The sight of Kerwin's body was still unbelievable. He'd been such an integral part of my life, even before I moved to Atlantis. I'd heard so much about him, I'd felt like I knew him before I ever met him, and he'd seemed more than human then. Invincible. Untouchable. Now he hung limp over Corey's shoulders, face obscured, lifeless and dead. It was surreal. It was dangerous, if anyone recognized him in this chaos. It also was a relief. That thought made guilt rise for a second, like I'd done something wrong. Then I forced myself to remember the people who'd paid during the kin's reign, and the guilt evaporated. By now, Loki had forced 2 guards away from the entrance to the barracks in front of us. He was using the gun this time. Of course he was. Using magic openly here could rally panicking kin into attacking. A gun was just as dangerous as Loki's flames. One of the guards tossed him his keys and Loki unlocked the door, managing with one functioning hand. Faces appeared almost at once, wary and narrow-eyed as he urged them out. We didn't have time for their hesitation. Even I understood that, despite the forces boiling inside me. I felt something roar up violently, only to shatter and slice through me as something else crushed it down. I winced, bowed my head, and almost fell when a panicked kinswoman slammed into Arlen. The Fae cursed in a strange language and clamped her arm tighter around my waist to keep me upright. The guards, still in their green uniforms, unarmed, filed outside, all of them staring in disbelief at the approaching fire. Ash flaked through the air now. Loki said something to them and then turned away, not seeming to care if they followed. That was their problem. Arlen got us moving again, and Corey followed Loki in the direction we'd already been heading. I turned my head. The guards were coming along after all, their steps more hesitant than ours. At the same time, I saw someone else I'd rather see drop dead. Antonia stumbled after us, looking disoriented and out of it. She didn't seem to register the chaos around her and was continually knocked into by people running past. "Not far now," Arlen assured me, and I looked forward again, my feet dragging over the dusty ground. I spotted the opening in the fence, a long, jagged slit that had been carefully widened. Someone had cut it open at some point. It was close to a barracks, and I could easily see how it was hard to spot from the nearest guard tower. The kin had clearly been leaving the camp before taking it over. Judging by the dead bodies in the forest and the guards now following us, not all of them had fallen for Kerwin's poison. "Emery!" Antonia shouted behind us. "Wait! Why can't she just die?" I muttered and kept going, or was dragged along. Either way, I wasn't waiting for that witch. "Let us get outside the camp and worry about her after," Arlen said, and I nodded, wincing at the rolling waves of pain inside me. "Emery!" Another voice rang out, this one riding the warped airwaves of this place. I turned. It was my mom. She came running toward me from a different direction than Antonia. "Mom?" I said in surprise, though I doubted she heard me through all the noise. Whatever my mother wanted, one look to her right showed Antonia still coming my way, still shouting my name. Mom stopped, hatred for the other woman obvious in her narrowed eyes and tight, pressed lips. Then she turned and noticed Corey and his burden. "They've got illustrious guide," she bellowed, repeating it over and over, pointing at Corey's back as he trudged on, oblivious. "Oh, crap," I muttered, and heard Arlen say something that sounded very similar in her own language. "They have him! Stop them!" Mom shrieked, her voice raw. It didn't need the volume tricks of the Anwin realm, but it sure got them anyway. She made an absolute scene to stop us from taking Kerwin's body. As more kin, some with rifles, picked her words out of the noise, Loki shouted for us to retreat behind the barracks closest to the hole in the fence. That was when the rifles were aimed our way. Shots cracked through the air in sharp succession, each one splintering the chaos into jagged fragments of sound. Voices rose into a ragged chorus of screams and hoarse shouts, a wild din that tangled with the gunfire and shredded what was left of my focus. If not for Arlen practically hauling me the last few meters, I'd have been shot right then and there. To my relief, Corey and Loki were also behind the wall, a few empty crates partially obscuring us, though they would not stop bullets. Loki fired a couple of shots around the corner, and that seemed to stall the kin now obeying my mother's orders. "Give us illustrious guide!" someone yelled. "He's dead!" Loki shouted back, rolling his eyes. "Could they not tell?" he added to us in a lower voice, then ducked as a fresh volley tore into the corner of the barracks. "That pissed them off," Corey said, and shrugged Kerwin's body off his shoulders, letting it drop to the ground. He rolled his shoulders with a sigh of relief. I looked down at Kerwin's pale, lifeless face. He still had that frozen look of surprise, his eyes staring dead along the ground. Sand sprayed across us as Antonia skidded around the corner and slid to a halt at my feet. "Emery, you need to listen to me," she said, before she'd even stopped moving, gunfire cracking nearby as the kin realized too late they should probably be shooting at her as well. "Can you shoot her?" I shouted at Loki, who glanced back over his shoulder. He stood by the corner of the building, gun in his good hand. "I'd love to, Red, but we need the few bullets we have left for the people actively trying to kill us." I sighed, and nausea rose again. Unfortunately, not enough to throw up on her. "Please, you have to understand," Antonia insisted, slowly getting to her feet. "We need you alive. Both of you." She flicked a look back at Loki, but he was busy watching the other side. I did not want to understand. What she'd done to me was unforgivable. She'd broken the binding spell without asking, and now here I was, in a chaotic shootout with my body and mind at war with themselves. It hurt so much. It terrified me. If not for Arlen, I'd have collapsed where I stood. "Emery," Mom again, shouting. "Stop this nonsense! Stop shooting everyone!" The rifles fell silent. "Em? I just want to talk." I looked at the others. Doubt was written on every face, including Antonia's. Not that I cared about her opinion. "What do we do?" I asked. "I know she's your mom, Em," Corey began and trailed off. "She is not to be trusted," Arlen finished for him. "I know," I said. I did. When I looked to Loki, he merely shrugged. "Fine," I tried to shout, but it came out hoarse and small. I could barely talk without pain, let alone yell. "Let's talk then," Loki called for me. "Morgan Sierran may approach. No one else." The roar of panicking kin in the fire beyond the fence faded into a kind of background hum, as the kin closest to us quieted and lowered their weapons. Soon, I saw my mother appear around the crates. She was dusty, hair wild, eyes worse. The anger on her face was almost tangible. Her gaze landed on Kerwin first, then turned on me, pure venom. "There's no way out for you now. Give him to us and you may have quick deaths." "Mom, what in the hells are you saying? Do you hear yourself?" "She does not," Loki commented, shaking his head, apparently unconcerned about the murderous glare my mother sent his way. He had been the one to kill Kerwin, after all. "If you come now, Em," she said, focusing fully on me, "they'll let you live. You can do what you were made for." "Ew," I spat. "Why in all the realms would I ever come back to this hell?" Mom's face twisted with fury, her voice sharp enough to cut. "You think you're better than us now? You think you know anything? You're nothing without us. Nothing." That was when Antonia decided to do something. For some reason, it didn't involve magic. She went for my mom. The only one close enough to stop her was Corey. He lunged, but Antonia, worn out as she looked, sent a small surge of red magic his way. I sucked in a painful breath, but the force wasn't much, just enough to throw him off so he staggered sideways. That was all she needed. She shoved my mom. Mom stumbled and landed on her ass. "You traitor!" she yelled at Antonia. "Mom?" I gasped, trying to take a step forward, but Arlen held me tight. "Hold your tongue," Mom snapped at me. "I can't believe how poorly you turned out. We should have had more children so one of them could step up." The words cut deeper than any blade, but before I could breathe, before I could even form a reply, a crack split the air. It happened as Antonia stepped forward and raised her hand. She never had time to do anything. Someone else did, likely aiming for her. Mom's body jerked. For an instant, she just stared at me, lips parted as if to spit more venom. Then her eyes rolled back, and she fell, blood spreading fast across the left side of her chest. More shots followed, and Antonia flung herself back behind the corner, only now realizing how close she'd been to getting shot. Panic, chaos, weapons firing blind. It didn't matter. Mom was gone. I stared, numb at her lifeless body. The air was heavy and suffocating, every breath edged with heat from the forest fire beyond the fence. Ash and smoke burned my eyes and coated my tongue, and I stared. I couldn't stop. Mom. Dead. The realm collapsed with her. My knees buckled. Even Arlen couldn't hold me up. Grief and rage tore through me until there was nothing left to hold back. Something inside me broke, snapped wide open, and the pain became too much to contain. Everything roared up. Xanthi binding my powers with pain and magic. Nikolaos tearing into me on a rooftop. Antonia unleashing my powers through her painful unbinding. The fear, the pain, the memories that wouldn't let go, especially at night, crashed down on me all at once. Crawling forward toward Mom, I passed the crates and the corner of the barracks. I didn't pay attention to the shouts behind me. To my right, the kin stood with rifles raised, aimed at me, and at my dead mother. Despite her last words to me, I couldn't hold back the tears, the anger, the fear. The forces inside me built and built. I could feel one quelling the other as they both fought to get out. A shot cracked through the air. I didn't flinch, despite how close it came, but it did hit my mom. One of the kin had missed me and hit her in the leg instead. Anger surged as the forces tore through me. I had no control, and I didn't care. I cried out and let the magic do what it wanted. It ripped out of me in a pulse that shook the ground, a raw, searing force tearing free of my chest. My vision went white-red, as if my own blood had turned to light. I screamed, all agony and rage. Through the red haze, I saw the nearest kin thrown backward, like they'd all slammed into an invisible wall at once. Chapter 28. I stared in horror. At least a dozen kinfolk lay lifeless on the ground. I was shaking hard, convulsing almost. The horror hit me. I'd killed them. I had no clue how, but I knew that I had. Everything felt so warm. Was the fire finally here? I moved my gaze away from the dead and up, but realized I was seeing everything through a red haze. There were muffled voices somewhere behind me. I didn't turn to meet their eyes. They'd seen what I had done, and somehow the new magic unleashed was protecting me, cocooning me in a fiery, unstable dome, protecting Mom and me. I looked over at her. What in the hells had happened? She'd just been there. Angered and hateful, yes, but alive. Tears welled up and I couldn't contain them. Everything was too much. The memories of the torture I'd endured in my life came back. The physical pain from Xanthi, Antonia, Nikolaos with his pain-inducing magic, and yet it all seemed small compared to the years I'd endured in the kin, making up for perceived mistakes all the time, never resting, always bracing for the next accusation, the next punishment, or trying desperately to avoid it. My main tasks as Kerwin's secretary were never the end of it. When the paperwork was done, there was cleaning, carrying, organizing, anything to keep me and everyone else moving until we dropped. Every breath measured, every word weighed, because even a glance in the wrong direction could be twisted into fault. And I betrayed too. I reported others, whispered names when pressed, because if I didn't, the suspicion would fall back on me. There was no peace, no pause, only the grinding ache of knowing that no matter how much I obeyed, it would never be enough. And here I half sat, half lay on the ground. Kerwin dead. Mom dead. Kin panicking, and the few people who'd let me in without sharing the same convictions were seeing the worst of me. I couldn't handle it. Couldn't handle the magic. Curse Antonia. Why had she done this to me? I looked at my mom again, heard her voice singing in my head, the way she used to when I was a girl, probably the only real connection we'd ever had. It was too much. The world narrowed to black edges, my thoughts swallowed by a void. I moved, saw myself reach forward and touch the blood on my mom's side. It felt like a shadow of me had taken over and I was trapped behind glass. I wasn't there, and yet I saw myself do it. A dome bloomed outward, vast and unstoppable, red as an open wound. It spread faster than breath, swallowing the camp, blocking out the approaching fire. The crackle of burning trees cut off in an instant, replaced by a dull hum that vibrated through the air, through my skin, through my teeth. I had no idea how I heard anything through the rising screams of the kin. Somehow, I saw and heard everything happening under that dome. Smoke struck the barrier and flattened, writhing against its surface before sliding away. Sparks died against it. Inside, the kin froze, trapped beneath the pulsing light. Thousands of faces stared upward, wide-eyed and ash-streaked, their shouts swallowed by the glow. The dome thrummed with every beat of my aching heart, its strength bleeding mine. The magic and its opposite clashed inside me like storm and stone, shredding me apart. But it held. Somehow, it held. I didn't know what I had done, only that it was killing me, and that, for one impossible moment, the fire could not touch any of us. I looked down again, but knew my mom was gone. Only a couple of drops of blood were left on the dusty ground to prove she'd even been there. "What have I done?" I whispered, and was distracted by a bright flash of light to my right. I automatically glanced over. A figure outside the inner fiery and smaller dome I sat under was holding something glowing up against the magic. My magic. The thought seemed ludicrous. And yet, it was all so real. I wanted so badly to see Dell, to talk to her, to beg her to help me understand this. I missed her so much. The little inner dome I'd somehow created around myself throbbed, burning red light spilling across my skin until it hurt to keep my eyes open. The heat pressed in like a furnace, each breath dry and sharp in my throat. Then came a sound I'd never expected inside the fire, the hiss of ice. It wasn't something glowing against the fiery red magic. Pale veins spread across the red, spiderwebbing like ice crystals in deepest winter. The sharp scent of cold, clean air cut through the smoke-dry heat, and for a heartbeat it was like breathing again. I saw the figure slightly more clearly then. Loki. He was using his frost magic, trying to get through. I was so ashamed, and yet I must have wanted him to come inside, because the instant that thought struck, something inside me loosened. The wall tore open, as if something killed part of it right there and then. It wasn't Loki doing that. It had to be my anti-magic. I had as little control over it as I had over the magic. Fire dragged at the edges of the opening, and Loki's frost sealed them fast, hard and white, holding the blaze back. He stepped through the icy frame, unhurt by my magic, which closed behind him. He wasn't unhurt from the events of the day, though. He looked so strange with his arm in that ridiculously red sling. I'd seen him wounded before, but it usually healed faster and wasn't as visible as this. "How's your wrist?" I asked, my voice still cracked and weak. I just didn't know where to start. Loki raised an eyebrow. "At last, you finally recognize what's truly important here. Me. Took you long enough." I stared blankly at him for a moment, and then couldn't help it. I laughed, and it burst out of me so hard I couldn't stop. "Shut up, Loki," I managed between giggles and snickers. Loki grinned and then simply sat down beside me so we were at the same height. "So, how's your day going, Red?" "Oh, screw you," I said between the laughter. "We're back to that kind of irreverence now, huh? Ah, well, it was fun while it lasted." I sobered, the reality of it all too much to keep at bay. "I killed all those people, Loki. My mom's dead because of me. I don't know what's happening here. I can't control this." I waved upward to indicate the magic, but might as well have pointed in every direction. It was utter magical chaos. "Well," Loki said, nodding sideways to himself a few times, "I could tell you that those kinsfolk were in the midst of trying to kill us, and that they would likely have succeeded due to sheer numbers and a fanatical need to save their dead leader." "But you're not going to say that, huh?" He shook his head this time. His pitch-black hair had flakes of gray ash in it, the contrast stark. Some of them floated down at the motion. "No. That would be a waste of time, wouldn't it?" "Yeah," I muttered. "Because you're the kind of person to carry around too much guilt.
Even for accidentally killing the people who would have shot you without a thought right about now, by the way. I guess that's how long we would have lasted. Maybe, I conceded, still muttering. So, what's all this then? He asked, having said exactly what he wanted to on the matter. I don't know, I admitted. I can't control it. It just happened. Loki pressed his lips together while nodding, like a giant dome over a prison camp in an eerie realm was normal and to be expected. I see that. I believe, oh glorious, illustrious guide had more luck than he deserved when creating his magical aid, so to speak. Huh? This is powerful blood magic, Red. Oh. I wouldn't know. Or maybe I did, come to think of it. The larger dome was reminiscent of the one that had kept Yar's people prisoners for generations. Maybe my subconscious copied the dome trapping the Ridgers? Very likely. But I don't have magic like that. I stopped and looked at the empty spot where my mom had lain. Oh my God. I used my mom to create this thing? What in the hells am I going to do? I was panicking, rocking back and forth. I can't. Loki. She's dead. Yes, I realize that, he said in his usual dry way. You've also avenged her, inadvertently, but still. That's good. Prolonged blood vengeance can be tiring, with all the back and forth, and then you forget a family member and then it's on again. So tiring. You've really taken care of everything here now. Sure, I said, dragged out of my impending panic by his nonsense. I don't know how to undo it. Let's not worry about that now. Shouldn't we? The fact that you're saying we there is a good sign. I take it you're not ready to give up yet? A sound between a sob and a laugh slipped out. No, because then you'll probably smack my hand again, and I won't give you the satisfaction. That's the spirit. Because we all need to get out of here before the confused, scared, and desperate kin out there rally and pounce on us. That would be horrible for my wrist. Okay, I said, and sniffled. None of us wants that. There's nothing as important as your revered wrist. It's all I can think about. Glad to hear it, he said, smiling widely. But, I don't know how to get out of here, I admitted, wiping the remnants of my tears away with my dusty jacket sleeve. He shrugged. Me neither. And then he said nothing, looking around like this smaller, fiery magic dome within the giant one was just normal. Don't you know? I pressed. You're all magic-y and stuff. Loki sighed, overt drama written on his dust-smudged face. You keep saying that. That's not how it works. And by the by, my kind are supramundane, not magic-y. Ooh la la, I said and rolled my eyes. Pardon me, Your Majesty. I'm just in a magical bind here of my own making, it seems, and the one person who could probably do something about it isn't here. My voice cracked at the last word, and I drew a deep breath, which hurt like hell, and turned my face away a moment until I managed to gather myself. Thankfully, I'm not a witch, Loki said. Condolences on that, by the way. I opened my mouth but had no clue what to say. But when it comes to magic, he went on in his usual insouciant way, experience, knowledge, is the best way to go. Right now, your mind and body are reacting to a brutal awakening in the only way possible without the tools you need. And that is? With emotions. He looked around at the fiery magic trapping us here but not harming us. Quite a lot has happened in the last... I have no idea in this eldritch realm, but I wouldn't say an hour even. Lastly, the demise of your mother. A lump rose in my throat at the mention of this, but I nodded. He was right. How do I stop it then? I don't know. Gee, thanks for the pep talk. I give the best pep talks. That wasn't one of them. How did you let me in?
he added. I don't know. I wanted you in here. Ah, well, there you have it. Loki, I am a hair's breadth from going insane. I have no clue what I'm doing. I don't even get why Antonia did this. I'm only causing harm. What in the hells was she thinking? Loki stared to our right a moment, where we couldn't quite see the 3 people we knew were there, including Antonia. I can't claim to know what the witch is thinking, but I'm fairly certain she's thinking of something deemed more important than herself. Yeah, I saw the look in her eyes. Just like the look in every kin's eyes. Yes, I suppose that helped when infiltrating the Red Kin. She helped bring them down once and still managed to keep her place inside it. That takes quite the blind devotion to something. And you know what that is. That wasn't a question. He did, didn't he? He knew something about Antonia's goal in all this. Do I? He smiled again, but there was little humor in it this time. Why won't you tell me? Clearly it involves me too. Who says I won't? Well, you aren't saying you will, and we sound like arguing children right now. Which we don't have time for, he agreed. It's a long and sordid tale, Red. This isn't the place. Will you tell me later, then? He pressed his lips together, and for once I could tell something was troubling him. There was something in his eyes even the sharp emerald color couldn't hide. Pain. I was sure of it. Even I, with my limited knowledge of social interactions, could read the room this time. Everyone had things they didn't want to talk about. However, that didn't usually involve magic-hating cults and crazy witches meddling in dormant magic. This involved me as well, and I needed to know. Loki, I pressed, will you tell me later? You think we'll live that long? Yes, I blurted out as the light became brighter around us. Well, what do you know? He said with a satisfied smile, looking around at the ash-filled air. Em? Corey said as he ran over. Are you okay? He dropped to his knees and took hold of me, basically hauling me to my feet. I don't know, I said, looking up over his shoulder. What happened? Where did the magic go? The small fiery dome was gone. Not a remnant left. Not even a spark. You removed it, he said, pulling me into an embrace, and I held on for dear life. He smelled of smoke and someone else, since he wasn't wearing his own clothes, but all I felt was relief filling my already aching chest at the fact he wasn't running the opposite way after the chaos I'd unleashed on the entire prison camp. I glanced upward then, and saw the giant dome still covering the camp. The sky above was visible with a red sheen on every cloud. I'd only managed to free myself and Loki from the smaller dome. How had I done that? I drew back a little from Corey's embrace so I could turn, though I didn't let go. I'd fall straight on my ass if I did. You tricked me, I said to Loki, who was walking over to Arlen. Did I? He said, smiling back at me. You made me want to get out. That's how I removed the magic. I wanted out so you would tell me. That's clever for someone who's, thankfully, not a witch, he said. So you lied to me? He tilted his head. I did not. But if I may direct your attention behind you, may I suggest we get a move on right this instant? Both Corey and I looked, and the sight was not uplifting. The worst of the panic and confusion from the giant dome must have died down, because there were many kin headed our way now. Dozens, at least. Quite a few were armed with those damn rifles. Someone must have survived my panicked magical attack and alerted more kin. Oh, crap, I whispered. Yep, Corey said with an ease I envied. All right, I heard Arlen say as her footsteps approached. I will take over here, Corey. You take that blasted corpse my husband is so keen on dragging around. Chapter 29. There really was no time for arguing anything. I was hoisted over to Arlen like the potato sack I felt like, and we were back to our strenuous flight before Corey got Kerwin back up into the fireman's carry, aided by Loki and his one functioning arm. Corey caught up to us fast. "The hole in the fence I get, but how are we going to get through that?" I looked up, which made me stumble even more as Arlen dragged me forward with hurried steps. The fence wasn't far, but right outside it was a massive wall of pure red energy. "Can you open it?" I stared in awe. How in the hells had I created that thing? I had no clue how to open it. "I don't know," I admitted. "Maybe with my daggers?" "Your daggers will not cut it, Red," Loki said as he came running, the gun in his broken, limp hand sticking out of the red sling. With his free hand, he was dragging Antonia with him, fingers clamped around her upper arm. She stumbled along, looking weak and confused, but she came without a fuss, like this was what she wanted but barely had the strength for. Strange, that. Shots rang through the air then, the sound amplified by the realm itself. My ears rang despite the distance between us and the approaching kin. I ducked on instinct, but Arlen wasn't letting me. "Either we get hit or we do not," she told me and pressed on. Tough words, but she wasn't wrong. The hole that had been cut into the fence was a jagged gash in the metal mesh. As we stopped in front of it, I could see it had been cut in small sections, carefully, and likely over time, given the lack of a straight line. The kin had been scheming to take control of the camp for a long time, it seemed. It wouldn't have surprised me if they'd gone in and out here many times before attacking the guards. Arlen helped me down to the ground before she and Loki began twisting the metal aside, creating enough space for us to get through. Shouts and the sound of boots hitting the ground came closer. "Come on," Arlen said and forced me up again, shoving me through the hole. I stumbled out. "Do something, witch!" I heard Loki shout at Antonia. "I can't. I don't have the strength," she said, but still managed a flare of a red shield. Actual shrieks rose from the approaching crowd at the blatant sight of magic in their presence. Some had the wherewithal to shoot at us despite that, but as I gasped in fear for the others, I saw the bullet stop dead against Antonia's shield. "Hold it!" Loki bellowed at her through the cacophony. Arlen had already slipped through. She was holding the mesh open for Corey before they both began dragging Kerwin's body through. The act did little to keep his clothes from tearing on the sharp metal edges. I was expecting Loki next, but suddenly realized that part of the stampede of people nearby were the guards we'd let free. I had, to my shame, forgotten about them with all the magic exploding out of me like a ticking time bomb. "Get on with it! Get on with it!" I chanted under my breath, worrying for Loki, but finally, the last guard squeezed through, every single one of them wise enough to stay behind Antonia's shield. Loki came next, and he and Corey held the opening for Antonia so she could maintain her magic while stepping through. It struck me how small that shield was, given the magic I'd seen her wield not long ago inside the barracks. Something was wrong. She wasn't just weak from being knocked into the wall after performing her magic on me. I turned and crawled the few feet between me and the wall of the magical dome. It felt cool and energetic to the touch. Not painful, but the magic within it vibrated outward, sending a thrum through my arm, like a small, painless electric shock. I looked up and saw nothing but bright, red, magical force as high as I could see from that awkward position. "Emery!" Antonia shouted back at me, her voice hoarse. "You have to open it." "Open it?" I shouted back as I withdrew my hand. "I don't even know how I made it. You bloody idiot! Why did you do this to me?" I actually shrieked at her. "Unless you want to die here, you open it!" "Spread out!" one of the guards shouted to the others. "Do that if you want to die," Loki shouted. It seemed they did, in fact, not want that, as they kept huddling together behind Antonia's shield. Loki was right. Running around the fence, still stuck inside the dome, wasn't going to keep any of us alive for long with all the firepower inside the camp. I looked to my left and saw Kerwin's dead body on the ground where Corey had shrugged him off again. I still couldn't fathom it.
It was like the belief that he was invincible wouldn't let go. It kept mixing with the relief that this man wasn't ever going to manipulate me or anyone else again. Shots blasted from outside the fence. "How many bullets do you have in that gun?" Arlen asked Loki. "None now," he said, and threw the useless weapon to the ground. But the shots bought us a few seconds, if nothing else. I saw many kin duck and flee out there. Unlike us with Antonia's shield, they were out in the open and had nothing to shelter behind. "Now, witch!" Loki shouted right into her ear. She stepped back toward the wall of the shimmering dome. I could see the magic move through it. "You're anti-magic, Emery?" Antonia called to me. I could hear the pleading in her voice. "I don't know how. How many times do I have to tell you? I touched the thing. Nothing happened. Now you use your damn magic and open it." I have no idea where the strength to shout came from, but the moment I was done, my head pounded and my throat burned. It felt like the worst flu times 10. Antonia kept backing up, and the kin began firing again. All of us, including the guards, huddled closer, me crawling on the ground, trying to stay behind her magic. "I don't know if I can," she said. "I lost some of my powers when I set yours free." "What?" I croaked. Then I remembered the same thing had happened to Xanthi when she'd bound them in the first place. Why would either of them suffer that? It had to be the anti-magic doing it. The smell of smoke and flakes of ash hung heavy over us, and I struggled to breathe, but not because of that or even the people set on killing us. It was the knowledge that two powerful witches had been mad enough to sacrifice much of their magic for this. How fanatical could you get? Well, I had the answer to that right in front of me, with her weakened magical shield. Whatever I was tied to, it was insane. As insane as the witches who'd gone along with this. Antonia stepped back as far as she could, the rest of us way too close for comfort. "If she manages this," I heard Corey say as he suddenly bent down and pulled me up. "I'm sorry, but I'm going to push you right through. Got that?" I nodded, my throat refusing to cooperate now. "And then comes the bedraggled corpse," said Arlen somewhere nearby. I couldn't see her in the throng pressing behind the shield, but I could see Antonia's face as she stood there, right hand braced against her shield, left hand back toward the dome wall. Tears streamed down her face. She looked to be in so much pain, straining what power she had left. But soon a unison sigh of hope and relief spread through the guards. "Ready?" Corey said as he turned us both around. I saw the narrow opening then. Antonia's blood magic floated between and above us toward the wall, blending with the magic there, digging in and forcing a sliver of it aside. The light that shone through was an actual beacon of hope. "Now!" Corey suddenly shouted, and I felt myself shoved straight toward the opening. I fell through and landed face down on the dirt outside. My breath was knocked out of me for a moment, but I had no time to deal with that. Footsteps thundered behind me. "Sorry, love," Corey muttered and grabbed hold of me, lifting me by the waist and simply setting me to the side. Next thing, Kerwin's limp form emerged halfway through before Corey swung around, grabbed the dead cult leader's hand, and unceremoniously dragged him out just as the guards began pouring through. It was a stampede of bodies pushing through the narrow, vibrating opening. Antonia wasn't holding it very well. When the last guard was through, I saw a leg dressed in red pants. Arlen. She was waiting for something. Loki. I leaned forward, holding my breath. I could still hear shots from inside. What if Antonia couldn't hold the shield any longer? "Now!" I heard Arlen shout as she stepped through, holding on to something. That something turned out to be Loki's wounded arm, though she wasn't clutching at his wrist. His sling hung loosely around his neck as he came through much the same way, pulling at Antonia, who still held the shield. Then the three of them fell back, like they'd won a rope-pulling contest, and both Antonia's shield and the opening in the dome vanished. For a moment, no one said anything.
I exhaled and sagged back, only then realizing I was leaning against the wall of the dome. Loud pops sounded from within the magical prison. That's what it was now. Thankfully, the barrier didn't allow hard objects through, including bullets, and the noise soon died down, allowing everyone outside to breathe. Soon, though, we all seemed to notice the air was full of smoke. The forest fire was still going strong on the other side of the dome and spreading. I glanced over at Corey, who sat on the ground right next to the dead body. He was breathing hard, leaning back on his arms. "You okay?" I mouthed. He nodded. "You?" I managed a thumbs up when I heard my name shouted. "Emery?" I looked to my left. Antonia scrambled to her feet, inelegant and desperate. "Emery, you must listen to me!" she half shouted, exhausted and weary. Her dress was crumpled and dirty, her dark hair gray in places from dust and ash. What the witch didn't notice was Loki and Arlen getting to their feet right behind her at the same time, and with a lot more grace. Arlen was quick as a snake as she leaped forward, grabbed Antonia's shoulder and yanked her around. I don't even think the witch was aware she'd been punched. The fist came flying so fast I barely saw it. Antonia's head whipped to the side before she crumpled to the ground, knocked out and finally quiet. Everyone was too shaken by everything that had happened to do much but stare, except Loki, who was chuckling and easing his arm back into his red sling. "What?" Arlen said, annoyed at the attention. Of course, she and Corey were used to working slightly more covertly than this, especially with so many guards around. That didn't make her lose her composure, though. "You think magic is the only weapon?" she said to her audience, and added, "Corey, let us find our things. I am not setting foot in Atlantis wearing these horrid clothes." Chapter 30. The sound of a branch tapping softly against the window woke me. I was grateful for the interruption. The image of my dead mother on the ground was still too clear in my dreams. I wondered how my father was doing now, trapped inside the dome I'd made. He had to know by now, didn't he? Several kin, including the one who'd shot my mom, had seen what happened, except the unfortunate ones I'd killed, of course. The memory made me drag in a sharp breath. For a moment, I thought I was fine, felt no unease. But when I rolled onto my back to stop myself from drifting off again and falling back into the same dream, I realized I was dizzy, nauseous, and likely had a fever. With slow, unsteady movements, I kicked the sheets off. It didn't help the heat. I was in my room, the large space looming around me. A few lights were on, leaving everything dim and mercifully soft on my eyes. What in the realms was happening to me? I didn't get to dwell on the question. Voices drifted up from downstairs. I glanced at the open door. Corey must have left it like that. I usually didn't sleep with it open. The voices were muffled but familiar. Several people. Something was going on. Curiosity pried me out of bed. Going was a strong word for what I did. I eased myself off the mattress and immediately realized I couldn't walk like a normal person. I clung to the bed frame at first, then leaned on the furniture as I made my way toward the door. The few steps between the last side table and the doorway were too far. I stumbled to my knees and hissed at the stupid, extra layer of pain. My hair was still damp from the shower I'd barely managed earlier, hanging in front of my face like curtains now. Still, the shower plus fresh leggings and t-shirt beat the dust and smoke I'd brought back from the Anwen realm. It had taken us a while to circumvent the dome and the spreading fire to reach the portal we'd used earlier. The guards had gone through their regular entryway, which at least spared us having to deal with them again in the city. From the sound of raised voices downstairs, that trouble might have caught up with us anyway. I half-walked, half-crawled toward the stairs, which suddenly felt much farther from my room than 3 doors down. I'd never moved so slowly in my life. Near the landing, I had to pause and focus on breathing steadily so I didn't throw up. I made it, though. I sank down by the wall and leaned against it. From there, at the top of the landing, I could see down into the foyer, front door straight down the stairs to the left, the room itself to the right, furnished only with the coat closet, shelves, and side tables, some art on the walls, heavy drapes by the 2 windows. Of course, the fact that Antigone and Raldo Hunter were there was more important to me. They stood just inside the door. Raldo in his usual tan, Antigone in a stylish blue dress with a camel coat that somehow managed to look frumpy next to Arlen's simple, elegantly fitted cut with silver on the sleeves. With her black hair in an impossibly intricate braid, neither she nor Loki looked like they'd just returned from the chaos of the Anwin prison camp a few hours ago. Loki was back in his usual blues and blacks, his arm out of the sling now. His wrist hardly seemed to bother him. I envied the bastard's healing ability. He and Arlen stood farther inside the foyer, facing our handlers. No one looked happy. Raldo kept glancing at something outside the open front door. It was dark, but the porch lights were on. I heard a noise, but couldn't make it out. It was hard enough to focus on the 4 people inside. "Why, exactly, did you call him?" Antigone said. "I didn't," Loki replied. "I called you." "Well, he's here," Raldo said, dragging his focus back inside. "Seems you have someone talkative in your Office of Domestic Affairs," Arlen pointed out, her voice all sugar. The looks she got back said they heard it for what it was, anything but sweet. Whatever was going on, they likely had someone spying in the Office of Domestic Affairs. "Where's Ms. Morgan?" Antigone asked. "Wounded," Loki said. "We barely made it out of that camp alive, you see." "A camp you shouldn't have been inside in the first place," Antigone noted. "A realm you shouldn't have been in," Raldo added. Loki pulled a face that said he didn't care. "You gave us a job. That's where it led. And if it hadn't, the city might soon have been overrun with the Red Kin again." "Surely you're aware of this by now," Arlen said. It made me smile. Before either handler could respond, more noise intruded. Boots, the clink of armor. A group of soldiers in green finery entered without knocking. Then a man I'd seen here once before. Most Lantians only saw him in the papers, but there he was again in the flesh, as it were. Primus Silka Manel, one of the 2 first ministers beneath the Queen. The non-magical one. There was always one minister of each kind to keep the balance. His tall, slim figure in a dark suit was framed by the bulk of the soldiers as he came forward, salt and pepper hair swept neatly back. "Primus," Antigone greeted him with a quick nod. "Officer Theano," he acknowledged. "I am here on urgent matters, not for the first time, I might add." His gaze slid to Loki, who didn't seem remotely bothered, then back to Antigone. "I assume you're here for the same reason?" "I suppose so, Primus," she said, and I could have sworn she sighed the tiniest bit. Not that she could argue his presence. I was so curious I wanted nothing more than to go down there. But the thought of tumbling down the stairs, or worse, scooting down them on my butt in front of all these people, stopped me. I didn't need that level of humiliation on top of everything else. "I understand there's been a situation in the Anwin realm," Primus Manel said, looking to Loki and Arlen. "Explain, please." The please was pure courtesy. His tone made it an order. Loki glanced at Arlen. She shrugged. "We were tasked with following up on chatter by the Office of Domestic Affairs," he said. "Chatter?" "Yes, the intelligence kind. I'm sure you're familiar." The Primus gave a curt nod and flicked his hand for Loki to continue. "The chatter indicated a high-ranking leader of the Red Kin in the city." "And was there?" "Yes." "Kerwin Bowden?" "No." "Then who? And how?" Loki pressed his lips together, almost, but not quite, smiling. "A blood witch called Antonia Tullia." "A blood witch?" "I assume you know how the Red Kin used magically inclined people in their mission to end all magic?" Primus Manel nodded again. The blood witch Antonia helped bring down the Red Kin the first time around, Primus, Arlen said. He looked at her and something flickered in his expression. Recognition. Apparently, her contract job to break the shield had gone higher than I'd realized. He smoothed his face out quickly. She helped bring them down? And stayed with them afterward? Leaving cults is hard, Primus, Arlen said, and left it at that. I was a bit stunned they were pinning it on Antonia, but leaving Mom out of it meant fewer questions about my loyalties. I was grateful. Let's cut this short, Loki went on. We came upon the prison camp in the Anwin realm by following her. Another blatant lie, one that would keep my uncle safe. When we arrived, the prisoners were running the camp. Now, they probably still are, but they're trapped there, unable to return and take the city by force using firearms. I'm sure you already know this, having talked to the surviving guards, who incidentally are free of that place because of us. Yes? Seems you have narrowly avoided a nasty surprise, Arlen added. She didn't have to mention what happened the last 2 times the Red Kin were allowed to plan and strike. The city still had lessons to learn about fanatics and what blind faith could achieve. I leaned my head back against the wall. They really were a good team when they weren't annoyed with each other. It made me smile despite everything. No one downstairs was smiling. Stony faces all around, from the soldiers to our handlers. Antigone and Raldo weren't running this show anymore. That is true, Primus Monel conceded. I've heard the surviving guards' accounts. You helped them. I know little of what came before. Like last time, he had little proof of our motives. Had we joined the kin and then switched sides? Or always been with the state? I closed my eyes briefly. Would we never catch a break? We were captured, escaped, and came back here, Loki said. And the enormous dome now surrounding and covering the prison camp? I can't quite explain that one, Loki said, not a trace of deception on his face. A stroke of luck, though, isn't it? Since the Red Kin are now trapped there, unable to attempt retaking the city? Yes, Primus Monel said slowly. And the fire? Inconsequential, Loki said. Surely it's burned itself out by now. Nothing thrives in the Anwin realm, not even fire. The Primus studied them both, but it would take more than a stare to make those two slip. The fire has indeed died down, he admitted. My sources tell me the magical dome kept the prisoners from perishing in it. Well, there you go, Loki said. Primus Monel nodded and turned slightly. I believe I have what I came for, he told Antigone. I don't, Loki said. You don't? What? The Primus asked, looking back at him. I don't have what we were promised. An end to this servitude. He indicated Antigone and Raldo with a flourish of his left hand. His left. So his wrist really had healed. Yes. As I recall, it was about a re-entry infraction, the Primus said. I believe that was committed with the redhead? The one who was here last. Ms. Morgan, if I remember correctly. Where is she, by the way? Upstairs, Loki said. She was wounded during the escape, but that re-entry infraction, it's paid now. That last part was not a question. The issue is, I can't know your motives for entering that prison camp, the Primus said. Loki opened his mouth, then changed his mind. What was the point of arguing? Walworth, he said instead. If you please? I hadn't seen Walworth and still didn't, but as I heard a door open below, I knew he was down there, opening the door to the built-in closet in the wall right under the landing. A thud followed as something heavy hit the floor. Judging by the faces by the front door, soldiers, Antigone, even Raldo, they had not expected that. Primus Monel was the first to recover. That, he said, then cleared his throat. That is, Kerwin Bowden. I sucked in a breath and instantly regretted it as nausea surged. So Loki had stashed the body in the closet when we got back. It certainly is, the ex-god said. Can't say I'm sad to see that sight, the Primus muttered, loud enough for even me to hear. The hatred for Kerwin ran deep for those who'd lived under his rule. He appears to have a bullet hole in his forehead, he noted once he'd fully regained his composure. That was where I was aiming, Loki offered. You admit to killing him? Loki laughed, and every head turned toward him. What, Primus? He said. Are you going to put me on trial for killing this vile reprobate? Please do. Let's see what happens. I doubted there was a judge or jury in Atlantis who would convict him for this, and I couldn't say I didn't understand that, given what Kerwin had done to everyone and their loved ones for 6 years. Primus Manel nodded slowly as he watched Loki. He finally said. I suppose the re-entry infraction weighs lighter than this. I take it that means a pardon? Loki asked bluntly. The Primus glanced at Antigone, who kept her face impressively blank. Raldo, behind her, did not. Anger burned in his eyes. I'll have the papers signed, the Primus said. If I'd been able to gasp without throwing up, I would have. And that pardon includes Ms. Morgan's past cult affiliation, Loki added smoothly. Does it now? The Primus said, stretching the words. Couldn't have killed the bastard without her, Loki said with a smile. Primus Manel thought for a moment, then simply nodded. Something in me unclenched. Tears pricked at my eyes. A pardon. Not for the stupid re-entry thing. They'd only held that over my head because they could. A pardon for my years in the Red Kin. I couldn't even form a coherent thought about what that meant to me. Clever Loki. Making sure Kerwin's body came with us was one thing. Having the Primus here, someone who could overrule Antigone and her office, was another. Had Loki counted on someone in that office talking to someone in the Primus's office? I wouldn't put it past him. Below, the Primus looked down at the body, then gave a small nod to the soldiers. 4 of them stepped forward and disappeared from my view beneath the landing. A moment later, they re-emerged, carrying the limp, red-clad leader of the kin toward the door and out. A shadow moved to my right. Corey, with a water bottle in his hand. He'd taken the long way up from the kitchen, probably to avoid the crowd in the foyer. He shot me a questioning look, eyebrows raised, as he, too, saw the soldiers carrying Kerwin's body out of the house. Loki had truly been thinking ahead when he'd insisted we bring Kerwin back from the Anwin realm. I rolled onto my side and crawled the short distance to Corey, so neither of us could be seen from below. Then he scooped me up and carried me back to my bedroom. Chapter 31. My body was at war with itself. I knew I had a fever, but I felt both too hot and too cold. Waves of heat and chill washed over me, making my head spin. Sleep evaded me, and I didn't know if that was good or bad. Dreaming was a game of chance with memories of torture, or my dead mother fighting for attention, yet staying awake meant remembering everything clearly while enduring the illness forced on me by the 2 different types of magic in me. Whatever Kerwin's plan had been in creating someone with both magic and anti-magic, this could not have been the intended outcome. Whatever he'd wanted from me, I was incapable of doing anything. Corey slept soundly beside me, and the night was as dark as most days in the Atlantis realm. Far away, the clock tower struck. The sound came low as usual, but my ears rang like it was chiming right next to my head. I turned onto my right side. What in the hells was I going to do? From what little I'd gathered, Loki, Arlen, and Corey had no idea what to do either. Like I was some unprecedented case. I probably was. And since the unleashed forces in me were making me sick, was there a chance I was going to die from it? What if this is so unheard of? There's no chance for me to pull through, I asked. Dell smiled at me. I wouldn't think the worst yet, she said. She lay on her right side, facing me, looking right at me. A faint, silvery shimmer surrounded her, making her light hair glow. But it hurts so much, I told her. We thought there was a possibility I had some magical ability. Remember that? She nodded slightly. Yes. Well, we didn't think it would be this bad, I said. A moo of empathy crossed her familiar face. You might be all right yet, Em, she said, her voice reassuring. How do you know? I don't. It's just... Magic is an unpredictable force, but it isn't inherently evil or out to harm you. But this is anti-magic too. She closed her eyes in a slow blink, taking that in. I almost destroyed your grandma's magical portal, and that was without even trying. What if I hurt someone else? Her portal is not of the shimmer. I think that was why you had an effect on it. Her portal requires a great deal of force and experience, and even then it's unstable at best. Don't think that disturbing it makes you a danger to others, Em. You've finally made a life for yourself outside the kin. Don't shut people out now. I looked at her quietly for a few beats. Then I nodded slowly. Okay. I sighed. Thankfully, the nausea had taken a break. I think Loki knows something about all this, Dell scoffed. Why am I not surprised? How? I don't know how or why. He said he'd tell me. Did he? Yes. Dell pursed her lips in thought. If he does, then I think you should listen to him. Really? You of all people think I should listen to him? Dell laughed, and it was a relief to hear that soft sound. Yeah, because I don't think he wants you despairing like this, Em. Oh, I hate to see you like this. I wish there was something I could do. I smiled at her. But you are, I said, and reached out to push a loose strand of hair behind her ear. But before I could touch her, a gentle hand settled on my shoulder. Em? Corey said, his voice soft yet slightly firm, like he wanted to make sure I heard him. Odd. He carefully pulled me back, rolling me onto my back so I faced him in the dark. I could barely see his face. Em, are you okay? You were having a dream. I was? Yeah, you were talking in your sleep. I stared up at where I thought his eyes were, then turned my head and looked to my side, but there was no one there. Just more of the bed. Nothing else. The bedding smelled fresh, and Corey and I both smelled of soap from the shower. But there was a hint of something else in the room, a faint, peaty scent, like a marsh or a bog. Then it vanished, and I wasn't sure I'd smelled it at all. Strange. It's okay, I told Corey. Go back to sleep. I'm fine, I promise, I said, and wondered if that was true at all. This has been Blood Magic, Book 5 in the Atlantis Outcasts series. Written by G.K. Lund. Copyright 2026 by G.K. Lund. Audiobook production. Copyright 2026 by G.K. Lund. If you want to be notified of other audiobooks by G.K. Lund, remember to click subscribe. That way, you won't miss new additions to this YouTube catalog.